Greetings, everyone. This is the homie, Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And let us get started. I know I didn't give y'all no notice, but let's go anyway. Let's go. Okay. I, Cassandra Faye Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, all time, and in every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Iami, Aj, divine architects of existence, usheresses of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse, every cast upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iami Azeh. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth, the mother under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in the sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Greetings, family. So here we are. And I am not outside. Do not let that be a deterrent for you taking your ass outside. I have been working all morning since I hit the floor at 6 o'clock and still haven't even gotten half done what I wanted to get done by this point in the day. Feel like I'm perpetually behind the curve these days. You feel me? Anyway, hopefully y'all are doing well and invigorated in all of the things, because I'm gonna tell you, I as like whoops, my bad.
Being found washing up on shore that are shackled from their hands and their feet. But do you know who's not reporting any of this?
Man,
Notice
listen.
you haven't heard a word of this on any American news outlet.
No sorry, ABC, I'm trying to.
No CNN. No.
I'm trying to.
Fox News. No.
Okay.
Channel, in the U.S. is reporting this. There's no Washington.
I'm trying to turn on my TikTok. So there was 10,000 things I wanted to talk to y'all about yesterday, and I only got to about 2 of those 10,000 things. I'm gonna be in the same position today. There's about 100 things I want to talk to y'all about today, but I'm probably only gonna get to about 2 of those things. But I wanted to make sure that of the things that I get to today, the first one that I discuss with you is yesterday, a bunch of you sent me a bunch of comments on the live that I did yesterday. And so I spent the first part of the day while working on jewelry to listening to the areas in the video yesterday that stood out to you guys the most. So that was helpful because most of you commented on that section of the call where I was talking about the giant, baby. When I was talking about the giant, you feel me? And I'm mentioning this now because I want that to be the thing. Like I talked about a lot. I was all over the place yesterday, but I really want that to be the energy that you ride out on. Feel me? Like when I got up this morning and I started seeing posts on the video this morning, and that was the thing that y'all kept the most from that live yesterday, I was like, yeah, let that be the energy today and the rest of until the 9th. If you have me till it for the rest of our lives, but most definitely till the 9th, that's the energy that you need to keep. Is what costume is my giant gonna wear today? what outfit is my giant gonna wear today? What hairstyle is my giant going to wear today? Thank you guys for the donations. I know who it is. GJP, always jolly on the spot. I love that so much. Appreciate you. Yes. So, yeah, what giant personification am I going to leave the house in today? I'm going to leave the house, but I have been working, so I'm not going to leave the house till later. As a matter of fact, I'm going dancing tonight. So, this will be the time where my giant will go out in the world and show her whole entire ass. That energy. And I haven't mechanized yet what the showing of my ass is going to appear look like. You know what I'm saying? We will determine. But I wanted to tell you something. I watched didn't intend to, but I was watching I was making jewelry today, and so I decided to just kind of scroll through a little stuff. You feel me? And I saw this kind of mini documentary. It's more like a video essay by this girl on the life of Grace Jones. And I just want to tell you that this video about the life of Grace Jones, you understand? It really made my whole day. It did. It did. It made my whole day because it's impossible. It's totally impossible to be moved, to feel down about your life, to feel down about your body, to feel down in any way, especially this is across the board, but most I lost a ball to my nose jewelry, so it's like annoying me, trying to keep it in until I can go get it fixed. Especially you dark skinned, heavily melanated, like you just stepped off a beach on the continent ass having black women. Listen, I tell y'all all the time, I will perpetually reiterate that you are real time all the time. My ex-husband, let me tell y'all a quick story. My ex-husband, his family, his mother was Haitian and his father was Jamaican. And so even though he was obviously born here in the States, everybody always swore he was West African, like from Sierra Leone. We used to get that a lot, you know, whatever. Jet black, coal black skin, beautiful skin on this man. You understand? And we started going to the beach. He was from Philly, so when he moved in, when he moved in with me, and when he and his children moved in with me and my daughter, that was our ritual. Me and my baby was going we was going to the beach. And we wasn't just going to the beach. Like, we going to the beach a few times a week. Okay? Well, yesterday was great, but it looked like today it is it ain't with me. I can see the dragging again. But anyway, we would go to the beach and he like, girl, why you got me out this beach like this? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you know I'm black? I'm like, yeah. He was like, y'all be out at the beach like this. I said, look. Bam. Well, that was short lived. Ugh. Hey man. That was short lived. I thought we were gonna have from now on some good communication on my lives on YouTube, but I don't know what's going on because now I'm dragging again. Damn, that sucks. I don't know what that's about. Damn, it's like really bad. Shit. All right. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. Anyway, so we'd be out at the beach, and he's like, "Y'all be out at the beach like this?" I was like, "Yeah," because I had on a bikini. Oh, this is so annoying. I had on a bikini. Let me try to refresh this because this is stupid. I'm gonna try to refresh this. Yesterday was perfect. Now it's fronting. All right. Yeah. I'm dragging bad. Damn. This shit won't even let me. What? Trash. This is crazy. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. So anyway, people don't really go out to the beach. Not really. Oh my God. This appears to be something that is going to be ongoing. I can sense that. Plus, it's like Fallujah out here. I don't know if y'all can hear these helicopters flying overhead, but it's like goddamn Fallujah and shit. Like we actually in a war zone somewhere. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm I'm out in the sun. You feel me? I don't wear sunblock. Like, we ain't supposed to do that. So I ain't got no sunblock on. I got my little bathing suit on. And he was like, "You just be out here like that?" Like, he is fully covered up. He got on long shorts. He got glasses on. He got a hat on. He got one of them little beach umbrellas. He's like, "Why you try to being out here like that?" I was like, "Cuz, man, I'm trying to look like you." And I was like, "I've been laying out this sun for goddamn 3 years, man, and it's like I can't get as dark as you. I'm trying to be like you when I grow up." And that shit used to tickle him so bad. But I meant that shit. I was deadly serious. I was like, "Man, I would kill for skin like yours." He was so black, so deeply dark, not like chocolate, like black, like ebony. Oh, he had beautiful skin. And his mama had beautiful skin. And the reason I'm saying that is because I was watching this little documentary. It was like 24 minutes long. It was more like a video essay about Grace Jones today while I was making jewelry. And baby, you know me, even if I'm busy and I'm trying to stay busy in what I'm in, if something comes up, I'm gonna take some notes. So of course I took notes about the documentary. And I tell you that one of the assignments for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is going to have to be to make our own documentaries, especially if the subject is about us. If the subject is about Black people, if the subject is about women, if the subject, we have to literally, our whole thing is like the importance of the period is for the fates, is for the weavers to name and rename everything, to redefine time. How do we do that? We redefine time through storytelling. That's how we do that. We rewrite history. That's what we say in the conspiracy, isn't it? That we rewrite all time. Isn't that what we say in the conspiracy? We, the tree, we, the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Isn't that what we say? We have the ability to do that. And the reason I'm saying that now is because watching this documentary, it made so much sense what we've been saying. That we, the tree, we, the reavers, rewrite the book of life. We, the tree, we, the reavers, rewrite all time. We are the creators of human destiny. That's what we do. And when we don't do that, whether we are not allowed the opportunity to do that, whether the version of the story we have told has been erased or well hidden, whether it is somebody else telling our story through their peculiar lens and worldview, it's still us. It's still us. And it's our responsibility, because when anybody else tells our story for us, child, they always get it wrong. It is an inevitability. And in their getting it wrong, they rewrite time. In their getting it wrong, they create a story that is not our own. In a lot of ways, it is contrary to our own. It is not only contrary, it is violently contradictory of our own story, told through our own lens, through our own worldview, and our own lived experience. Because I'm trying to tell you, this damn documentary I saw about Grace Jones today had me on one. I love her so much. I love her so much. Not only do I love her so much, I feel like we, the tree, we, the reavers, need to be automatically compiling potential book names that we are going to pitch within the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence for us to get right started on writing. Because I'm telling you, yo, watching this, it was a non-woman telling this story about Grace Jones. And the video essay was fine. I'm sure whatever project that was an assignment for, she got an A. It was fine. But it's like the subtleties. It's those subtle things that I'm sure in her mind, when she wrote them, didn't see anything wrong with them. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I am sure that in her very young baby self, when she wrote the script to do this documentary, this little video essay about Grace Jones, I am certain there wasn't anything wrong in her mind with the language that she used, with the articulation that she harped on about our great divine goddess in the flesh, Grace Jones, who to this day at 73 years old can outdance, outperform, outshine in every possible way any 25-year-old I've ever met. To this day. To this day. The baddest bitch that ever did the thing. There is none other. There is none other that can even come close. There are many, many diva divines. There are many, many black goddess incarnates that we can look to. Many, many. But baby, in my modern recollection, and y'all know me, I study history. In my modern recollection, in my mind's eye, baby, there is no one that even comes remotely close. Her audacity, her listen, fuck you is what the fuck I said. Oh, even as poorly done in my mind as this little girl's interpretation of the life of Grace Jones was, it still had me up in here hype. It had me up in here yelling. Oh my God. Everybody, listen, everybody who about that life, they need to have a little, even if it's just like a little card table, in they what do you call it? Your helpful people's corner, for those of you who are into feng shui at all, your little helpful people's corner. That if you are trying to wake your sleeping giant, if you are trying to assist your imprisoned giant to make a prison break, you need to have a little altar. I'm working on that shit this week. You need to have a little altar. You need to have a little altar to Grace Jones up in your shit. This woman, her life, ooh, ooh, just ooh, ooh, ooh. So I want to encourage you to go on YouTube and just, in the search engine, put like, this is madness. This thing that is happening with my channel right now on my laptop is suspect as fuck. Is dumb. But anyway, what you all need to do, and I don't care who you is, I don't care who you is, black, white, and all the races in between, male, female, and all the genders in between, babies to old people. Everybody need to get their life right this week and watch one of the many stories or essays or documentaries on the life of Grace Jones. When I tell you a God among men, that shit had me hyped today. That shit had me so hyped today. That's why I started plotting and scheming about what's gonna happen tonight when I go out to the club. Cause that shit had me hyped. I'm still hyped. I'm still hype. I'm hyped. Oh, she's so bad. Oh, she's so bad. And you know what? One other thing I'm gonna say. Two other things I'm gonna say about that. Then I'm gonna move on. In this little video essay that the girl did, one thing that stood out was like right out the gate, literally the first minute into the essay, she talks about, and she puts it off in a way like these were the common narratives about Grace Jones in her quote heyday, right in the early years. And I wrote these words down because I want to teach y'all something today. I wrote these words down. This little girl kept reverberating over and over and over like a goddamn mantra. Um, uncomfortable. She was identified as, quote, uncomfortable in the best way, terrifying, too dark, too masculine, too aggressive. She was in. It was said of her that the people that worked, the photographers that worked with her, frequently said that they were both inspired and terrified. She scared them. She was volatile, attention seeking, androgynous, vile, wild. Let's see. What else they say? Hold on. Let's see. Difficult in nature. Difficult in nature. She's a challenging interviewee. Um, Unpredictable behavior and outbursts, diva like tendencies, high flying bitch. These were the words that were frequently used to articulate people's disdain for her. Even as she was galvanizing all this attention and they wanted a piece of that attention, this was still how people were talking about her, even as they were seeking her out. You feel me? When she first started trying to model at the age of it says she was 18 years old when she moved to New York from Jamaica to try to pursue modeling. This was in 68, I think they said it was. And everybody in New York slammed the doors in her face, and the answer was still the same: you too masculine and you too dark. And so she was like, "Look, okay, fine. Maybe I ain't for the American market." And they said she didn't let that shit stop her like a single step. She went right across the water to France, and got booked right away. Got booked right away. Got booked right away. And all of a sudden, now these designers are featuring her in these magazines, and so now her phone is blowing up. Oh damn, we missed the boat on the black bitch. We we jumped the gun. You feel me? Now you playing catch up because you could not understand who you were standing in the presence of. You feel me? Anyway, all of these words, I said, damn. You feel me? Then there was a quote. Hold on. There was a quote that I want to read to you. She was talking about, the girl was talking about the first album that that Grace Jones released. And the first time she performed in public was at Studio 54. And she performed this song. I forget the name of the song, but it was one of her most famous songs. And it was her singing a traditionally French song in French, right? This is the quote the girl made in response to her breakout song. It shouldn't have worked. Talking about a Jamaican. Okay, let me say, it shouldn't have worked. A Jamaican model singing a French torch song over a disco beat. Costumes that looked like armor, and that voice, deep, commanding, almost threatening. It wasn't pretty. The song. It wasn't pretty, but it was powerful. It wasn't pretty, but it was powerful. This is the young white girl writing the essay. Now she ain't quoting somebody else. This is her interpretation of this song that Grace Jones sang for the first time at Studio 54 in a brilliantly beautiful, very simple pink dress, made up, looking every bit of feminine. And this was the girl's interpretation of this song that she sang in perfect French. That quote shouldn't have worked, especially not for no little black supermodel from Jamaica singing a French torch song over a disco beat, who her costumes always made it look like she was wearing armor and shit. And that voice, deep ass voice, commanding, almost threatening. It wasn't pretty, but it was powerful. She was it says she was a creature. This is the girl now. She was a creature of the night who commanded every entered. She created her own genre. She was dangerous, unhinged, demanding, outspoken, difficult to work with. Her difficult nature made it challenging for her to be interviewed. You see what I say? That we, the tree, we, the reavers, have to rewrite all time. The tree, we, the reavers, have to rewrite the book of life. Because if we all, black women, black skinned women, the darkest people on the planet, left the fuck up out of here tomorrow, and a whole new civilization of people came down upon this planet to join those who remained once we was up the fuck up out of here, the story that would be told about our presence on this planet would be catastrophic. That this whole new civilization talking to the people who was left behind would be like, damn, y'all sure had it bad. Y'all better be glad y'all escaped the tyranny of these black bitches. That's the story that would be told. If we left up out of here tomorrow and relied on those who remain to tell the world and these newcomers what it was like to be in space with us, it's shit like this that would remain. It's shit like this. It's stories like this, especially in this period. If they were just to jump both feet first, you understand, into watching TikToks and YouTubes and all of that shit, to see what these so-called red pillars have to say exclusively about black women. They don't talk about nobody else like that. They might have a few little shots here and there for women in general, but their vitriol, their absolute profession of deep and profound hatred for, it's reserved for us. It's reserved for us. And so if this new civilization came down to replace those of us dark-skinned bitches with uteruses in our bodies, child, this is this kind of sleight of hands, insidious shit that they would be confronted with all the time. And their conclusion, only based on somebody else articulating our story for us through their worldview and they worldview and their personal experience and lens. That the newcomers would be like, damn, y'all sure did dodge a bullet. Y'all sure did. Y'all just barely escaped with your lives. The way it sound. The way it sound like y'all just barely escaped with your goddamn lives. Sound like y'all was living under a totalitarian regime. That's what it sound like. that y'all was living under a totalitarian regime. That these wicked ass human beings was running amok to and fro and everywhere. That's the way y'all done wrote the story. That's the way y'all done told the tale. Is that the worst possible thing that happened to the whole of humanity was to be born from the body of a black-skinned bitch. Have y'all tell it. Have y'all tell it. It's the worst thing that could have ever happened to human beings. Even as you have this megalomaniac, consolidated megalomaniac, making child, not just making it hard for you to live, hard for you to eke out a living, but is making it hard for your ass to breathe. Literally breathe. Hard for your ass to find food that to this day, if left alone, the earth just let shit fall the fuck off the tree. You ain't even got to worry about where you got to eat. Ain't even got to worry about how you gonna eat. Shit will just literally fall the fuck up off the tree. You ain't even got to cultivate no grain and no shit, because if left alone, your mother, the way that she is right now, will literally just let shit fall off the tree to feed her babies. But these megalomaniacal lunatics that are in power, who have commodified the entire planet, there ain't nothing that exists on earth that ain't for sale. Nothing on earth that is not for sale. Not only is it not for sale, somebody done put a flag in it to make sure they the only ones that can sell it. They the only ones that have access to it. You feel me? But have y'all tell it. Let y'all tell the story. Let us bow out for a week. Say, you know what? We black women of the world, we black-skinned women of the world. When I say black-skinned women, yes, Mother Africa is the beginning. But there are multiplicities and varieties of black-skinned women who do not directly identify as the descendants of Africa. They got straight hair, the untouchables in India. They got curly hair, the Aboriginal people in fucking Australia and New Zealand. You feel me? The darker skinned complexion of people in Central and South America. You feel me? Who got bone straight hair, but their skin is black as mine. You feel me? The few little indigenous people of Hawaii that were able, for some reason, able in some way, somehow, to avoid forced imposed miscegenation that has lightened the entire population, so that nobody remember that the last king and queen of Hawaii was darker than me. Cool. They don't necessarily directly identify with Africa. Fiji, you name it, where all these black-skinned women are. The Philippines, where these black-skinned women are. Thailand, where these black-skinned women are. With bone straight hair. I say black-skinned women for a reason. You feel me? I still understand with absolute unreserved certainty that the aggression that we all experience and cannot articulate on earth right now is centered in this contest between Europe and Africa. That I am convinced, I am certain that if the tidal wave that we are attempting to generate, we people who have been reciting the temple of evolutionary emergences, conspiracy to right all wrongs, I am certain that if we can generate the gravity of the energetic, of the actual water tidal wave, of the energetic tidal wave, of the cosmological tidal wave that we are speaking into existence in real time, that if that shit can strike to the heart like a instantaneous there's a movie. y'all know I'm talking movie. What is that movie? I got to think about that, but I need that metaphor where it's like some kind of something that happens, and there's this like light wave of energy that like comes down. Like, you remember that old scary movie about Moses and the 10 Commandments and the angel of death, and it was like this big old hole that opened up in the sky, and this big old white kind of misty light thing came down, and in one big old fell swoop swept out all over the kingdom of Egypt, the firstborn baby, or the firstborn of everybody in Egypt, and it was all quick and scary looking and shit. This movie has something like that, but it was like this light energy that came down and like swept through the entire population, and where it swept through, it was like it penetrated their heart, and everybody was like instantly enlightened. That's the shit we trying to fucking create with the goddamn tidal wave of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs that we speak every day at 4:11, 11:11 universal time, wherever we are on the planet. That's the shit. And I am certain, you had me tell it, child, with complete, unreserved, absolute certainty that if we can do that, the way we are assisting to reach the children of, because children have a role to play, baby. Now, I haven't talked about it much, only maybe about twice in the last 3 years. But I think I might have to do a whole separate live on the role that babies, on the role that toddlers, on the role that young people, on the role that prepubescent teenagers, on the role that teenagers, on the role that young adults, a pivotal central part to this conspiracy that we casting. They play a central role in the erection of the new world. Right now, in this moment, they play a gargantuan, strategic, and central role in the overturning of the old and the consolidation of the new. They play a role, and we have to clearly define that for them. We have to not only clearly define it for them, we have to open up the space, create the space that allows them to create this new world on the terms that they set. On the terms that they set. On the terms that they set. We have to do that. We have to make sure that from now on, for the rest of human beings' time on the earth, that we show just as much respect and adoration to the sovereignty of babies that we show to humans. That bullshit, children should be seen and not heard. I reject that 10,000, a million percent, a million percent. That you aren't entitled to a voice until you 18. You ain't entitled to a choice. You are not entitled to question with why your parents have taken a certain action, or some adult in your life have taken some action that involves you and you had no say. Oh no. Oh no. No. When I mean what I say, I mean it 10,000%. 10,000%. When I say that as the temple of evolutionary emergence, and what the temple of evolutionary emergence is attempting to create in real time, that the only way, quote, real, principled, integral peace can exist on the planet Earth, anywhere on Earth, is the absolute immediate guarantee of sovereignty from the first breath to the last. That's the only way. And what does this look like? What does this look like to guarantee sovereignty to a baby that has no voice? What does it mean to guarantee sovereignty to a 3-year-old who is cutting up in public and you embarrassed? What does it look like to guarantee sovereignty to someone you working? Now, you had me tell her we won't be working but 12-hour work weeks. Okay? We won't be working but 12-hour work weeks, 20 hours at the most, and still be able to provide all the things that we need, not only to, quote, survive, but to thrive, to excel, to be abundant. The only reason we are not abundant, every one of the 8 billion of us on earth, is because a handful of megalomaniacal lunatics, 3,028 to be exact, 909 in the United States to be exact, 3,028 billionaires live on the planet. That's the only reason why. That's the only reason why suffering exists right now. It's the only reason the world look the way it look right now. That's the only reason that we have been in a perpetual unending of war for the last 400 years, is because billionaires exist. Because everything up until that point, so yeah, what was his name? Rockefeller was the first billionaire in like the 1930s or some shit. But everything that had been happening up until that point was to guarantee that he would become a billionaire. There were only 63 billionaires in the year 1990. That ain't that long ago. Now there's 909 billionaires in the United States. Let me fuck you up one more time. Okay, yeah. So there were 63 billionaires in the year 1990. In the year 2020, there were 297. In the year 2020, there were 297. Today, there are 909. This madness that you are experiencing as a consequence of the present lunatic with his most specific and peculiar mask, because all he is a mask of empire. That's it. He is wearing the very peculiar, necessary mask of input. When I tell you that what you're witnessing is necessary, that's why there's no blowback. It's necessary. That's why nobody that you voted for is bucking. Nobody you voted for. Nowhere. Not the Negroes you voted for, not the Asians you voted for, not the Mexicans you voted for. Nobody that you went to any of these polls to vote for, whether it's your primary, whether it's all of that mess y'all be going through. Nobody you voted is booking. Nobody who you voted for is like staging a real ass contest. There ain't no way I'm gonna let this happen on my watch. Ain't nobody out there staging no contest. Why? Because they have all made out like bandits as a consequence. It's not my opinion. All you have to do is go and Google the person that you voted for and to see how much wealth he has acquired as a consequence of filling the seat that you put him in. It's your power. It's your power. It's your energy. It's your belief in the system that put his ass there. And as soon as he gets there, he betrays you. As soon as she gets there, she betrays you. It's not my opinion. This girl, I just saw this video on YouTube the other day. This white girl, that shit blew my mind. It wasn't that I was surprised. It still blew my mind. Because this ain't even nothing this ain't no conspiracy theory at this point. All you got to do is go on to these government websites because they have to disclose who their donors were, who their beneficiaries were, what pharmaceutical company the lobbyists want them to support, what oil companies, what oil giants paid both sides of the aisle. So it's not even a conspiracy theory, but it's not old either. I've been an activist for a long time. I'm gonna be 50 years old in 2 months. I've been an activist for a long time. And this ain't new what we're talking about. This is just a different face. And because most of you are young, they count on you not having a deep memory of even recent history. I remember when I was like 24, 25 when 9/11 happened. And in the years after 9/11, remember, how radically the world was changing before our eyes. Y'all think that what you are experiencing, whether it's with the ICE raids, whether it's with the intensification of police violence, whatever it is, you think it's new. You think this is the worst it's ever been. But when your ass is half a century when your ass is half a century old and you have always been a relatively conscious person, so you keep things, you feel me? When you're a conscious person, young, you remember things, you recall things so that they make sense as you grow up. You don't lose shit. Your memory not short term. And so approaching half a century, approaching 50 in 2 months, and I am just every day since this dude took office, I am just so hyper aware of how much they're trying to convince you of how bad it is right now. But I'm like, damn, like I've experienced in my lifetime worse times. And there are too many times in conscious life as a young person, in my conscious life as a young person, too many times that seemed like the end of the goddamn world. And then guess what? The world didn't end. Ain't that about a bitch? Too many times in my thoughtful lifetime. And my thoughtful lifetime started pretty young. I was about 11 or 12 when I started questioning everything. When I started disrupting Sunday school service, I was pretty young when shit in the world that I was seeing with my actual eyes did not match what the preacher was saying from the pulpit on Sunday morning. This don't match. This don't match what you're saying. I got eyes. I can see. This don't match. Something don't add up. What? Like I remember, I'll never forget. I was like 11 or 12 years old, and the preacher was talking about I don't know, this particular time I actually heard what he was saying. Because I mean, it's the whole shtick. But he was like, yeah, the reason that we got to do mission work is because we have to make sure everybody on earth receives the word of Jesus. I was like, huh? Yeah. Like this is the first time in all my years growing up in the church. It was about 11 or 12. I was like, wait a minute, that don't sound right. This is the little girl I was telling you who was put in a van every Thursday night. Wait a minute, I put my Bible tracts out just for y'all because I was telling y'all about the Bible tracts the other night. And of course, because I cleaned up so thoroughly, I don't remember where the hell I put them. But I said I was going to keep them out just to show them. Oh, here they are. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because somebody I was like, what's a Bible tract? I was like, where the hell y'all been? But it's probably good you don't know what a Bible tract is. So anyway, when I was growing up, they would give us a whole fistful of these little Bible tracts. And we would center around one neighborhood, and each child would have to go with their friend group and knock on people's doors in the early evening, 6 or 7 o'clock, and knock on the door. And this would be our rap. It would be what would it say? We would say, excuse me, ma'am, excuse me, sir. Do you know if you die today, do you know if you would go to heaven? And then if they would answer us, obviously annoyed, we would say, if you don't know how to go to heaven, or if you would go to heaven, can I tell you today how to make sure you go to heaven when you die? And then we would hand them one of these, a little Bible tract, like a little mini comic book. This one isn't the most dynamic one I have. They usually have like little crazy pictures. There was one I found the other day. I wish I would have kept it out. I don't know what I did with it. That shit was terrifying. That shit was terrifying. It was like a little Bible tract, but it was like this way, right? And the picture on the cover, right? The picture on the cover said, Jesus is coming. Are you ready? That's what it said. Jesus is coming. Are you ready? And then the picture, like an illustrated picture cartoon, was a family, a father, a mother, and a son with their eyeballs whited out and 666 on their forehead, but like it looked like it had been tattooed on their forehead because it was like little blood, little blood dripping, dripping off their head. And their mouth is open and they're like, because they see Jesus coming out of the sky and they got the 666 and their eyes has been blotted white and shit, and they in shock because they hear the trumpet and shit. And then there's like the four horsemen are behind them. It was terrifying. It was terrifying. This is the shit I grew up with. So we would give them the little Bible tract and tell them the promise of life everlasting. And all you got to do is believe in your heart and say with your mouth that Jesus is my personal Lord and Savior, and you were saved. It's just that easy. You feel me? And the reason I'm telling you this is because I remember the exact moment where, even though we had been saying that, even though we had been knocking on the doors all that time, even though we treated it like a game because we get to go outside or whatever, this particular Sunday, he said, yeah, well, that's why we support the missions, is because, we have to make sure, like, because, and listen to, God damn it, listen to what I'm saying. The shit is in your face the whole time. But because it's your only frame of reference to spirituality for the first 18 years of your life, the obvious eludes you. And so that's what that was we called it door knocking. Guess what we called it? We called it soul winning. Oh, it's Thursday. We got to go soul winning. Child, it's Thursday night and we got to go soul winning. It's Thursday night and we got to go soul winning. You know why we called it soul winning? We called it soul winning because according to evangelical Christians, the Catholic Church too, but most expressly evangelical Southern Christians, our primary responsibility once we get saved, there is nothing more important once you, quote, get saved than to heed God's demand to participate in the harvest. Y'all, this shit is so diabolical. To participate in the harvesting of souls. Listen, there's no work more important for a newly saved Christian than to participate in the mandatory harvesting of souls. They literally call it the Great Harvest. God damn. Oh Oh, child. Why they do that? Why they call it the Great Harvest, y'all? Oh my God. Why do they call it the Great Harvest, y'all? Because the mother can't have nothing. The mother cannot have nothing. Every single solitary, seemingly minute story that she ever constructed, her son stole every single word to the absolute undeniable letter. Who is the mother of the harvest? Who is responsible for making sure that there is plenty for her children to eat? Who is the mother of the harvest? It's Virgo the Virgin. What is the time that Virgo the Virgin makes sure that there will be plenty to harvest in the fall at the peak of her time? Her son, Taurus, the bull of heaven, who guarantees the absolute primarily strategic conditions that allow for every seed that you plant in the ground. Hell, every seed you just cast in the wind is guaranteed to take root because Taurus, the bull of heaven, who guarantees heaven on earth, make sure all the time that the conditions are perfect, for in those times of dark, in those times of the cool and the cold, that you will be able to eat without having to toil. That's the whole purpose. The whole purpose is for the spring to guarantee that whatever action that you exert is going to yield a bounty far beyond the energy that you exerted. So that period of mandatory rest under the mother. Under the mother, after the harvest in late fall, your ass supposed to be asleep. Not only asleep, you're supposed to be sleeping a lot, having sex a lot. That's not my opinion. Having sex a lot. That's why there are, they, at least statistically, they say there are more Arieses on Earth. No, not Arieses. I'm lying. Let me not even complete that statement. But that's why. Is what else you gonna do when it's cold outside and you ain't gotta work because you have stored the plenty from the harvest that was bountiful. This is your rest. This is the rest that you get for all of those months of hard work. Planting the seed, breaking open the soil, weeding, caring for, singing to your little plants, the extra work that has to go into the summer months of caring for your progeny, child. Ooh, child. Caring for your progeny. Caring, not blind. You don't have to have faith that the work that you did in the spring is going to yield bounty in the fall. You don't have to have faith. You don't have to pray. Please let the plants grow. Please let the plants grow. You don't have to do that. Our ancestors, contrary to what you have been taught, yes, even our ancient ancestors, yes, even our prehistoric ancestors, contrary to what you have been taught, our ancestors were scientists. They perfected the art of observation. They were scientists. And so they didn't have to beg and plead and pray and try to manipulate what they saw is like spirit or some shit to ensure that the bounty was going to be guaranteed. They did that every year. That's what the silent observation allows you to do, is recognize cycles, recognize symbols, recognize repetitions in the pattern of the great whole. It allows you the opportunity to set a course for your life that is absolutely 10,000% certain. You don't have to hope. You don't have to dream. You don't have to pray. You don't have to maybe sort of, if I have faith hard enough, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. And our ancestors knew that. The rituals, the celebrations, the ceremonies that you witness that are told through somebody else's lens and worldview, child, all the way back to the beginning, told through somebody else's lens and worldview and ulterior motives, for that matter, teaches you that all of the ceremonies that they talk about, all the rituals that they talk about, all the things that they talk about was because they were so backwards. They believed that if they didn't do these ceremonies, then the yield would not pop up. That's a lie straight out of hell. It's a lie. It's a lot. Our ancestors were scientists. Not only were they scientists and perfectionists at the science of observation, perfectionists at the science of observation. Their celebrations, their rituals, their ceremonies were in gratitude after the fact, still based on certainty. They showed thanks. They knew because they knew their mother, child, because they were not apart from their mother. Who was their mother? Earth. Who was their mother? They mamas. They knew that their relationship with their personal mother was absolutely indicative, mirrored the relationship that they had with the greater whole, the earth. They understood that their relationship as earth, a singular, everybody own it, every species own it, a singular one, earth. They knew that their relationship with their mama and their relationship with their mother, the earth, was also a mirror of this relationship that they had with the great universe, all the planets in our solar system, all the stars. That's why they contemplated these things and worked them out to mathematical precision. You keep being told this all the time about how the Mayan calendar was so mathematically precise that it was only off by what was it, 100th of a percent. 100th of a percent. They were certain. They could be certain because they were scientists. They could be certain because they understood they had a deep understanding of mathematics, not in some linear way like you was told in elementary school so you hated math. They had a full, complete picture as both recognizing this harmonious, cyclical, predictable relationship with their mother because they knew their mother always cared for them. They knew their mother always cared for them. How did they know that? Because their mama always cared for them. Their mama was like, baby, I ain't gonna let you starve. I'm not gonna leave a stinky diaper on you. I'm gonna make sure that you are as comfortable as you can be in this life experience. And in that relationship, that foundational relationship with the actual mama, when they became of age and began to wonder about things, they knew that their greater mother would do the same thing. That if we just treat the mother right, that if we it was a regular quote spiritual practice, but it wasn't just a spiritual practice, it was a scientifically observed practice of making sure that at every harvest 10% of that harvest was going to stay out in the field. Why? That was the offering that they made to the mother. What purpose did it serve? To feed the mother's other children. Like, humans ain't the only people on the planet got to eat. And so, in this cyclical relationship with the greater whole, these things that we practice without a true context, I'm telling you, man, so many of the ceremonies and the rituals and the prayers and the things that we do are without a proper context. Somebody else teaching you what these things meant through their peculiar and specific worldview and experience. And you wonder sometimes why these things don't work for you, and you won't ever ask yourself, well, who is it that's teaching you these things? Do they have ulterior motives? Do they always want you to remain the eternal mentee, and they remain the eternal all-knowing mentor, and so they only give you little dips and dabs of this and that because they have ulterior motives in the distribution of quote ritual and ceremony that's dogmatically applied, doesn't talk to you about the deep scientific and mathematically precise reason for the spiritual practice. There is a scientific and mathematically precise reason for the creation of culture. There's a reason that we create culture. There's a reason that we have not created new and dynamic culture in this age, that we dogmatically repeat the culture of the old. We have been taught in such a way that we do not have the confidence that we can radically create something new that specifically applies to us and who we are in this moment in history. Keep from the old ways those foundational ideas and erect something totally new on top of it, being loyal and faithful to the foundation of who we are, while at the same time complying to what our ancestors taught us. You must grow, you must evolve. That's the whole process required of life, is to perpetually grow, to perpetually evolve, to be better than we were, to know more than we did. But that hasn't been the way for a long time. Your elders try to purposefully keep you in the dark. Your elders try to purposefully keep you ignorant. Why they do that? Why they do that? Because they will be exposed if they give you everything and you actually apply it the correct way. If you apply ritual and ceremony, magical practice the way you're supposed to, it will expose many that you call mentor. I'm just going to give it to you blood raw. Many that you call mentor will be exposed. Their mediocrity will be exposed. So they can't give you everything. They cannot give you all the tools. They make you hog-tied to go getting readings from them all the time. I'm trying to give you a word. They make it so that you can never go out and do these things by yourself. You have to go to your yeye. You have to go to your baba. You have to go to some great he somewhere, because only he can give you the true meaning of the Dafa. Only he can give you the true interpretation of Orunmula's will, or whoever it is, wherever you are. Because I see the same shit with the Mayan community out here, the Azteca community out here, the native community out here. It don't matter where you go on earth. There's always some super supreme divine he. There's always some super smart intellectual he. There's always some super supreme he standing in the way of your evolution, bitch. I'm trying to give you a word. And I'm talking to men too. I'm talking to males too. There's always some super supreme divine he, some mystical, magical motherfucker with a Y chromosome attempting to stay your evolution, attempting to hold you back from having the fucking breakthrough your mother is constantly kicking your ass to have. She is. She is. She is. You know why she doing that? Because she's like, baby, I just want you to understand. The only thing I'm interested in is your happiness. The only thing I'm interested in is your expressions of joy and happiness and ecstasy. And I want you to feel what feels familiar to you, and what it is you constantly long for but cannot express. Baby, there is a sigh of despair that has polluted the entire planet. I literally, right before I jumped up on here, saw this video that this young man did. I'm probably going to do a live about it. I'll be true, because I was like, there's some things that we've been talking about anyway. He was talking about the endocrine system, and y'all know that's my bag, right? That's my jam. But he was talking about, this is terrifying. Did I write his name down? I'm not sure I did, because I took so many notes today. He was talking about a recent study that just came out about the radical increase in what the government calls excess deaths. So they have an expected amount of deaths every year, right? Which is crazy. They have an expected amount of deaths every year based on the diseases that commonly kill people, and also the other activities like drug use, car accidents, that kind of stuff. Baby, he was talking about how over the last 4 generations, he was showing these graphs from this study that was talking about the different levels of, quote, excess deaths from generation to or from decade to decade. And he said, excuse me, so I'm Generation X. He said that since the 1990s, since the late 1990s, so what they call millennials or Generation Y, Gen Y or the millennials, that since the millennials, young people between the ages of 24 and 45 years old have been experiencing a radical increase. So I'm going down, because the down represents the radical increase in quote unnecessary deaths, or what they call excess deaths. This radical increase in deaths. And I'll be honest, I was upset because he didn't go as deep as I thought he was going to, because he did not identify those deaths by race, by class, or anything. Just a pool of everybody between the 24 and 45 since the year 2000. Since the year 2000, there has been a radical increase in the loss of life of young people between the ages of 24 and 45. Child, when I tell you I was sitting up in here mind blown, mind blown. That's what I said, mind blown. Mind blown. And one of the things that stood out to me was, at first they were saying that the two biggest causes of death, especially over this last period, has been COVID and death by drug overdose, or the opioid, crisis or whatever, right? But right up, listen to what the hell I'm trying to tell y'all. I was up in here subdued. And he didn't go that deep into this next thing. So the two biggest, quote, causes of death over the last 2 decades has been COVID and drug overdose. Okay. But right underneath drug overdoses and COVID was what was called metabolic and endocrine issues. I said, oh my God. Metabolic and endocrine issues. Has that not what I have mentioned at least 4 times over the last 2 weeks in preparation for this event that we walking towards over the next 9 days? I said, oh my God. So this kid, with the limited understanding that he has, talks about what the scientific explanation of the metabolic and endocrine causes of excess premature death in young people in the United States alone. First of all, this, quote, excess death, only of 52 developed countries on earth, the only country experiencing this, quote, excess, meaning deaths over the expected numbers annually based on your major disease issues, violence, and car accidents. And that the only country in 52 developed countries. Hold on. What in the hell? This damn TikTok bullshit that in the middle of a live makes you swipe a puzzle piece over to verify that you real or something. So bizarre. Anyway, the United States is the only country in 52 developed nations that's having this, quote, crisis of excess deaths. And so he's trying to understand, he's trying to, communicate what the, quote, professionals have said is the basis behind these metabolic and endocrine excesses in death that are just under, that actually exceed accidental deaths, like car accidents. They actually exceed accidental deaths as metabolic and endocrine causes. And he cited an article that said one of the biggest issues, autoimmune disorders, regardless of who they are in, autoimmune disorders are not directly tied to metabolic and endocrine issues. They're not directly tied to that. And I can talk about that one day, because apparently this is something that people have been passionate about. It's not the first time somebody's mentioned autoimmune disorders in the chat. But this is not directly tied, just so you know, Zoe. It's not directly tied to metabolic and endocrine issues. But it's fascinating that of all the ways that you can have a discussion about metabolic issues and metabolic and endocrine issues, the article that he pointed to, based on the professional opinion, did I write it down? Based on the professional opinion of these scientists that have been really researching this since the 1980s, right? This whole excess death concept. Let me see if I wrote it down. But what he was saying, what the conclusion was that from Gen Y all the way to the current generation, that the primary thing that defined their life, that their parents, first of all, these generations, from Gen Y or millennials until now, all of them are dying sooner on average than their parents. You hear what I'm telling you? This is a catastrophe. That all of the generations born since the millennials, so that's Gen Y, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. I don't know if there's another one after that so far. All of them are dying sooner than their parents. Their parents are outliving them. And the one thing the quote professionals, the quote scientists have identified as the potential primary cause of this excess death in the young generations is chronic food insecurity and income instability. Like that's a side note. Like that's a side note. Chronic food instability, chronic food insecurity and income instability. Like as a side note. But the same guy on the same article says, but we are recognizing that since the advent of Gen Y or millennials, every generation seems to be experiencing a deeper and deeper sense of collective loneliness. I could have threw the TV. I could have threw the TV. I could have threw the TV. The young man who's doing this video is attempting to articulate in a very oversimplistic way, but thorough. Y'all might need that. Some people might need that. I know I be going a little hard on the medical jargon. Some people may need the oversimplified explanation. So he gives a very, to me, overly simplistic explanation of the functioning of the endocrine system, of the nervous system, and of the endocrine system, of the nervous system, and how that plays out in this that these quote professionals have come to. But he starts out talking about the nervous system and the endocrine system by talking about your receptors. You have receptors everywhere in your body. The receptors are part of the nervous system, right? And these receptors, based on what is actually coming into the body, right? Like y'all, a lot of y'all, especially in California, be talking about your cannabinoid receptors, right? Because that's why we will function as medicine in your body, is because your body has developed receptors in your body that perfectly fit like a lock and key. When you consume cannabis, you have cannabinoid receptors that the medicine, the chemical, locks into, just like a perfect little lock. And this is how you receive the medicinal benefits of the consumption of cannabis. Well, you have opioid receptors too, but your opioid receptors primarily are to receive the opioids that you naturally produce. You, as a healthy human being, as I've been telling y'all for 2 weeks straight, as a healthy, living in perfect harmony, balanced human being, if you experience pain, you will your body, as soon as you experience an injury, child, your body will go into hyperdrive motion, into hyperdrive response, to make sure that it's not only stimulating your immune response, but it's also stimulating your own production of opioids to blunt the pain. When you experience the trauma, your body automatically knows, okay, they hurt, we hurt. This is what I've been telling y'all in my discussion about the endocrine system for 2 weeks. I've been talking about your endocrine system for a reason that this video highlighted profoundly. Your endocrine system. these devices. I'm telling you, this is going to be a new and regular occurrence. They're going to get us comfortable with glitches, taking us back to like 1999 computer, where you just waiting for the shit to load and load and load. They're going to get you comfortable with the prevalence of dysfunctional gadgetry. They're going to get you comfortable and get you comfortable and get you comfortable and get you comfortable with this chronically, seemingly unsuspecting fuckoffery of your gadgetry until one day they say, okay, we have numbed them enough. And then they yank your shit right up off all the waves. I'm telling you. So if you don't know how to read Morse code, learn how to read Morse code. Get yourself a shortwave radio. Like, find out all the old school gadgetry, because I'm telling you, they are prepping you. They are priming you to accept a complete and total lockdown of all methods of communication. I'm telling you, that's what they're doing. I'm telling you, that's what they're doing in real time. Anyway, so, she says, Claudia Ankara says, some streamers have had the whole stream pulled off these platforms for no reason. I've been saying that for 2 weeks. That's why I'm in a panic state about getting all my shit downloaded to my external hard drives, because I can see the writing on the wall, child. I can see the writing on the wall. and half these people getting their shit yanked up off the internet ain't nowhere near as belligerent as I have been. They tame innocent compared to the content that I have created over this last period. So I can see the writing on the wall. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, the endocrine system. There's a reason that I'm bringing it up. I'm gonna circle back, but there's a reason that I'm bringing it up. Is because these quote professionals, their conclusion is that chronic food insecurity, income instability, and a deepening sense of loneliness among the younger generations. And then, of course, in addition to that conclusion, is because they addicted to to the internet. They addicted to their phones. They addicted to the internet. They addicted to apps. And this is the only thing that's responsible for what they have identified as the concerning and radical increase of excess death among America's youngest population, at least working population, ages 24 to 45. That's all y'all got to offer. No deep economic analysis of why the chronic food insecurity and income instability. No deep philosophical analysis to offer to this crisis of increasing income debt. Income. This increasing in excess deaths. That's all y'all got. Is people lonely, they hungry too often, and they got shitty jobs. That's all y'all got to offer as an explanation why this is only happening in the United States out of 52 developed countries too. And so this guy starts to talk about the endocrine system, and he starts with a discussion about the receptors. The reason he talked about the receptors is because of what we endogenously produce. And the majority of things that we endogenously produce are based on the nervous system's relationship to the endocrine system. Okay? Now, when I, over the last 2 weeks, have been talking to you about ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. Okay. The reason I've been talking to you guys over the last 2 weeks about the endocrine system, or even saying things as basic as, like, I'm always saying, like yesterday, I went in hard yesterday on the live talking about how the problem that plagues the planet, if you have me tell it, and I feel like I can speak on it with some authority, with 4 degrees in several different fields of medicine. You feel me? I feel like I can speak on this with some authority. I feel like the primary and most unaddressed and undiscussed cause of so much of what we experience, where we think about health is concerned around the planet, is that we believed a lie. That's the starting point. Because I might need to go back and tell you the story about my preacher and when I started questioning him, because it's related. We believed a lie. That's the starting point. The seed that is blooming right this moment, that is articulating itself in 10 million ways, One way is this, quote, ballooning, this radical increase of excess deaths of 24 to 45-year-olds. This is a symptom of a seed planted long, long ago. We are seeing the fruit of the seed that was planted long, long ago. This seed, this lie, this seed that we have been believing for generations and generations and generations. The seed that was planted, that was extraordinarily effective and has yielded the fruit intended. Come on in the room and let me give y'all a word today. Oh, fuck. Let me give you a word today. The fruit that we are experiencing right now, just as mathematically as I talked to you about how our ancient people, they were not ignorant, they were not savages, who just didn't understand, so they had to beg and plead spirit to give them fruit and shit. That the reason that they were able to put a seed in the ground with absolute certainty that in 6 months something was going to spring the fuck up out the ground that they could harvest and eat, not only harvest and eat, but save and store for those 4 months that they wasn't going to do nothing. We ain't working for the next 4 months. This was a cyclical This was a cyclical and harmonious relationship with their environment, with their mother. Their mother said, "Look, I'm about to shut the blinds on this bitch. I'm gonna make it dark. That's what I mean. I'm gonna shut the blinds on this bitch, and I'm gonna make it excessively cold to ensure that you do what I say. Take the time to rest because the seeding season is coming, and you're gonna have to work. You're gonna have to toil. You're gonna have to split the earth and put the seeds up. It's gonna be hard work. You need about 3-4 months to rest and relax because the next 3 seasons your ass gonna be working. Your ass is gonna be working hard for the next 3 seasons to ensure with certainty that you have enough food to justify you taking off 3 to 4 months out of the year. I want you to sleep. I want you to rest. I want you to relax. I want you to do little ceremonies to honor your ancestors because the veil is thin this time of the year. And so now you can just sit and parlay with your ancestors. You feel me? I want you to have lots and lots and lots of sex. That's why they criminalize Capricorn. That's why they criminalize the goat. I don't know if y'all saw my new t-shirt. That's why they criminalize the goat. Is because Capricorn is the peak of that season where the goddess demanded that you live a life of leisure. What did it say about worship of whatever the name of the deity was at that time, whether it was Dionysus or Bacchus or whoever the deity was, the god of the grain, the god of agriculture, right? That period of time was very valuable in goddess worshiping societies, not only because it represented a successful harvest. That's what the celebration was about. During the winter solstice, the quote, what y'all call the 12 days of Christmas, this was the length of those quote harvest season ceremonies at the winter solstice, because they was like, yes, they would have a giant party that would last. Damn, my nose ring is pissing me off, y'all. I'm sorry, but I lost a little ball on it, and so now it's like irritating the shit out of me. Anyway, imagine it's the middle of the winter time. It's the winter solstice. It's the darkest day of the year, and they decide that the 5 days before and the maybe 5 days after, or the 6 days after, they're gonna have a turn up. They're gonna have a party on the winter solstice with the peak being the solstice. Why they gonna have a turn up? How they do that? Because they did all the work necessary in the spring, in the summer, and the fall to ensure that the harvest was bountiful enough that they could eat all the way through those 3 to 4 months that they are living their life of leisure. And the ceremonial practice of this work well done through the three warm seasons, this was the mother's gift to them. All of the ceremonies, right? The Bacchus ceremony, Saturnalia, were defined by all the things that do what? That give your flesh pleasure. Every single aspect of these ceremonies that lasted for 12 days were to imbibe abundantly in those things that give the flesh pleasure. That's why orgies always were a part of the ceremonial practice. That's why there were no class distinctions for those 12 days. There was no rich, there was no poor. So for only them 12 days, the wealthy and the poor intermingled, partied together, had sex with one another, became friends for those 12 days because it relieved the pressure. What else helped? To allow the people to experience fleshly desires abundantly as a gift from the mother for a year of hard work. Guess what else happened? Every year, that if a person's debts were not squared by the end of the year, during Saturnalia, their debts were dissolved. You start out with a clean slate every year. And guess what? It wasn't just the Romans and the Greeks that did that. The Hebrews did that shit too. It was common practice for Hebrews to dissolve all debt during their winter solstice adjacent ceremonies that we know as Hanukkah. It was common practice for they too to dissolve all debts. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. Okay? That sex, that wine, that music. We had this whole conversation yesterday about the horny goat man, the horny goat man. That too is a totem, a mascot for this particular period in the year, where that's why you receive gifts at this time of the year, because Christianity stole your mother's stories and superimposed it on a fictitious Jesus. And so the gift giving process is emblematic of the mother giving abundantly to her babies so that they can experience abundant pleasure in the flesh for this short little period of time, where all she wants you to do is eat till you feel, drink till you feel, make friends without judgment superimposed on you. You feel me? Have as much sex as you want to with no judgment coming down on you. This is her gift giving through those 12 days of what you now call Christmas that has been hijacked by your fictitious savior. I'm just trying to give you a word. Just trying to give you a word. And the evidence that it is a outright thievery of the gift, the abundant gift giving of the mother stolen by her son gone rogue, is even the mythology on every culture will tell you. We just passed it. The summer solstice, if you were looking at a regular clock, right? The summer solstice is noon. The summer solstice, if you were looking at a clock, is high noon on the clock. It is the hottest day of the year, ideally, metaphorically. It is the longest day of the year. And all of the mythologies that talk about the significance of the summer solstice as a mythology talk about the summer solstice, being the day of the year or the time of the day, high noon, where the quote, sun finally is victorious over the dark, where the sun defeats the dark. That's the summer solstice, metaphorically, because it's the longest day of the year. This day, throughout history, for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, has been a mythological archetype of whatever sun, S-U-N, sun, S-O-N, hero, sun hero in every mythology on earth, where this moment, high noon on your regular clock or high noon on your zodiacal chart, which is the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, where the sun is finally in this great battle against the dark, this great victorious battle of the dark attempting to of the sun attempting to conquer the enemies of the dark. High noon becomes this moment where the sun is victorious over the evils of the dark, summer solstice. So metaphorically, historically, Winter solstice is the exact opposite. It is the day of the year as the longest night of the year, where the dark, where the creatures of the dark, where the enemies of the sun finally conquer the sun. But that's not the way the story is told anymore. That's not the way the story is told anymore since the advent of the creation of the Christ. I mean specifically Jesus Christ as the most recent Christ. His personification as the most recent Christ is contrary to even the old Christ. His story as the Christ, because there have been, I think, 52 Christs in these mythologies of the past. His most recent personification of the Christ, aka the hero, symbolism in mythology, broke the mold, child, broke the mold. And we can see the impact that it's had on the earth. He broke the mold. He broke the mold. The most recent mold before him was Dionysus. We talked about Dionysus at length last night, aka Bacchus. The reason we had to talk about Dionysus and Bacchus last night is because we just transitioned out of a summer solstice, and we see on the exact day of the solstice, like I promised you, because why? Trump is the face of the peak personification of the sun gone rogue. This mythology that has existed over and over and over again, and not just in myth. The mythology has played out in real world scenario. That is how listen, this is how convicted they are to symbolism. But your ass believe myth means make believe, not real. That's not what it means. That's not what it means. And because you believe that myth is not real, so you do not pay attention, there are too many emperors of the past who have said verbatim the same words out their mouth that Jesus has said. This is a repetition, a playing out in real time of myth. Trump sitting in the White House, as every developed country on earth, at least in Europe, let me say that, is at least all of the developed countries in Europe are complaining about the sharp increase of crimes against women, and at the same time, a radical increase or re-emergence of white nationalism that directly corresponds with the political environment in the United States. They're all just doing these things at the same time. Baby, this is a real world, real time acting out of old mythology. Because in their mind, in order for them to maintain positions of power over the masses, they have to reiterate, deepen, and sharpen the symbolism. Because your science teaches you this. Your science teaches you what I'm saying, but you call it everything but what it is. Your science teaches you, quote, what they reduce to your, quote, reptilian brain, where what they say is responsible for all of your habits and behaviors that are housed in your, quote, reptilian brain. That does what? What do they tell you about your reptilian brain? That your reptilian brain, quote, that has not evolved, bullshit, by the way, that has not evolved, your reptilian brain governs so much of your behavior because, quote, this is where habits and memories and all of these things are stored, but also reactions, how you react in the world, how you respond to stimuli in the world is, quote, from your reptilian brain. And the problem with that is that your reptilian brain, child, does not understand modern language. Your reptilian brain does not respond to alphabets, cursive, print writing, speeches. It does not respond to that. This is what modern science, both psychology and philosophy, your Carl Jung's and your Joseph Campbell's and all your so-called great thinkers, your reptilian brain, the reason that it has such a radical impact on your behavior and on your life and so on and so forth is because it responds only to symbols. Not only to symbols by themselves, symbols and the feelings that correspond with those symbols. That's why they tell you the story of Zeus and Hercules and Perseus 10 million times over the last 100 years. How many movies? How many movies there? They done made about that bullshit. How many times can you see a story about Jesus? You know the story. Why they gotta remake that damn movie every year? Why they gotta do that? Why do you continue to see stories about people flying across the sky with a blue outfit on and a red cape? Why you got to see that? Why they done remade Superman 11 times? Why they did that? Because they know you respond, you react, you respond. Your emotions are governed primarily by your reptilian brain that only responds to symbols and the feelings those symbols generate. That's why they have to tell you the same story over and over and over and over and over and over again. What is the symbol that they are trying to rule your life by? In these movies that always talk about the great white hope and the great white benefic and the great white guy and the great white hero who's on the great white hero's journey in every single story, even if the characters are melanated. It's still the same story. It's still promoting the same response in your reptilian brain that is your ancient brain, who, if it didn't have the conditioning through symbols that it has, would be your greatest ally. Mm-hmm. 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 Even as your conditioning is deep, your blood in your DNA, which too has to flow through that reptilian brain, is still trying to be your greatest ally. Your brain is fucked up right now, baby, and I get it. And so hopefully this cellular memory of yours, hopefully these memories locked deep, trapped deep under lock and key in your DNA, boo. Hopefully your blood, hopefully the cells in your flesh, hopefully your organs can bypass the chronic hypnosis through symbols, images, and the chemical fortification of that shit. Because every time you see an image, every time you have an emotion that corresponds with that image in your reptilian brain, there is a chemical response in your endocrine system to this experience that you are having that fortifies that falsity in your flesh, in your blood, in your organs, in your hormones, in your cells. So when we talk about these, quote, mysterious cellular mutations that are the starting point of the development of tumors and cancers, and we don't understand how these mutations happen, they are lying. They are lying. They are lying. They are lying. Whether it's Western medicine, whether it's any other system of medicine, they are lying. The evidence is everywhere if you care to see. We talked the other day about the 7 deadly sins, right? And we were saying, fuck that. The 7 deadly sins are about to be the 7 virtues in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, right? Right? And but when I was writing that down, the 7 deadly sins according to the Bible, the 7 virtues according to the Bible, and like Buddhism and all these other, philosophies, and I had a moment right then that I didn't talk to you about. And in that moment, when we talk about the 7 deadly sins, right, the 7 virtues, right, and I'm always talking about how everywhere in the Bible, I am able to see in real time where the Bible stole Eastern philosophies, sharpened up the edges a little bit, and then said, okay, this is what God said. But it was an outright theft from Eastern philosophical thought. And in that moment where we were talking about the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues, I was like, holy fuck, this is a moment. I'd never seen it before until I was talking to y'all about it last night, 2 nights ago, whenever it was. I was like, oh my God, there it is again, where the Christians stole the idea for their so-called 7 virtues and their 7 deadly sins. Guess what it is in Chinese medicine? It is called the 7 evils. In the medicine that I practice, it is called the 7 evils. You want to know what the 7 evils are? The 7 evils are your emotions. The 7 evils are joy. The 7 evils are rage or wrath. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? The 7 evils are rage or wrath. The 7 evils are fear, aka uncertainty. The 7 evils are prolonged grief, anxiety and worry. What does anxiety and worry denote? At least in terms of the scripture, a lack of faith. When you're anxious and you're worried, it means you don't have faith, right? You're not certain about things, whatever those things are. You're constantly worried, right? There's several, probably 30 different scriptures about the sin of worry, the sin of worry, right? What's another one? Envy is an evil in Chinese medicine. Envy is considered an evil in Chinese medicine. Yep. Envy, jealousy is considered an evil in Chinese medicine. What else? Oh, lust is considered an evil in Chinese medicine. But the evils of Chinese medicine are not some rote, static, oh, these emotions are evil and you should not experience them. That's not what it means. The way Chinese medicine articulates this philosophy is that emotions are healthy and necessary to help you to understand the safety or non-safety in the environment that you are in. You heard what I just said? Every emotion is a healthy response that helps your brain interpret at any given time whether the environment that you are in is safe for you or not, healthy for you or not. The emotions become evil when they are, according to Chinese medicine, I'm getting chills everywhere. The emotions only become evil when they are not expressed and not resolved. You heard what I said? Listen, goddammit. Listen, not only expressed, but also resolved. What does this mean? You want me to give you a modern example of what the fuck this means? That is easy when some shit jump off because we are chronically being trained to be reactionaries. Reptilian brain conditioning. Okay, walk with me. We are constantly and chronically being trained to be reactionaries, to not solve problems, to not forecast the arrival of problems through the very scientific observation and mathematically specific way that you can anticipate some shit coming down the pike. Not that your ass got a crystal ball. Not that that's wrong if you got it like that, but everybody ain't got it like that. If you ain't got it like that, guess what you do have? The ability to be still and observe scientifically the mathematically precise indicators of repetitions of patterns in the world around you. So you are not chronically caught the fuck off guard by shit that done happen 10, 11, 15, 20 times. And your ass react every time. Oh my God. Your ass react the same way every time like it's brand new. Every time like it's brand new. Like this very thing that you are reacting to has not happened 30 times before that should be able to have you see and analyze objectively and scientifically with your eyes and in your lived experience that which is obviously of some type of strategically and mathematically precise and planned event that happens over and over and over again. But because you're predictable, why are you predictable? Because of these images that you are being fed all the time, 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 partnered with the magic of music, partnered with the consolidation of that image because of the corresponding emotional, aka adrenal, aka hormonal response that goes along with that emotion and your response to that image. So the conditioning, whether, because it usually happens at the same time. The music. Why do we have music scores for movies? Why can't you just watch a movie that ain't got no movie scores? You think because it adds extra level of entertainment. No, it is a weapon. It is a strategic weapon. Music, along with the implantation of these images in your head, specifically to target and embed themselves like a wicked seed in your reptilian brain that only responds to images and the corresponding emotional reaction to those images, partnered with the deepening and concentration of that shit with music. Also, with the hormonal responses, multiplicities of hormonal responses happening at this moment. That's why multiplicities of hormonal responses happening at this moment. That's why I'd be really concerned about y'all who quote love horror movies. What in the hell? Something is happening with my my feed on YouTube. Can y'all see me on YouTube? Just somebody give me a thumbs up and let me know if you can see me, because I'm getting this weird message that I've never seen ever. It says more than one ingestion is using the primary URL. Send one stream to the primary ingestion URL. What the hell does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. But as long as y'all can still see me, I hate when shit like this be breaking my flow. But anyway, so damn, man. So fuck, how did I even get on that? Oh, the evils. Okay. So in Chinese medicine, Chinese medical philosophy, they guarantee the outcome that they know. Okay, so I'm just gonna tell you guys, I'm a TikTok channel. My phone is about to die and I do not have, of course I don't. You know what? Let me just get up a second and grab a cord because my phone's about to die. Hopefully I can catch it before it does. Otherwise, those of you who are on TikTok, you can, if I can't get my phone to act right, then you can join us on my YouTube channel, which is @ Daughter of the Fates. So just go into YouTube and put in the search engine @ Daughter of the Fates. Otherwise, a whole bunch of other stuff will come up that you have to wade through. You feel me? And I guess because I don't have anything, let me see if I have something to rig my setup with. Let's see here. Can I what can I use to rig my setup? Let's see if that will work. Got to be shifting all these books around. That might just do, but y'all just gonna get a different angle of me, so I won't be looking directly at you because I can't. Yeah, it doesn't appear that I can rig it from where I am set up. So that's just gonna have to do. Y'all gonna have to get the side. Let me shift my little platform around. I can do that though. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, that will do. That will do. All right. So anyway, the reason for me going into that, and it's important because again, I was having this conversation with a friend of mine today, and some things occurred to me in that conversation that are relevant to this. That we were talking about AI, which was what I intended this live to be about, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get to that in the best way. So I might just rechange the title or whatever. But we were talking about some new developments in AI that are literally just weeks old and everybody's talking about because they're mostly diabolical developments. They're not good. They're not benevolent. They're like diabolical developments in AI. And so let me not get too far off topic. When we're talking about the images, when all these people, who be talking about especially not to offend anybody, but yes, to offend people. Yeah. These people who poor things, bless their hearts, are trapped in the ever spiraling wormhole of conspiracy theories. I teeter on the edge of that every now and again, but it's always purposeful. You feel me? But those who just live in the wormholes, they got a pillow for the wormholes, they got a blanket for the wormholes of conspiracy theories. And so they do these ultra deep dives into the symbols and the signs and the evidence of the Illuminati and the takeover of the this and this and this and this. And everybody in Hollywood is a witch and this and this and this and this and all this shit, right? They don't ever come to a conclusion. They just want you to know how to identify all the signs and symbols that everything is evil, everybody is evil, and evil abounds. Okay. But they are not incorrect. It's just that they cannot, because they do not have enough information and they are not tied to anything that allows them to take these deep dives and create an understanding that now informs a group of people about what the fuck to do next. There has to be a solution and conclusion that you come to once you come up the fuck out of these wormholes. You feel me? And they don't do that. So I dig into some of these wormholes every now and again. They're fascinating, but without trying to get caught up, right? Because these symbols that they are using to manipulate you, not just in general, what would anybody want to manipulate you for? Why would anybody want to manipulate you? Use, what do they call it? What are subliminal messages, subliminal imaging, talking back on records and shit. Why would they want to do that? Why would anybody want to do that to you? What would be the purpose? What is the benefit of using symbols to manipulate you? What is the outcome for them to use symbols to manipulate you? What are the symbols that they use? Do you really understand the meaning behind these symbols? Or do you understand these symbols from the perspective and the worldview of those who do not have your worldview? Who do not have your worldview? What does that mean? Those of you who be up in here with me for a long period of time. Has it ever struck you that 99.9% of the images forced into your subconsciousness to be the overwhelming and ever-present imagery and evidence of the devil taking over the world? Has it ever occurred to any of you that 99.9% of these symbols that are supposed to be the evidence of the ever-presence of evil are your symbols? Has it ever occurred to you that 99%, child, 99.9%, if you had me tell it, because I just told you how the sun gone rogue, hasn't had the innovative spirit to create a single thing unique to himself and his experience. He done literally robbed the mother blind since the beginning of time. Every image she has taught you, every symbol she has drawn, every word she has spoken, everything that she has done, he has taken, warped the hell out of it, flipped it upside down, turned it inside out, and then speak some Hebrew spells on top of it, speak some Christian spells on top of it, speak some Islamic spells on top of it, convince you for the better part of 3,000 years that every time you see this symbol, it is the evidence of some diabolical force attempting to invade your body and possess you and take you over to make you do evil and wicked shit. And isn't it funny that the evil and wicked shit that this diabolical entity is always trying to do, 90% of the time it ain't even murder. Isn't that something? 90% of the time, when they show you a woman who is supposedly possessed by the devil, or possessed by a demon, or possessed by something diabolical, what's the first thing she doing? On every horror movie that you see, child, what's the first thing she doing? Rubbing on a coochie. Isn't that the first thing she doing? Rubbing on the titties. Isn't that the first thing she doing when she, quote, get possessed by the devil? How that work? How you got a nun and she done She got a little thing on her head and her titties is out and she get possessed by the devil. But I thought she was a nun. I thought she was what's impenetrable, for lack of a better word. Impenetrable. The little virgin nun. I thought she was impenetrable. But she diabolic. They made like 3 movies about a nun getting possessed by the devil. Like 3. It's called The Nun. Ain't she possessed by evil and shit? And what's the first thing she do? She want to have sex. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Isn't it something that all these particularly melanated men have hundreds of thousands, probably millions by this point, of videos about the evidence of the Illuminati takeover of hip hop and all the evidence that the Illuminati has taken over hip hop and shit, and every single symbol that they show you that is supposed to be the evidence of some diabolical plot to effeminize the black man and to do this and this and this and this is some evil black bitch. Isn't it something? Tell me I'm lying. There ain't but a few white women that they'll put on blast, but they got smoke for every black, female, uterus possessing human being. This bitch is obviously the devil. Look at the symbols in her video. This bitch is obviously in league with Satan. Then sold the soul to the devil because ain't no way she could be this talented on her own. She had to sign a contract with Satan to be talented. Because otherwise she'd just be a regular, everyday, basic black bitch. Isn't that something? This is the underlying narrative, whether you recognize it or not. Every single solitary symbol that they demonstrate to you as the evidence of the Illuminati and the Freemasons and all these diabolical schools of mystery and secret societies that's always plotting and scheming on you. Yeah, these men are plotting and scheming on you. But you have to be careful that you do not, in the acceptance of someone else's narrative about these symbols, that you embolden the basic and the mediocre. That you do not aggrandize and give power that they don't possess to the basic and mediocre. I'm telling you, I have a word for you on this day. The mystery is created to conceal the basic and the mediocre. You think I'm lying, don't you? The secret societies and schools of mysteries and what they call that bullshit, the Orange Grove secret meetings, but they let you get just close enough that you can see the mother symbols. Isn't that something? It's supposed to be so super secret. It's so super secure. But they just conveniently let random motherfuckers get close enough with a cell phone that they can just get close enough to see the mother symbols. Isn't that something? You can just get close enough to see the owl. You can get just close enough to see the bull. Isn't that something? They so super secure. They so super secret. These members of Skulls and Bones, the Freemasons. What we do, child, in falling in these wormholes without having an understanding of what we are looking at, we are always articulating and repeating like a mantra these quote seemingly deep conspiracy theories that were generated by the basic and mediocre who robbed the mother symbols from her to make themselves appear bigger and more powerful and more mystical and more magical than they actually are. These symbols, your mama's symbols, these rituals, your mama's rituals, bastardized, flipped the fuck upside down, turned the fuck upside out, because I done told you the son gone rogue. The son who severs all ties from his mother, all memory of his mother, all memory that he actually is God. And the only reason he can be God is because his mother is God. His mother, who gave birth to him, is God. And she, as God, can only do what? She can only give birth to God. She can only give birth to God. But he is so far from her. He has severed so deeply his relationship to her that the only way he can quote, in his mind, reacquire power that is always malignant because it lives in this separation. It's always malignant. That's why capitalism cannot produce a single fucking thing on earth, has not produced a single fucking thing since its bloody baptism that has benefited the whole. It cannot produce what it cannot remember, love. It cannot produce what it cannot recall, safety. It cannot produce what it cannot recall, sovereignty. It cannot produce what it cannot fucking remember, joy, happiness, true peace, true harmonious union within the one. That's why the world looks the way that it looks. All it can produce is that which deepens its separation. All it can produce is that which deepens its fucking amnesia about what it meant to live in perfect, harmonious union with your mother. That's all it can produce is a nightmare. That's all it can produce is demons and monsters. That's all it can produce is devils and horror stories. That's all it can produce is all of the malignant mechanizations in their broken ass consciousness of all of the ways to destroy one's mother. That's all it can reproduce. All of the mechanizations, all of the malignant fantasies that emerge from a son gone rogue. That's all it can create, is that which deepens its despair. This is the lashing out, child. I want y'all to hear me, because it doesn't mean that because the mother is loving and the mother has always been loving. It doesn't mean that because the mother provides and continues to provide despite our aggressions against her. It does not mean that the mother is not triple-faced. It does not mean, just like your birth mama, that she will endure only so much before she pull out her belt or she pull out her switch and she tan your hide, because that's the only language you understand is brute force. Is that not where we are? That the only language you understand is brute force. I cannot reason with you. I cannot love you to right way. I cannot nurture you to right way. I cannot show up for you to right way. I cannot be peaceful to you to get you to go into right way. What else can I not do? Listen, how many motherfucking times we gonna turn the other cheek and expect that something, we are appealing to something that is broken beyond repair. Who do you think it is you are appealing to when you go out and you just react like they have trained you to do? Just like the Pavlov dog. Don't y'all know they are the dog? Don't y'all know that every scientific study they have ever done, I'm trying to give you a word. Every scientific study they have ever done since the emergence of their wicked machinations that they call science, that is directly and diametrically opposed to the one. Ever since the first scientific study, the only thing that they are attempting to understand in the realms of science, I promise you, the only thing that they are always trying to understand is a better, more efficient, least effortful way to destroy the mother. I promise you. And I can read study after 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 study to you to prove what I'm saying to you. That no matter what you think the outcome is, your understanding of the outcome of the scientific study is the outcome that they want you to come to that conclusion. Prime example, there's a study, it's making its rounds back through TikTok, called the Hope Study. The most diabolically wicked fucking thing I have ever. I thought I had read some diabolical studies while I was in medical school. I read many, 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 many diabolical studies when I was in medical school. I really did. But this thing floating back around through hip hop, TikTok, YouTube, all those things, called the Hope Study. And then the quote hypothesis, or what they were trying to prove in the study, was how hope can help you to endure things that you otherwise couldn't endure as long as you have hope. Okay? And so I click on the video, child, and see how they were going to prove this hypothesis that you could endure things you otherwise wouldn't be able to endure. But all you must have is hope, and hope will allow you to bear the unbearable, to persevere through the unthinkable and the unimaginable. That bullshit, that foundation of that bullshit, of that hope study, is your Bible. What does your Bible tell you? That you'll hold on to like Lionel in his motherfucking security blanket. Well, I know it seems real bad right now, but you know, God promised he'll never put you through anything you cannot endure. Probably the most wicked scripture in the whole of the entire Bible. The most wicked and diabolical spell in the entire book. Well, I know it seems real bad right now. I mean, I do got cancer in 4 or 5 of my organs, but you know, the Bible sure do say God ain't ever gonna put nothing on you that you cannot endure. Well, the hope study is that. You had me tell it, I am convinced that the origin of this seemingly out of nowhere hypothesis of how much can you endure if you have hope? How much can you fucking suffer through if you have hope? The study is so wicked. The execution of the study is so wicked. Not only is it wicked, when I watched it, it helped me to understand something about the very wicked origins and nature of what we call Western science. Now, I was schooled in Western science. I cut my teeth in Western science. I was an absolute nerd for it. I still am an absolute nerd for it. I can read a peer reviewed journal article like a goddamn novel. Like, oh my God, this is so deep. This is amazing. It's like that. My left brain shit is deep. my left brain shit is deep. But what it also does, my left brain intimately paired and married in perfect union, my right brain and my left brain. It allows me to see in very left brain rigid, scientific jargon, deep shit. That's the mystery shit too, by the way, right? Is to make something so super cerebral that you are certain that that a very broad population will not understand what's actually hidden in it, the study. But I see that shit. That can only happen when I have a perfectly harmonious, united conscious and subconscious, left and right brain, heart and brain. You feel me? That can only happen that way. And so this study called the HUP study, what it helped me to understand is, first of all, what we call Western or modern science has its birth origin in brigandage. It has its birth origin in brutality. It has its birth origin in the same torture devices used by the church to force women just to ease their suffering to admit the shit that they had not done. Those same torture devices were used in the early stages of fucking psychology. The medicine, the extremely extraordinary system of medicine that we know is psychology. It has its birth origins in blood and brigandage and the loss of life and perpetual torture. That's not my opinion. That's the origin of the quote science. You want me to go deeper than that? The origin we know. The origin of the great life-saving science of gynecology has its birth origin in the perpetual buying and purchasing of enslaved African women and the further torture, traumatic, extreme torture of those same women by a serial killer who was given a license under the guise of medicine. He was able to get his sadistic rocks off under the guise and auspice of the practice of medicine. He was able to get his sadistic, murderous, serial type killing rocks off on the bodies of those in this country who had been made faceless, nameless, voiceless, powerless, that they weren't even entitled to the sovereignty of the actual internal organs. So while we benefit from gynecology. First of all, the presupposition is that the science of gynecology did not exist before this white boy who was torturing black women in the United States of America. That's the first thing. That's the first thing that we have to reckon with, is that what scientists say now, right, is that at least as far as they can find so far, that human beings been up on this motherfucker as thinking, conscious human beings in whatever personification they was in at any given time. Caveman, Cro-Magnon, whatever, right? That human beings, as human beings, have been up on this motherfucker, at least as far as we can identify, for 1.5 million years. As thinking, reasoning, problem-solving human beings, conscious and aware and shit, 333,000 years. 333,000 years. We've been up on here thinking and reasoning and creating and doing and shit. You feel me? We've been doing that. So what you mean? Women have been procreating, have been giving birth to human beings for 1.5 million years unconsciously. You know, just doing it like the animals doing it. Just this internal knowing of how to make a baby come out your body, just like the regular animals do. But thinking, reasoning, recognizing seasonal shifts and shit, recognizing, because we know that the oldest calendar is about 300,000 years old. We know that the oldest calendar on Earth is about 300,000 years old. It's called a moon stick or a lunar stick. The first timekeepers on Earth, which makes sense, being the first people on Earth, the oldest calendar is a time stick. The oldest time tellers, the oldest astrologers, aka astronomers, the oldest healers, the oldest birth givers, the oldest goddamn gynecologists, the oldest every motherfucking thing. And you mean to tell me that the science of gynecology just magically appeared in the hands of a goddamn serial killer named Sims, who goes down in history as a consequence of the torturing and eventual death of 11 enslaved African women, and he go down in history father of modern gynecology, as if women had not mastered the art of this science long before his own people existed on the planet. Long before white people existed on the planet, women of the world had already mastered the art and science of gynecology. So every single system of medicine, of science, point them out, and I will tell you their birth story, child. Why is their birth story always the same? Because capitalism is the same. Why is capitalism the same? Because communism and socialism is the same. Oh, yes. Why are they all the same? Why are they all the same? Because patriarchy is their father. Patriarchy, the son gone rogue, and that son gone rogue needing a parent. He needs a parent after he has slayed his mother. The son gone rogue who has slayed his mother. In every mythological story you read, baby, this is not my opinion. In every single mythological story that you read, the son has effectively murdered his mother and disappeared her memory from every human being on earth. But the son gone rogue who kills his mother still needs a parent. So he gives birth to his father. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. What yin yang theory teaches us when we talk about the harmony of opposites, when we talk about the perfect harmonious union between the polar opposites as represented by this the divine feminine and the sacred masculine, represented by the moon and the sun, represented by the water and the fire, right? The harmonious union expressed in the yin and the yang. That harmonious union has always been represented by the masculine and feminine, the harmonious relationship of masculine and feminine energy as the mother and her son. The mother and her son. Okay? So what does that mean? This harmonious union between the mother and her son, because her son is exuberant. Yang is exuberant. There's always more than enough of yang, no matter what that yang is. Fire, light, warmth, energy, chi, yang, it's always more than enough. So let me ask you a question. In this story about all these mythologies about the divine androgyny, the first primordial mother who gives birth to her first son after a long period of the spontaneous procreation of herself, the spontaneous reproduction of herself. And the stories all say the same thing, that the mother, different languages like Maorilisa is the story, right? All of these different stories around the world about the original creatrix being a female who, quote, either turns in on herself to make herself pregnant. That is not about the first female, because in the mother's mind, she knew too that this was a cloning process. Every time she reproduces herself in her, quote, daughter, we talk about this shit in science and look straight through it when we talk about the ever presence of the reproductive process of the cells in the life and death cycle of all the cells. We talk about the daughter cells. There ain't no son cells in the life, death, and regeneration process of the cells. We always talk about the daughter cells. That cell reproducing itself asexually can only reproduce itself exactly the same way. These are called daughter cells. The absolute mirror image of the main cell dividing into in the reproductive or, quote, regenerative cycle. You are always reproducing daughter cells. And so just like, quote, as in the as without is the greater species, that is the lone mitochondrial Eve in sub-Saharan Africa with no boo, who has been spontaneously procreating herself just like the little daughter cells inside your body. She is the daughter cell to the greater mother, to the greater whole that is Earth, constantly evolving to adjust to this radically changing environment that she emerged in. And so, in the earlier APAC during this evolutionary period, she is only cloning herself. She, who to this day has the polar bodies necessary within her own ovum, all the eggs that you are born with. That's why we say there is only one when we talk about the woman. There is only one when we talk about the female. There is only one. We are her, the mitochondrial Eve. Because every time a woman is pregnant with a girl child, a female child, she is not only pregnant with her daughter, she is pregnant with all her future progeny, because that baby, at the time that baby develops, her little ovaries, those ovaries already house all of her potential offspring while her mama is pregnant with her. Your mother is pregnant, your mama, if you female. Your mother is not only pregnant with you, she is pregnant with all of her potential grandchildren. That's why we say that we are one, females, because we are a part of an unbroken line of females all the way back to the mitochondrial Eve, even as we have evolved in races and colors and all that shit based on our proximity to or from the equator as we evolved as human beings from a singular race, Black sub-Saharan Africa, to the further reaches of these multiple continents over eons and eons and eons and eons, as we were moving further and further away from our relationship to the sun, to the equator, as the sun's light is not as dense, as the days are shorter, because we are further and further and further away from the equator. This is how the races evolved from a singular mitochondrial mother. Do you understand what I'm saying? And all the time, science is trying to prove to you, listen to me, under the sun gone rogue, science emerges, quote, science emerges as a weapon to disprove God. Okay, to disprove, quote, Ooga Booga. And in the disproving of Ooga Booga, their primary target was females. Not only that, they most in particular primary target was that big black rowdy bitch that they were finally able to successfully remove all evidence of from Europe. Just telling you what it is. Once they was finally able to chase all the black bitches out of Europe, you feel me? Y'all stay tripping. I'm just trying to give it to you blood raw. Some 13-year-old child will see this live and be like, damn, she talking about some complicated shit, but how it is, I know exactly what she's talking about. That's why. That's why. That's why I do this dance between, the hood version of the science and the very strategic, methodical explanation for those cerebral people of you who act like you can't understand Ebonics, who act like you can't understand AAVE. I got that language for you too. I got the super scientific language. You feel me? For those of you who are extra cerebral or still really into like respectability politics, so you can't respect the science if it's not articulated in a certain way. So I have that for you too. And then for those of you who are extra witchy, but like on some kind of hippie girl, Southern California, wispy fairy witchy, I have that language too, if that's the only thing that you can resonate with. Because I understand that for those of you who are the like fairy girl, Southern California, fairy wispy, whispery witch, that like little girl voice that you never grow out of so that people think that you're always the damsel. I got that too, because I recognize that the bass in a black bitch voice might intimidate you a little bit. What do we read about our great goddess Grace Jones at the top of this live? How this woman was literally walking around the absolute evidence of God incarnate. And instead of people adjusting and adjusting and responding accordingly, what did they do? They acted on their goddamn conditioning. They showed it. Why do you think it is that the object of everyone's hatred and revile is us? Honestly, like, I think we keep this shit too super simplistic. Why do you think, based on this conversation that we are having now, why do you think that no matter where we go on Earth, even our quote national homeland, the blackest continent on the planet, and we can't even get no respect there? Why do you think it is that not only black African descended women, obviously African with the hair and and all the things, you feel me? But why is it that not only black African descended women, but everybody who cannot deny their proximity to blackness, that's why I'm always talking about black skinned women, why is it that no matter where you go, that the object of the greatest revile, the deepest hatred, the greatest crimes against body and mind and spirit are always levied upon those who are closest to blackness? Not only closest to blackness, closest to their personification of that black bitch in Africa that is the chronic thorn in the side of everybody on earth. That's what y'all hate. You hate your mother. You hate your mitochondrial Eve. You hate your mother. I'm telling you this in goddamn real time, all the time. This is the yin and yang. And when the yin and yang are not in harmonious union, the sun, the SUN and the SON, gone rogue, has no other option than to slay what he now sees as opposition, because he has forgotten that he is a part of a singular whole. A singular whole this represents. This singular whole is the personification of the old alchemical, as above, so below, as within, so without, ever present in all dimensions. That's what this represents. Is the all, is the whole, is the singular, boundless, unfathomable one. It's every star, it's every planet, it's every solar system, it's every galaxy, it's every quasar, it's you. It's every cell in you. It's the atom, every single atom that makes up the cells, that makes up the tissues, that makes up the organs, that makes up the muscles, that makes up the bones, that is the full, complete culmination of you. I'm trying to give y'all a goddamn word, because your body is sick. Your body is sick because your brain is infected with that seed that has produced exactly what it intended to produce the moment that Enki finally laid to his mother to murder her forever and ensure that every single society that came after him reproduced this play over and over and over and over and over and over again in every society, in every culture, on every continent, among every people. This story has been the story that has plagued your whole existence to ensure that you never remember the mother and always exalt the son gone rogue, even as every single solitary millisecond you give him is ending your life. It literally is shortening your life expectancy. So this is my very hyper metaphorical and metaphysical way to explain to you what this child was trying to explain on this video about the generationally increasing of the shortened life expectancy, or the increasing of unnecessary, quote, excess deaths among young people in the United States between the ages of 24 and 45. This is how you have to understand that shit, because these motherfuckers will always have you coming to the wrong conclusion about what is happening to you. You will forever stay coming to the wrong conclusions about what you are witnessing. That Bible tells. So you what you saw. Rely not on your own senses and understanding. Don't the Bible say that? Why would the Bible say that? Why? If God is all understanding. God sees everything. He omnipotent. He's omniscient. He always has been, always will be. No beginning. He the great God. He created all that there is. If he created all that there is, why would he tell you that you flesh you born worthy and deserve? That's unworthy salvation. God is so perfect. And his creations are supposed to be. Why would you as born dead? You basically a zombie, led around by the desires of your flesh that is inherently wicked. His flesh, your flesh, is inherently wicked. The reason that your flesh is inherently wicked, even though you are supposed to be his perfect creation, because his mom. Okay, so the wicked serpent. Can y'all see me? Because it says I'm clear. Somebody on okay, cool. You know what? While I'm taking a pause for the cause, y'all make sure to donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Those of you who are tuning in from TikTok and may have never seen me, because it's only my second time going live on TikTok, feel free to support my religious 501c3 that is called the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. My name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, because I think y'all missed the intro. So make sure you donate to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We are actively engaged in a ritual that is going to last. We started on May 20th. So let me talk to y'all, because y'all know. So we began a ritual, a global ritual, on May 20th. So now my TikTok is frozen. We began a ritual on May 20th of this year. We will conclude this ritual on August 25th. There it is again. Thank you, Tracy, for the donation, dear. We will conclude this ritual, this global ritual, on August 25th. What this ritual entails is, I probably should just do it for y'all again, since I had not pulled up my TikTok when we did the ceremony, and we can't do it enough anyway. But let me just give you a very brief overview of the ritual. May 20th of 2025 was the 1700th anniversary of the First Council of Nicea that happened in Nicea, which was a part of the Roman Empire at the time, in 325 AD. What happened was Constantine the First petition petition for this conference to happen. The Council of Nicaea, he enlisted 318 men, spiritual leaders throughout the known empire at the time, which was enormous. Rome had conquered most of what we call the Euro-Asiatic region. All of quote Europe, all of the Gauls, the Celts, everybody had already been conquered and amalgamated into the Roman Empire. Several regions throughout the Asia, what do they call it? The Euro-Asiatic junction, right? Where Europe finally crosses over, Eastern Europe finally crosses over, and it becomes like India and all of those places. Most of the known world and most of Northern Africa had been successfully conquered by Rome. So the Roman Empire was vast. Everything that you know as that entire region over here right now was Rome. And so he petitions all of these spiritual leaders throughout the empire. Yes, throughout India and China and Southern Asia and Northern Africa and all over what we call the Middle East right now, all of those regions like Turkey and all of them places, and all of Southern Europe. So you're talking about a mass variety of different ideologies and philosophies and religious beliefs. He charges them, they didn't have a choice, 318 men, to be locked behind closed doors from May 20th, 325 AD to August 25th, 325 AD. And behind the closed doors of the Council of Nicaea was the seed that would gestate over several more decades. But the seed for what would be born several decades later was the very first pope that consecrated this institution that became known as Roman Catholicism. This was the seed of it, the Council of Nicaea. The impact of that day has been global. The impact of the Council of Nicaea has been global, has been constant, has been uninterrupted, and is drenched in the blood of scores, if not hundreds of millions of human beings since its origin. That's not to say that the few hundred years that Rome existed as pagan Rome were not marked by blood either. But the Council of Nicaea was the consecration of what would become the first state-sanctioned religion in the history of the world. Roman Catholicism was the first time in at least human knowledge that the religion became a state-sanctioned religion. There are other societies around the world who had spiritual practices, who had religious practices, but they were not seen as directly tied to the function of the state. What is the state? Primarily in our most recent understanding of the state, this is an oversimplification of the state. So none of you socialists, get your panties in a bunch. But the most expressed personification of the state is the armed apparatus of the state. When we talk about the state today in 2025, we talk about the state, we know exactly who it is we talking about. We talking about the army, the military, we talking about killers. We're talking about the different personifications of the killing arm of the state. The state is a singular entity, just like we are a singular entity, and we got appendages, we got arms, we got legs, we got a head. The state is a complete entity, but the face of the entire state, as we see it now, is its most violent personification. Unending wars, police budgets that balloon out of control while people starve in the same city. It is the most violent personification. The state don't even fake playing nice no more. The state don't even put on its nice face. You know how the dual masks, The dual mask is the personification of the state, bitch. We always see the happy mask while the scary mask be behind closed doors doing they dealing and this and this and this and this. You feel me? But we always have been given the fake face, right? The patriotic face, the we love America face. They're like, this is what America means to me face, right? This is the face that we've always been presented with. Even as America was committing acts of violence all over the entire universe and shit. The actual universe, the actual universe. You feel me? But now the state is like, look, you know what I'm saying? The old heads back in the day done foresaw. And I'm talking about the old heads. You feel me? The old heads back in the day done foresaw that our time is limited and it was gonna be up real quick like. And so now that we on the precipice of we literally gasping for air. We in our death throes, just like a wounded beast that is cornered. That mother is going to fight for its very last breath. It becomes more rabid. It becomes more dangerous. It becomes its most violent self in its death throes. It's literally hanging on for dear life, fighting for every breath. But even as it is gasping for air, child, it is wreaking havoc on the planet. Wreaking havoc on the planet. How did I get to that? Damn, man. Somebody remind me how I got on the state. There was so much in that whole little spiel, and these interruptions be taking me off my square, be taking me out my place. You feel me? Oh, catching up to girl. Thank you so much. I love how y'all be filling in the blank spaces. So, in this recognition of what Pope Francis had been shouting from the rooftops about since 2020, but y'all don't pay attention. See me, what Lao Tzu say? He say, know your enemy, know yourself. I be reading them. I be studying them. I subscribe to the Catholic News Network. I subscribe to TBN. You understand? I pay attention to them because they will tell you more of the truth about them than they are actually thinking they're giving up. I study them. And so Pope Francis had been shouting from the rooftops since 2020 about this most monumental period in human history. And here we are, the greatest expression of hope for humanity, the Roman Catholic Church. Here we are at the precipice of this great new age, representing the undying hope of humanity, the Roman Catholic Church. You understand? And so he had been planning for a very, very, very long time. As a matter of fact, all of the jubilees of the last 2 years have been dedicated to this plan that he had to do this big event in Nicea for 1700s anniversary of the Council of Nicea. Nicea now, the location of Nicea then is now Turkey, and the city is Iznik. And so he had this big old thing planned. He had been shouting from the rooftops. He had even made a declaration a couple of years ago that the Roman Catholic Church is diverting a lot of its energy and all of these multiplicities of campaigns and shit. And the singular, this is a quote verbatim, by the way, the singular focus of the global Roman Catholic Church is the re-evangelizing of the whole world. He made this declaration in 2020, in 2020, 2019, 2020. That's the declaration that he made out his own mouth. And everybody's heartstrings were so pulled because people have lost hope. And so the work of the Roman Catholic Church has to be the re-evangelizing of the whole globe. Those words out his mouth verbatim as I spoke them. And so, child, my proverbial pearls were clutched because I know what the first campaign of the evangelizing of the whole world meant and looked like. I know what it meant. I know what it meant. And he knew what it meant too. And he knew exactly who he was talking to too. Because not shortly after he made this declaration, in one of the greatest acts of modern political betrayal I have ever witnessed. And I'm talking about your beloved Bernie Sanders. Yes, he is the betrayer. He was the political betrayer. And one of the greatest, in my estimation, greatest and overt acts of political betrayal. Your beloved Bernie, who had won your emotions, had scooped you up in, what did they call it? Bernie fever. He has scooped you up in Bernie fever to galvanize all these young people who say, I've lost faith in the electoral process. This American voting process is bullshit, and I see through the bullshit. They were saying that according to the polls, after Trump left office, that the majority of incoming voters, 18-year-olds, were saying they would never participate in the electoral. They were never going to vote. The majority. And here come Bernie. when they take the polls, because you know your vote don't matter. When they take the polls, which is your vote is a polling apparatus. That's all it is. Your vote is just a numbers and games fucking game they play on you. The numbers game is statistics. They just taking polls with your vote. With that little vote you cast, that's just a digit on a poll to help them to statistically understand whether or not you still believe in the system, whether or not you are still committed to the false promise called American democracy. See, they have to analyze, they have to gauge you every now and again. Oh my God, I could totally go into a goddamn medical analogy with this. Oh my God, I totally could do a whole ass deep ass medical analogy to this concept of your perpetual betrayal by this bullshitting ass make-believe mythology called American democracy that has never, ever, 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 even in its origin, existed. It's never existed. This illusion, this play that has been force-fed to you through images and symbols, which is how we got on this whole subject. And so, Bernie, at the behest of his bosses, they say, look, you the man right now. We know who your loyalty lies with, Bernie the Zionist. We know who your loyal. I know I'm about to hurt somebody's feelings. We know who your loyalties lie with. We know who you committed to. But among us, you are the most convincingly progressive. Hear what I said? Among us all, you are the most convincingly progressive. You up. It's you up in the script. It's your time to enter on to stage left. It's your time. It's your time to shine on the stage. Spotlight on you, nigga. And he Jolly took his place on the stage, and just like the fucking Pied Piper, just like the Pied Piper, not only did he sing the appropriate song and dance the appropriate dances to appeal to these statistically analyzed young people and potential Polans and veteran Polans to see how much faith in the system still existed after Trump took office, after Trump was finally getting ready to step out of office. We need to see how many people actually believe this shit. You feel me? How many people still believe that they are the ones executing power in the world through the vote? Our power is the vote. We need to see how many people believe that. You feel me? So after these polls, you feel me? We gon' gauge who needs to step forward as the voice of the new age, as the voice of the new millennium, as the voice of the young frustrated masses. But we know you, Bernie, and we know where your loyalties lie, where they have always lied. And so what we gonna do is we gonna give you your little brief time to shine. And he played the role so well. He Bernie fever. And every time you turn around, he holding up a black power fist. And now I came to California when Bernie was in the height of his campaign. And I was doing all this volunteer work with all these dope, awesome, five, 501c3 nonprofit organizations, Revolution LA, Up with the People, UPLA, all these dope ass organizations, all these people doing all this dynamic work. I came to California right at the height of Bernie fever, child. And everybody that met me was like, "Oh my God, are you gonna vote for Bernie?" They got right now in downtown LA, they got a little place still called Bernie Cafe. That was the headquarters for his campaign because everybody was certain, was convinced, and that campaign did exactly what it was supposed to do. What was it supposed to do? Reinvigorate those who had become demoralized by the process, to reassure and reaffirm that all is not lost, that American democracy will always prevail. You just have to work the system. You just have to take the power of who you are as an individual American citizen and go to the polls and levy your power. And he did just that. He wasn't the only one, but he did just that. He came in as the new personification of the hope of the sighing and despairing masses, the glimmer of hope to the way forward in the great land of the USA. And everybody got caught up in that shit, child. I came out here because I had already taken the position about Bernie the first time his ass threw the hat in the game. You feel me? I'd already concretized my position about Bernie several years prior. This is what memory does for you. This is what being old enough, conscious enough at a young age that you can see the repetition of patterns. You can see the very strategic, mathematical, imposed strategy of the repetition of cycles, what we call echoes, because we don't think that they are strategic. We don't think that they are mathematical calculations. We do not think that they are a part of a long, continuous strategy as old as the Roman Empire itself. And so we live out this bullshit ass play. They don't even put a lot of time between it no more. The shit's so flimsy, and they have done such a good job at the imprinting on your consciousness, the imprinting on your reptilian brain. The child, they don't even have to put 10, 20, 30 years between the repetition of the scene. Huh. And so Bernie did exactly what he was scripted to do, was to commit the most overt and obvious act of political betrayal. That shit set down on California just like COVID did. Baby, when Bernie abdicated without a fight, child, he didn't even stage a contest. He didn't even stage a contest. I want the vote recounted, bitch. I don't give up. None of that. None of that. He abdicated gracefully, child. And when I tell you the level, the magnitude of I'm telling you, palpable depression and despair that fell on this city, I was like, oh my God, what am I witnessing? Like, baby, people were crying whole ass. People were depressed. It was in everybody's face. Child, people were demoralized. It was such an obvious, overt, malignant act of political betrayal, and people could not see it for what it was. Why? Because they do not study history. As soon as he abdicated, y'all, I instantly went back to the year, what was it, 2000 or two? I think it was the year 2000. It was like being in a time warp. I instantly went back to the year 2000 when it was so overtly, grossly obvious that Bush had stole the election. And he was running, was he running against Al Gore, or was he running against Al Gore that year? I don't even fucking remember. I don't remember because that bitch didn't stage a contest. Whoever his opponent was, that all these people have placed all this hope in. This is the way forward. Oh my God. It was grossly obvious. It was grossly obvious that that Bush had stolen the election. And then when it came down to him being given a choice, quote, by the process to abdicate without contention or to stage a contest and say, no, I want every vote in the goddamn country recounted. You can't make a declaration because it's my legal right as the opponent to have everybody every place in the country got to do a recount. And he abdicated. He didn't put up a fight. And I remember then this collective sense of despair. And that Bernie shit instantly took me back to that moment. I've never voted in a presidential election. Because what y'all don't want to do, because of your conditioning, what you don't want to do, the reason you see so many white people in crisis, the reason you see so many Mexican people in crisis right now is because not one of those people who may be the victims of this campaign being levied upon the heads of all of us by by Trump, what no one, not a single solitary person yet, not one, who knows good and damn well they went behind that voting booth and voted for Trump. I want to reiterate, your vote does not matter. Even though you put a little paper in the box that say you voted for Trump, it's still the same. It's still just a mass poll conducted to allow them to collect statistically and measure your belief in the process. That's all it's for. It is to gauge. You want me to tell you what is truly to measure? Not only that you, quote, still have faith in American democracy, the other thing simultaneously that it is trying to gauge is your propensity to rebellion. Why would they be measuring faith? Why would they be measuring hope in your vote? Because while you still have hope, back to this study, why you still, oh my God, oh, God damn. Why would they be measuring hope and faith in the fucking shit, in the system? Why would they be putting on all of these grand displays? The Democratic convention, the Republican convention, voting for a candidate within the party to represent them on the grand stage, all the debates, all the news and media over and over and over again for a whole year, bombarding all the airways with a myth, child, with a play. Because you have to believe the play. If you don't believe the play, you won't be convinced to participate in its outcome. If you don't believe in the play, then the actors are playing to an uninterested, unparticipatory audience. This is why they have to put on the grand displays. They have to tell you, oh my God, the Wall Street just made one of its greatest donations in the history of the institution. Baby, when I tell you, child, it's a matter of there's something I want to tell you, but let me not deviate too far. Because the Hope Study affirms what I'm telling you right now about your participation in this bullshit. They need you to go to the polls. They need to measure your faith and belief in that which they have put before you. At the same time, that faith and belief, those numbers based on just you showing up, not even who you vote for once you get in the booth. That's another measurement. Just your showing up. Just your taking the energy required to wake up with this decision that you have made in your mind, to drive your car, to stand in a line, to place your vote, or drive to a post office to place your vote. This is all energy. This is all measurable energy that they are monitoring that get you from point A to point Z the moment where you pull the lever or whatever the fuck, because you didn't put your vote in. Now the vote, still a statistical poll meant to communicate something to them. The numbers alone, you just taking the energy that it takes to go to the polls, the numbers of people that participate alone helps them to measure, based on the current population, how many voting age human beings participate in this process. Do they participate every now and again? Do they participate religiously? Have they only participated once? How many of the voting age population of registered voters actively engage the entire political process? This will help us to understand in a very clear, precise way how many people are out there in this country who actively believe and have hope and faith in the system presented to them, and how many people out there that there's no way for us to monitor and gauge numerically and statistically what they thinking, because they ain't showed up to the polls once, they ain't voted once. You understand? How many people are of voting age and registered voters who didn't vote? How many people are voting age and they ain't registered to vote? These two numbers become concerning. And as it is, what do they call it? As it is, what's the word? It's a statistical word. As it is applied to the greater population. These numbers are these are the concerning numbers. Number of registered voters who just decided I ain't voting. Number of people who legally have a right to vote and are of voting age who don't vote, have never voted. These numbers too communicate something else. And based on which number is the greatest, the number of people who went out to vote, meaning these are all people at some level or another who still have faith and confidence in the shit that we have presented to them in this grand play, this grand illusion. You feel me? This how many people showed up, gave energy to it, gave lifeblood to it, whatever. This number over here that we don't have no way to gauge what they thinking about if they ain't thinking about the democratic process. Like what they think about if they ain't think about America. Like what they think about if they ain't acting like patriots by participating in the process of American democracy. This represents a problem. This represents a big ass problem for us. These are our unknown variables, and these unknown variables have a real potential to throw a wrench in our shit. There ain't no way for us to measure them, to chart them, to see what it is they think about if they ain't thinking about us. They represent unknown variables, and we have to find another way to chart what these unknown variables are plotting, because that's the default. Just like, in the hood and in black neighborhoods, there's an old saying that we all accept. If there's more than 3 niggas on a curb, the police are gonna stop. If there's more than 3 people in a club together and they obviously a group, the security is gonna harass them, to go hem them up. Like that's just old motif. We know that if we show up too heavy in a place, the state, whether official or unofficial state, white people gonna be uncomfortable if there's too many of us, and what they think is too many is 3 or more. There's too many of us in any space. And so they default is to act like the police, even if they ain't the police. They just a regular, everyday, tax-paying white person. They default in their conditioning is to behave like the police when they see too many of us together at the same time, especially if we having a good time. Like, y'all niggas laughing? No. What y'all laughing about? What y'all plotting over here? You feel me? The reason I say that is because these unknown variables over here, the other thing that they are searching for in the numerical statistics, the numerical participation, just showing up to do the thing. In the numerical participation, they are also able to measure, quote, hope and faith, right? But they're also able to measure, as it is projected onto the greater population, these numbers, the propensity towards or possibility of rebellion. That if people do not believe in the process, what what is the likelihood that they can turn against the process? Because there might be some people just laying in the cut. They don't give a fuck either way. That's fine. That's true. But what about the other scores of thousands of people who ain't riding the fence? Who are like, fuck that, I will not vote, I will never vote. As a matter of fact, people get mad at me when I say I've never voted in a presidential election, but your W.E.B. Du Bois wrote a whole paper called Why I Will Not Vote. Yo, beloved intellectual Negro, W.E.B. Du Bois, wrote a whole long ass paper entitled, you can read it right on your internet, Why I Won't Vote. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. The first Black person to ever graduate Harvard Law School. So he brilliant. He brilliant. He more brilliant than I probably am. It's not a hard stretch to say he probably more brilliant than I am. He brilliant. And even then, I think it was the 1956 election. He wrote a whole position paper, had it reproduced in a newspaper. Why I won't vote. And people look at me sideways when I say I've never voted in a presidential election. I do not intend to ever vote in a presidential election. I vote locally, when it's like, the Board of Education or like, things that I know have an immediate impact on the immediate community. I'll participate that way. I've even ran I've managed a mayoral campaign. I've managed several other campaigns, city councils, that was a part of the life of an organizer. You understand? But when I say that I have never and will never vote in a presidential election, I mean exactly. I mean, I didn't vote for the Negro either time. Either time. Either time. And so, if I'm telling you that your vote is simply another strategic measuring tool to see how long these malignant maniacs can get away with the crimes that they are committing against you in broad daylight in your face, and they like, damn, they ain't bucked back yet. Shit, well, let's see how much more we can get away with. Let's deepen their despair a little bit more. Well, god damn, they ain't bucked back yet. Shit, well, let's see how much more we can squeeze out of them. Shit, we gon' what they say? We gonna ride this motherfucker till his neck breaks. That's the same among them. We gonna ride this motherfucker till his neck breaks. We gonna ride this motherfucker until we kill him or he kills us. Isn't that the nature of a parasite? You get a tapeworm. Does the tapeworm decide one day that it is full enough that it can exit on its own fruition? You know what? I think I'm full. I think I'm good for a mighty long time. I don't need to stay attached to your guts no more and consume everything that you eat. So even as I'm getting fatter and fatter and fatter, and you eat and try to satiate the void in your belly, can't figure out why you're perpetually hungry. Cannot figure out why you are losing weight. Cannot figure, if this is not a metaphor, child, cannot figure out why your muscles have not only stopped growing, but have become smaller. Cannot figure out how you are perpetually losing weight and you eating a quantity fit for kings. And meanwhile, the tapeworm is like, it sure is nice eating up out of this endless buffet. This shit nice. We chose the right one, as it's having babies and reproducing itself in you as its host. Is this or is this not a metaphor for capitalism? Is this or is this not a metaphor for parasitic capitalism? Is this or is this not a metaphor for any other institution erected under the godhead of war, known as patriarchy? Patriarchy is the godhead of war. And I told you, there is no institution since the son gave birth to his own father to replace his murdered mother. There is nothing that he has given birth to as the male mother, this son gone rogue who gives birth to his father. God damn. There is nothing that he has given birth to that has not been life ending, that has not been terroristic, that has not been murderous, that has not been gluttonous, that has not been torturous, that has not been evil, that has not been monstrous, that has not been maniacal. Every single institution and every Y-bearing chromosome person that the male mother gives birth to becomes a reproduction of himself, no different than the mitochondrial Eve in harmonious union with the mother who reproduces herself, and everything that she reproduces is benevolent and lives in cyclical harmonious union with the mother. The son gone rogue, giving birth to his father in the attempt to recreate himself, his broken self detached from his mother, reproduce. Woo! Reproduces himself and reproduces himself and reproduces himself and reproduces himself and reproduces himself. No different than that singular demon on the battlefield with Durga, who becomes overcome because every time she thinks she is killing him and ending this threat to the world that he represents, every time she slices him and his blood hits the ground, another full-grown malignancy that is him emerges from up out the soil until she is overcome, and then Kali has to spring from her forehead as the great primordial birth giver, creator, and simultaneous destroyer. She has to emerge from the peaceful, loving Durga to save the fucking world. That's what she has to do, because this demon who has forgotten who he is, this demon who is her son, child, this demon who is her son, who in an attempt to steal his mother's power can only reproduce his malignancy. That's all he can do. That's all he can do. That's all he can do is reproduce his malignancy. No different than the single cell organism, the single cell in your body that is a perfectly created part of your perfect self, a perfectly created part of your perfectly created self. But something happens. Something happens that even science right now says we don't understand why the mutation happened in the single cell. But that single cell gone rogue generates like a mystery, some forgetting of itself. That's what the science says, is that this single cell forgets itself, forgets how to behave, forget what its purpose is within the context of the whole, forgets how to function, this single cell with this mutation on it that nobody can understand where it came from. This single cell gone rogue. And for some time, the single cell gone rogue, there's no evidence for a long time that there's anything wrong. But your perfect self, very subtly, very early on, attempts to knock on your skull. There's something wrong in the whole bitch. It might start out as an unexplainable itch. Why am I itching? Right in this very specific place on my low back. That's so weird. And instead of sitting in your perfect self, which is your greatest defense mechanism, yourself, which is your greatest ally, yourself, which is your greatest hero, child, your flesh is constantly trying to warn you, constantly trying to communicate with you, constantly trying to bring your perfectly born self back into harmonious union with yourself. That's what your flesh is always attempting to do. What you have criminalized as symptoms are a communication of your deeply profound and perfect self, attempting to alert you early on, while you can still rally on your own behalf by taking some herbs or treating the itch with herbs instead of going to your doctor, where he gives you a pill that deepens this dysfunction. That might start out as something simple that you can solve. But you ain't gone to yourself. You have not checked in with your ancient self. You have not checked in with your ancient memory. You have not gone to the library and picked up a book on herbs and how you can heal yourself with kitchen herbs. You ain't did that. You go to the worst case scenario first. You go to a white male doctor in a white coat, in a white hospital with white walls and white lights in a white microscope to have him tell you that you need steroids. You need corticosteroids, which the quote way they work is to shut down your immune system. Here, your immune system is rallying on your behalf. The itch is your immune system rallying on your behalf. The itch is not a problem. The itch is not a quote symptom. The itch is a communication. The itch is an implication that your perfect flesh is doing what it's supposed to do to secure your fucking life. The itch is a communication, but that bitch over here, something is wrong, something is off, and it might be ever so subtle. But this is something that you need to address, especially because you know it is outside the realm of your norm. You need to fix this, and you ignore it. Guess what you do? You take your corticosteroids that are weakening your immune system, weakening your immune system, weakening your immune system, even topical steroids, destroying your immune function, destroying your team. These medications are literally waging war with your military, with your defense chin, with your defensive chi. That's what it's called. It's called your wei chi, your defensive chi. That's what it's called in Chinese medicine. Your defensive chi that's always on guard, always hyper vigilant and alert. Something's wrong in the matrix. Something's wrong in the matrix. Let's go. Let's go. And you ignore because you trust the institution born of the son gone rogue who gives birth to his own father because he needs a parent to take the place of the one that he murdered. He puts his father forward as his new male mother. In every institution he and his son give birth to from that moment to this day is evil, is wicked, is severe. It's death ensuring. It's death ensuring. And so, in this unresolved malignancy, you take medications that start out with benevolent intentions. God damn, I cannot believe this right now. Oh my God. Child, listen. Today is a day of days. Oh my God. Woo, shit. You take a medication that starts from benevolent intentions. Corticosteroids is a prime example. Corticosteroids, I forget the brother's name, but corticosteroids were the invention of a black doctor to only be used based on his understanding of how we produce endogenously cortico and glucose steroids are hormones that we produce endogenously. If there is an extreme circumstance, some extreme external trauma, you get cut or like huge cut, like that threatens sepsis or some shit, then the doctor can reproduce this steroidal response synthetically in steroids to make sure that while they are doing surgery or they're doing this deep life-saving intervention, that your immune function does not turn on you and you do not lose your life as a consequence, right? So the main areas where glucose and corticosteroids in their early developmental years became necessary as an immediate and very short-term solution to life-threatening conditions was in blood transfusions and organ transfusions. You have to completely shut the immune system down so that the organs are not rejected or the blood is not rejected, because these things will be seen as foreign by your extremely perfect defensive team. So you have to put your team on the bench, aka glucose or corticosteroids. You have to sit your whole defensive team, your whole defensive line on the bench for the rest of the game, so that your immune system does not attack those things that can potentially save your life, the receiving of organs or the receiving of blood from someone else. And once that threat is primarily over, then you can slowly come off the glucose or corticosteroids. The problem is even with transfusions, well, not transfusions as much, but definitely with organs, they tell you that there is the potential, depending upon how effectively perfect your immune system is, meaning how active your immune system is, there is a chance that you may have to be on steroids your whole life. That sounds exactly like what it sounds like. It sounds exactly like what it sounds like, because organ transplants and blood transfusion are not the only reasons now that we are told that we need to be taking steroids. Is it? Anybody with any kind of respiratory distress, the first thing they're doing is putting you on a steroidal based nebulizer. They're giving you a steroidal based inhaler to use for the rest of your life, even though the benevolent creator of the medicine always said short-term use in life-saving conditions only. But out of the hands of the benevolent creator into the hands of the wicked ass, malignant, patriarchally descended offspring called American medicine, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. Is shorten the life expectancy of anybody who is told through consensus medicine that any number of issues can be treated with ongoing steroidal medication. Even though if you look on your inhaler, if you are asthmatic and you look right on your inhaler at the top potential side effects of this little steroidal inhaler, it is increases the chances of several different types of cancers, increases the chances of death by pulmonary embolism. The reason why is because the reason for the creation of this medicine, the medicine does exactly what it was created to do, which is what? Completely paralyze your immune system. That's what it's supposed to do. That's why it was only supposed to be used for short-term, life-threatening situations only. That's why. Is because it works exactly how it's supposed to work. It completely neutralizes your entire immune function. T cells, B cells, white blood cells, the gamut. That's what it does. That's what it does. Why does it do that? Again, in the hands of a benevolent and socially, humanely responsible doctor trying to figure out how to save a very specific portion of the population who need short-term steroids so that their immune function doesn't um, doesn't um, doesn't destroy their chances of preserving their life. Blood transfusions and organ transfusions, but taken out of the hands of this benevolent doctor really trying to solve the problems of human beings into the hands of a malignant expression of the sun gone rogue. Damn, we can make a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, steroids. Like, what else can we treat with steroids? How many diseases can you be treated with steroids for? A plethora. And they have short-term benefits, because what is the main reason now that people are told to use steroids? It is for inflammatory diseases of any kind. Inflammatory diseases, for pain, for hemorrhoids. It's the primary treatment for hemorrhoids. For hemorrhoids, for asthma, for skin diseases, itching, bug bites. And they don't say, oh, you're just going to take this for a little bit of time until you even out. No, you're going to take this for the rest of your life. The inhalers and the skin steroids are probably the most dangerous steroids you can take, from at least a Chinese medicine perspective, because your lungs and your skin are your first two lines of defense. Your lungs and your skin are your most powerful organs. Your defensive line, your first line of defense. And once anything gets past that, then you know you're getting sicker and sicker and sicker. The lungs and the skin, which are energetic partners in traditional Chinese medicine, are your first line of defense against any invader. Any invader, doesn't matter. Microbes, protozoa, bacteria, viruses, parasites, fungi, they are your first line of defense. And there is a multiplicity of ways that they show up in defense of the internal self, right? And so when you neutralize your first line of defense, your lungs neutralized, your skin, putting corticosteroids on your skin like it don't penetrate into your subdermal fascia. Child, listen. Child. And so the metaphors abound. Why do the metaphors abound? Because as above, so below, as within, so without. What does that mean? From the absolute smallest and imperceptible to the absolute greatest and imperceptible. From the goddamn singles, from the quark to the atom, to the cell, to the tissue, to the organ, to the muscle, to the fibers, to the bones, to the skin, to the you, to the you. There's a whole universe that makes up you. There are more than 6 billion cells, individual cells with their own brain, with their own central nervous system, with their own immune system, with their own communication system. There's billions of cells that make up the you sitting in this moment. Damn, my TikTok still went off. That's crazy. There's a billion cells, a billion individuals within you that make up the you that you are. And you don't question none of them cells. They do what they do. You, the universe. But you have a problem seeing you as a singular cell within the whole that now embodies 8 billion cells. You are one of the 8 billion cells that make up the body of Mother Earth. Then there are other cells. We, the human cells, but then there's animal cells, there's plant cells, there's rock cells, there's gem cells. But you got a problem with that. And so when I tell you that no different than the single cell or than the single cell in your body that goes rogue, it does not go rogue and stay by itself, child. It goes rogue and then seeks to reproduce its malignancy, seeks to reproduce its mutiny, seeks to reproduce its mutation. That single cell in your own body seeks to reproduce itself. Oh my God. Yo, I am having a whole breakthrough. God damn. Whoa, oh my God. Whoa, listen. Oh my God. As above, so below, as within, so without. I'm trying to tell you, God damn it. I was just talking to y'all about the daughter cells, and we see it everywhere. We see that if we look under a microscope and you have one cell, that cell has a life cycle. It knows exactly when it's going to be born. It knows exactly what's going to happen throughout its life, what it's going to do, how it's going to contribute to the whole and the production of energy and ATP cycle and all of that shit, what it needs to function, how much omega-3s it needs to do. It is a perfectly perfect construction, this single cell. And when a healthy cell it is time for it to commit kamikaze suicide. We call it apoptosis. When it's time for the cell to die, apoptosis, kamikaze suicide. When it's time for the cell to die so that it may be reborn, it produces a daughter cell. And this is the perfect harmonious expression of what it means to be you that you are sitting in this chair. And we talk about the cell gone rogue, child, in that in an attempt to reproduce the behavior of the true functioning cells, the daughter cells that are the mother, right? The daughter cells that are the perfect reproduction of the mother cell, the first cell, right? That mutated cell, that malignant cell, that cell gone rogue, attempts to reproduce in the same way that the mother did. But every time it reproduces the mutant cell, the malignant cell, the cell gone rogue. Every time it reproduces its terrible tendencies, and it's forgetting that it is a part of a whole. And in its reproduction of itself, attempting to mimic the healthy cells around it, it infects and kills the healthy cells around it. It infects and kills the healthy cells around it, making itself larger and larger and larger, bigger, taking up more and more and more space. This happens over 10 years, 20 years, until finally you have an absolutely identifiable, palpable tumor that is threatening not only your life as the host, but also the life of the malignancy. Like the malignancy is so blind in its reproduction of its malignancies that it doesn't, and consuming all the oxygen in the area, all the nutrients in the area to enlarge itself, enlarge itself, enlarge itself, enlarge itself. It's going wild. It's going wild. It's spreading everywhere. It's metastatic. It's going everywhere, spreading everywhere. Oh my God, the food, the everything. Oh my God. Not recognizing that as soon as the host dies, it too dies. The sun gone rogue in the macro is the individual cell gone rogue in the micro. That's why we're sick. That's why we're sick. And we have to determine, it could be, what came first, the chicken or the egg. But regardless, the whole is sick. And everywhere, everything has been impacted by the sun gone rogue. Everything. That's why the sun gone rogue, as a political analysis, has a direct impact on the sun gone rogue as an analysis for the hole in the ozone layer, allowing too much of UV rays to warm the planet's climate and wreak havoc on the creatures and plant life of the planet. That's why. So that's a environmental articulation of the same thing. A historical articulation of the same thing are these mythologies that we tell about this period, maybe older than Babylon, but at least as old as Sumer, about this period, metaphorically, of the sun going rogue and killing his mother, Tima'ai. And this creating a reverberating, unending impact on the whole world for several thousand years, until finally this cell gone rogue as a seed, this sun gone rogue as a seed, whether it's historically or politically or socially or medically or health-wise or individually, the seed is the same, the origin of the seed is the same. This sun gone rogue as expressed in the micro and the macro, as mirrored in the interior and the exterior, in the below and the above, this macro mirror image of the twins that we are experiencing it on every level. So when we heal this concept of the sun gone rogue, I have said for many years, me being a doctor of Oriental medicine, me being a devotee of E5 for 15 years, medical school for 10 years, giving birth to a human and watched her give birth to 2 more humans. I've said for a long time, I've said it confidently, I have said it arrogantly, I've said it audaciously, that if we do this work the way that we have been told is possible for us to do, I have a sneaking suspicion we can enter into an age where doctors are a thing of the past. I have a sneaking suspicion that when we do this work that we are being told all the time is possible for us to do in real time, that the entire cosmos will be transformed by what we do right here on Earth. I believe that shit. I believe it. I am convicted to it. I am certain of it. I'm certain of it. I'm certain of it. I am certain that these shockwaves that we generate as the divine primordial in the material world, her expression as a material force on this planet, that is the heaven that we have been looking for, is the planet that we incarnated on. The heaven that we have been praying for and hoping for and dreaming about and talking about is the very planet that we chose to incarnate on. The very heaven that we have been looking for, the very Garden of Eden that we have been longing for, the reason we long for it is because we remember it. Why do we remember it? Because our mother chose to allow us to come through her body to experience it. And this malignancy, the son gone rogue, severing himself from his mother in his deep, deep despair and longing that has turned into sheer madness. It has turned into sheer and absolute unbridled madness in his deep forgetting, in his longing to return. In his longing to return, in the war that he has waged within himself, in his longing to return, the war that he wages is the greatest within himself. That every time the mother in him attempts to peek her head out and say, baby, you're doing too much right now. And the only reason you're doing too much is because your forgetting has gone too far. Every time she attempts to alert him, every time she attempts to raise up her little head just to peek from below the surface of the abyss that he has created within himself, he beats her back. He digs his heels in deeper. He destroys something else to get the immediate rush from some malignant behavior like rape or like murder or like being a serial killer. He gets the immediate rush that helps him dig his heels in deeper in his separation to help him further concretize. I don't need no mama. I don't need my mother. As a matter of fact, I hate my mama. This is what you're witnessing. This is what you are witnessing in real time. This acting out that is happening all over the world, and y'all want to call it everything but what it is. There are no good guys in this war. There are no good sides in this war. There's no right side or wrong side in this war. There is no communism versus socialism versus capitalism in this war. What you are witnessing in real time is the peak personification of the madness of the spreading of the sickness of the sun gone rogue. And it has many faces and many shades and many colors, and it's gradually and intensively galvanizing the double X chromosome into the fold to reproduce its malignancy. We used to be able to confidently say it was a peculiarity specific to Y-bearing chromosome people. But more and more and more in the spreading of this malignancy, women are being called into the fold and gleefully and enthusiastically taking up the charge of the dying but not yet dead patriarchal father God, given malignant birth to by the son gone rogue, forgetting that he is already God and he does not need to impose trauma on the whole of humanity to prove that he is God. All he has to do is walk back into the embrace of his fucking mother, repent for his sins against the earth, not seeking absolution, repent for his sins against the earth, And she, like any loving mother would re-welcome him back into the embrace of her great and grand self. This is it. This is the world that we have walked the fuck up into. This is the charge that we must take up. This is the charge that we must take up. This is the call on our life. Whether we're conscious of it or not, this is the call on our life. What is being coined despair, is still what is being coined despair, child, is still your perfectly functioning defensive chi protecting your divinely born flesh. Despair is the outcry. Despair is the outcry of how you are experiencing the sun gone rogue. And you have not come to the conclusion that your despair must have an equal and opposite response. Your despair, quote, the 7 evils that are the emotions that only become evil, aka toxic, aka harmful, aka deadly. They only become deadly, the evils. They only become deadly when what? They are not both expressed and resolved. So what's the resolution to despair? It is to speak your despair, but it is to speak it from an understanding that is not an understanding that is imposed on your goddamn reptilian brain as a conscious conditioning through images and music meant to create a very real outcome that they have planned and plotted for a long time. That despair becomes sickness in your, quote, communicating it through their worldview and through their lens. And even still, that's not enough, because all that's going to do is deepen your sickness. Now, when you can articulate your despair, meaning, quote, express and resolve, because once you express the true source, the true nature of the feeling of despair, of the emotion that your perfectly divine, perfectly functioning immune system, defensive chi, is trying to communicate to you, this feeling of despair, then that same defensive chi and immune system will say, this is the resolution. That when you feel despair, which is akin to sorrow and sadness and deep grief, now, because you know what organs that's impacting or what organs are communicating to you about what they need. If an organ communicates to you despair and you know what the organ needs based on the 5 elements, based on living cyclically with the earth, then you can give that despairing organ in its expression of despair what it needs to call it back to its perfectly harmonious self. Whether that thing that you may need to resolve despair, which is an equal and opposite reaction. You need an equal and opposite reaction to, quote, resolve, to come up with the resolution to release despair. What is the equal and opposite reaction to despair, to grief, to deep longing, to sorrow, to sadness? It is happiness. It is joy. It is ecstasy. It is laughing. It is fucking. It is dancing. That, like, doing those things, even if you have to force yourself until the despair is completely released and the organ feels whole again. It is always responding in equal and opposite expression that cures the thing that plagues you. Could this be the reason that white people are so uncomfortable with witnessing Black joy? This very medical thing that I'm talking, could this be why they are so emotionally confused and conflicted and enraged when they see just Black people like just having fun, just like just laughing, just being dumb? Could this be the reason? Could this be the origin of that thing that we are experiencing, especially with like Karen, what y'all call Karen syndrome? Could this be what it is? And instead of them being understanding that they must lean into that thing that makes them uncomfortable, they must engage in that activity that in the knee-jerk response makes them angry. Their anger is what is responding to your happiness. Their anger, their deep, deep, unexplained rage is what is responding to your happiness. This is why they're uncomfortable when they see three of us, Kiki and Kakan, as we minding our business. Something in their deep-seated rage is responding aggressively towards the actual medicine that they need. Isn't that a bitch? Isn't that a bitch? The thing that will heal them, the thing that will heal them, the thing that will break the curse on their very flesh, child, on their very flesh, on their very spirit, on their consciousness, on their mind, on everything. The very, very, very thing that will heal them, that will rectify all wrongs within their goddamn life, within the ancestry, is the very thing that they express their outrage towards. They respond to our happiness and joy and expressions in every different way because it is the direct and opposite thing that they experience all the time. All the time. All the time. And in their separation from their medicine, in their collective separation from that which will heal them, just in proximity. Just in proximity. You feel me? In their response, because I tell y'all this all the time, and what I'm talking about us. But the thing that has the most potential to sweep through the white world and finally restore them, finally break the goddamn spell on they skull, finally exorcise the demon that has plagued their whole existence. That demon always telling them that colored people is your problem. The world would be perfect if colored people wasn't here. That's what the demons say. But listen, the world would be a perfect place to be if niggas didn't exist. That's what they demon telling them. As their spirit is in a perpetual state of longing and escapism to try to escape that longing. Yeah. That's why they get mad at your happiness, at your joy, at your creativity. Everything that you do just being black and living is irritating the fuck out of their demons. It's irritating the absolute hell out of their demons. Out of their demons. That's why I told y'all yesterday. That's why I was telling y'all about Grace Jones, bitch. If everything you do harasses the demons of every potential enemy, do what you do. Do what you do. Do what you do. Now do it bigger. Now do it louder. Now do it more audaciously. Now do it more in your face. Now cackle louder. If you know that just you walking through the world being you is what harasses the fuck out of the demons, be you bigger. Be you bigger. Be you bigger. Be you louder. Be you greater. Be you more audacious. Be you more fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Be you in all the ways that is going to exorcise the demon out of the entity that threatens in its isolation to destroy everything. Superman supersize me. Yes. Be you bigger. Be you bigger. You feel me? Be you bigger. Be you darker. Be like me laying out on the beach trying to get jet black like my husband. Be you blacker. Oh my God. Be you fatter. Be you fatter, bitch. Yes. Be you more manly. Since you know they hate to see what they think in their mind is power embodied in a woman. So they always gonna default call you a man if you present with too much power. Be you more manly. I was thinking, I'm not being funny, actually. I was thinking about this about a month ago because I seriously want to get back on these stages and start singing again, right? And I was like, okay, I don't want to be premature when I step out on the stage. So what aspect of me, because I'm always me, what aspect of me am I going to put forward? What aspect of me and my multiple personifications, what aspect of me am I going to make more like my default expression when I step out here on the stage? You feel me? And in that moment, y'all, I was thinking about this thing that I'm just talking to you about now. I was like, well, it don't matter how girly I look. It doesn't matter how girly I dress up, how much of my cleavage is showing. It doesn't matter. There's always gonna be some random ruthless motherfucker that's gonna try to chop me down and say why I look so masculine or why I sound so masculine, why my voice so deep, why you sound like a man when you sing. All the shit I have gotten, by the way, right? And I was like, well, damn, if that's the case, and I've done this, like I was saying, full time for a long time when I was much younger. And it didn't matter how pretty I got. It didn't matter. My hair was way different then. It didn't matter. Right. And I was really concerned with how people saw me. So I jumped through all the hoops and did all the things. And I'm like, damn, is it gonna happen every time? Like people, damn, you sure got a deep ass voice for a girl, that type of shit, right? So when I was thinking just a couple of months ago, like, what is gonna be my stage persona when I go out here and kill them? You feel me? And I instantly thought of the movie. I think it was either in the 1970s or the 1980s. So this is beyond a lot of you. But there's a movie you should still go watch because it's great. It's great. Even right now today, it's great. It's called Victor Victoria. It's so currently relevant to everybody. That's your homework. Go see Victor Victoria. You could probably find it on any. If you got a Fire Stick or whatever, you can probably find it any. We can probably watch it on YouTube, truth be told. But it came out in like the 70s or 80s, and it was starring Julia Andrews. The hills are alive with the sound of music. Her. What was the name of the movie? She was also the little witch with the umbrella, the Nanny McPhee or whatever the fuck. Anyway, no, not Julia Andrews. Is it Julia Andrews or is it Julia Childs? I think it's Julia Childs. Anyway, her, the redhead. She stars in it. Mary Poppins, thank you. She stars in it. Victor Victoria. It's so currently relevant. But okay, it is Julie Andrews. Okay, thank you. So, Julia Childs is the chef, right? She was the CIA chef. She was the agent for the CIA. Anyway, in this movie, short synopsis, it takes place in a wartime period, I think, and she has this woman who wants to be a famous singer. She's an opera singer by nature. She has this magnanimous range, and that's all she wants to do. But she's having such a hard time breaking through in the industry in the United States that, like a lot of people in this period in time, they were like, "Fuck it, America don't see my value. I'm gonna jump across the water. I'm gonna go to England or France or wherever the hell." So I think she ends up in France, and she is starving, like literally starving. Like she's so hungry that she has a scheme. She has a scheme. She will go through her little one room, tiny, teeny, tiny apartment and catch the big giant cockroaches. She got big old giant cockroaches. They big. They like this big. You feel me? So she'll catch 2 or 3 big cockroaches, put them in her purse, but she recognizes she's white. That's a discussion for another day. So she still is able to fake prim and proper etiquette when she talks to the guy about getting her a table. And oh my gosh, can you take my coat, please? She really hypes up that white girl thing. You feel me? She gets the table. She orders as much food as she possibly can, and she starts going ham, just shoveling in as much as she can. And about halfway done, when she's good and full, she opens up her purse. She tells the waiter, "Can you go get my check, please?" And as soon as he goes to get her check, as soon as he turns her back on her to go get her check, she tink 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 dumps the cockroaches, dumps the cockroaches in the plate. But the cockroaches are giant, y'all. I ain't never seen cockroaches that big in my life. They cockroaches is big as fuck. So the cockroaches, she's trying to get a handle on them to keep them on the plate. And all of a sudden, the cockroach flies on somebody, and then another cockroach jumps in the lady's lap. And all of a sudden, there's pandemonium in the restaurant, and she's able to slip out of the restaurant without paying her bill, right? So she hard up. She is out in this country starving, trying to figure out how she's gonna make a way. She's going to different, like auditions, but people are telling her she doesn't have the look they're looking for, and female opera singers in this country are a dime a dozen, and whatever. So everybody's turning her away. She meets this guy who is he is a extraordinarily debonair, flamboyant French gay man, and he actually peeps her technique in the restaurant. He peeps the little roach masquerade in the restaurant and pulls her aside. He's like, yo, you don't have to live like that. Where you living right now? And she was like, she just started busting down. And he's like, girl, this is my ghetto version of the story. Okay. He's like, girl, don't worry about it. Leave your little hutch. Essentially, she living in a hutch, child. Leave your little hutch. I got plenty of space where I'm at. You can come live with me, and I will. Child, she just broke down. They do that good. They got that shit on lock. And so he is like, baby, don't worry about it. I got you. Not only have I got you, I know everybody in this town. And I will start to introduce you to people that are certain to make your life more easy. So anyway, she goes to go sing at this club that he has a friend that runs. And they're like, oh, that's nice. She's really good. She's really, really good. But we need something with some flair and some pizzazz. And this isn't it. It's going to take more than just a pretty voice for her to make something of herself in France. I mean, it is France after all. And child, her flamboyant but debonair gay roommate comes up with a eureka moment. He says, bitch, we had this all wrong. He said, you need to be dressing in drag. You need to be dressing in drag. And she was like, what? I could never. He was like, I'm telling you, if you want to make some money in this city, you got to have a shtick that nobody else has. Boo, you got to do something different. Everybody's in a competition here. It's not going to be enough for you to just be fairly average looking and have a nice voice. She was like, drag? Only men dress in drag. He was like, I know. So this becomes the plot. He says, I'm going to give it away because it's so good. I never give away movies, but this is so good. It's such a good movie. So listen, he comes up with this scheme to disappear her. You don't exist anymore. He gives her a haircut. He does his drag thing. He puts her in a sharp 3-piece suit with wingtail shoes, slicks her hair back, teaches her how to hold a stogie just right, and begins to introduce her throughout the whole of Paris or wherever the fuck they at as Victor, a baron from some exotic somewhere that nobody's ever heard of. So he presents in the world as a wealthy, mysterious, charming, just barely androgynous, strong man. And people ate that shit up. Like, okay, cool. We like your new friend. This dude's sharp. We like his style, his vibe. There's something about him. We like him everywhere they go. So he takes his time introducing Victor throughout all of Paris. They were methodical about it. And then one night, Victor talks to this club owner and says, well, I am a talented actor, but even more so, I am very well known in my home country as a singer. I am actually an opera singer, which was rare in France. It was mostly proliferated with female opera singers. So they were like, charming, young, mysterious man from some exotic, no-name place in Europe. Opera singer, we like this. Okay. So Victor goes back to the club owner in drag. Victor goes to the club owner dressed as a young woman maiden opera singer. And the club owner is blown away. He's like, oh my God, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Has all these props, has all this stuff. And Victor, dressed in drag, is the draw to his club. Victor is the draw, but he's dressed in drag. And so he does his first opening night his first opening night performance packed house, standing room only, the wealthiest of the wealthy, the poshest of the posh in all of France is there to observe this young baron who has this classy, not the lower level, hood level, drag acts over there on that other side of town. No, this is pure class. This is pure wealth. This is pure talent. And he does this whole act, and it's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. Ooh, it's great. The soundtrack is wonderful. Oh, it's so good. I used to know every song, child. So good. And then after he does he at the very closing act is Victor dressed as a little Spanish maiden with her hair in a big red rose on the side, with her little traditional Spanish flamenco skirt, dancing flamenco with the stomping on the stage, and the man that catches her, and they both dance flamenco, and it's so awesome. And then when the beautiful, handsome, strong, strapping man dips Victor down for the last scene, she stands slowly. He rolls her out, and as he rolls her out, she pulls off her wig to expose that she's really a man. And there's a gasp in the whole place. Oh my God, she's a man! This is wonderful. This is wonderful. It was great. So her shtick was that she was a woman pretending to be a man, pretending to be a woman. Victor Victoria. It's such a great movie. When I was a kid, we used to watch this about 11 times. Every time it came on the TV, me, my mom, and my sister was tied to the tube. Oh, it's so good. It's so, so good. I was like, do I have to pull a Victor Victoria on these bitches out here? Everybody say I sound like a man, look like a man, manly acting, whatever the fuck. I was like, maybe I should pull a Victor Victoria on these bitches out here. Maybe that should be my stage persona when I jump up off on this stage, is to pull a Victor Victoria on these bitches. That's why I told y'all that whole story. But anyway, I don't even know how I got on that. But let me show you some things. So I told y'all I have been in here like a mad woman, multitasking, cleaning a room, going to make jewelry, cleaning another room, doing another run on jewelry, cleaning another room. Child, I've been in here like a mad person. Okay. And so I told y'all yesterday I made about 30 new pieces. I didn't make that many today. But the ones I made, bitches, fire. They fire. Mm-hmm. If you have me tell it, they fire. I have never done these, but I was working with some new charms that I got because I love charms. I love charms, and I don't think jewelry has enough charms these days. I just bought another bag of charms. What did I do with the bag of charms? Oh, before I even tell you about the charms, bitch, let me show you the new shirts I got. Oh, so I showed y'all this one, the unholy one. This is fire. Look what I got in the mail, child. I'm gonna say the best one for last because somebody was mentioning it on the live the other day. I can't remember who it was. And the same day that person mentioned this particular thing that needs to be on a shirt, the same day, child, I found the shirt on the internet. I said, oh, divine intervention, let me snatch that shit right now. So this one is another dope one, though. This shit fire as fuck. It's fire as fuck. It's fire as fuck. Like, I literally just took it out the package today. It's fire as fuck. I ain't got no feedback on this Lily spread eagle between these divine serpents, bitch. Like, some feedback. This shirt is fire as fuck. Okay. Then I got another one. This shirt's so hard. This shirt's so hard. This shit's so hard. Hello. Now this one, I have this. I used to do it a lot, but I have this T-shirt book it's like 101 Ways to Pimp Your T-shirt. I think that's the name of it. 101 Ways to Pimp Your T-shirt. I'm about to cut the side, split the sides on this bitch and string it with like some red yarn and do some shit with the, I don't know, but this shit is about to be pimped the fuck out. This shit is about to be pimped the fuck out. Java wants to say she fell out of chair. Well, wait till you see the last one, the coup d'etat of the t-shirt game. Okay. Yeah. Child, this shit got me in my feelings. I have to I have to be methodical about where I'm going to make this shirt's debut, bitch. It's that deep. Listen. I don't remember which one of you the other day was like, "Damn, you need to have a Aquatofana T-shirt." And the same day, child, I found an Aquatofana, and it came through. It wasn't like I was looking for it. I wasn't searching the internet for an Aquatofana T-shirt. But I tell you the literal, I'm telling you these goddamn algorithms and these motherfucking microphones on these goddamn computers and shit be listening to what we saying because this shit literally came through my Facebook feed. A Aquatofana t-shirt the same day one of y'all in the goddamn comment section was talking about, damn girl, you need an Aquatofana t-shirt. I was like, damn, so dude, look at that. Oh, that's so fire. The only how the hood baby say it, the onlyest complaint that I have, the onlyest complaint that I have is that when we get our shit in the works, the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, we got to reproduce all manners of t-shirts and artwork and all of that shit with black bitches on it. This shit would be too gangster. It would be too gangster. This exact same t-shirt with a jet black bitch right there. This shit would be gangster. And it would communicate something totally different. You feel me? It would communicate something totally different just by virtue of changing her complexion. I used to say that about movies. As a matter of fact, it was a prompt question. I asked it. We were at some kind of convention. We were at some. I don't even remember what it was. We were at some kind. This was way back when I was in the movement. We were at some kind of convention. I don't even. Oh, I was in the Department of Agitation and Propaganda. I was in our media department, and so all the people who are like leaders up in the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, we were on a panel discussion. One of the questions that I posed as a panelist to the audience about the effectiveness and the efficiency of propaganda, the question that I posed is, think right now about your favorite movie, your top 3 favorite movies, your top 10 favorite movies. Think about your favorite movies, how they made you feel, how you related to the characters, how you felt like you could fly if your ass was Superman or whatever. No matter what the movie is, no matter how old it is, think about it real deep in your mind's eye right now, how it made you feel, all the things. I said, now take a moment, close your eyes, and think about the absolute favorite one. Close your eyes, think about it. See it in your mind's eye. Now, while your eyes is closed, think about how you would feel if every single character in that movie that was your favorite movie, their race was inverted. So all the white characters became black and all the black characters became white. How would you feel about that movie? Would it elicit a different set of emotions for you? I said, think about what's his name? Peter Parker. His barely awkward, nerdy, adjacent self going through the time in his life where he's trying to figure out who he is. only to become a superhero with this great responsibility to save everybody around him, even if it costs him the love of his life. Now, picture Peter Parker as Black, and would it change your emotional response to him? How? In a good way? In a negative way? Huh? Do that with every single character. Every single character of every movie that you see from now on. Imagine what story would be told if the script was exactly the same, if the action was exactly the same, and the only thing that changed was the complexion of the characters to their polar opposition. Without a single word change in the script, the entire meaning of the movie, I don't care what it is, would be instantly transformed. You feel me? There was a gasp in the room. Oh shit. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about this. I got so many shirts that are hard as hell. Hard as hell. And the first thing I be thinking about doing is like, damn, is this shit stable enough for me to take a brown magic marker to it? I did that with my first set of Orisha cards. I ordered a deck of quote Afro-Brazilian tarot cards, and I see in the advertisement on the screen on the computer. Okay, yeah, Shango. Okay, cool. Oh, Sean. Okay, cool. Child, when I got that goddamn box of tarot cards, I have to show that shit to y'all one night. When I got that goddamn box of tarot cards, them Afro-Brazilian goddamn Orisha cards, them 3 illustrations that they showed in the advertisement was the only 3 Negroids looking Orisha in the deck. Child, Orisha's in the deck with blonde hair and blue eyes. Orisha's in the deck who are literally drawn as gnomes and fairies. I said, what in the absolute? Child, I went through with a brown crayon for the faces and a black crayon for that gold hair. I went through that whole 78 card deck, culling everybody. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is this? Like, what they playing at? What part of the fucking game is that shit? Child, I felt betrayed. I felt betrayed, bewildered, bamboozled, run amok, run astray. Child, I felt like I got ganked. What? Felt like I got ganked. You feel me? Damn. Anyway, child, I got some dope ass shirts. I'm gonna rock them shirts with these little white girls on them, but y'all know I'm plotting and scheming. I do it all the time. Every time you search witch images, witches, any cross search you do, powerful women, images of witches images, witches illustrations, witches black witches. They don't show you black witches, they show you witches with black on. Like, what the fuck? White witches with black on. It's like, it's fresh. And some of the pictures be so fire. Some of the pictures be so dope. So dope. I'm like, God damn, that shit is fire. Now, can we do the same pose and the same illustration with some brown people and some black people and some red people and some yellow people? Like, can we be witches too? Like, can we be evil bitches too? Like, can we be, quote, dark witches too? Can we be black witches too? And not white girls dressed in black, calling them black witches? Can we be black witches too? Like, can we look like Morgana with the flowing hair and shit that just happens to be dyed red like mine instead of growing red at my head? Can I be can I be an illustration of Morgana with my red hair flowing in the wind and my big old giant raven posted up on my shoulder while I got my staff doing damage? Can I be Morgana too? Because every picture you find of Morgana, that shit is, she was a gangster. Okay? I like her so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we be bad bitches too? Can we be bad bitches too? In these awesome illustrations of all things evil. In these awesome illustrations of all things evil, and you got some innocent, pure-faced white girl as the all things evil. Can we be evil too? Shit. Can we be wicked too? Anyway, there is this restaurant in San Gabriel where I used to live. I'm still plotting and scheming on it. It's called the something lodge. The restaurant, supposedly the building that the restaurant is in, I don't know about the restaurant itself, but the building that the restaurant is in was built in the 1800s. It is so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. It's so old. These big old giant wood logs that make it's just beautiful. I love it's so witchy-esque, right? And to absolutely up the witch factor in this building that is like a steakhouse now, on the front of the building, you know, them windmill wheels, the big old giant, almost like building size wheels. They have 3 windmill wheels out in front, big old school solid wood windmill wheels out in front of the restaurant. And behind each windmill wheel is an actual fucking giant, like what they call an eternal torch. An eternal torch behind each windmill wheel. And child, ever since I saw that restaurant and them windmill wheels, I'm like, one day when I can find a great photographer, I am going to get myself so radically made up. I'm going to have several changes of outfits. I am going to have some old school thick like rope that you get from like the hardware store. And I'm going to have my ass strung up on one of these windmill wheels like a convicted witch during the Inquisition with my hair wild in a white dress. I'll be the white witch. Then I'm gonna have my hair wild and I'm gonna be dressed in all black, like the black witch. And then I'm gonna have my hair all wild with maybe stuff in it. And I'm gonna have on a red dress, like the red witch. I have been plotting and scheming on this thing. That place with them eternal torches. I said, God, this is gonna be a project. But the other thing is I want to develop like a calendar, right? And every month in the calendar is some special witch. A witch who talks to birds. You feel me? A witch that I don't know. A witch that channels Kali every time she channels. Every time she channels, she becomes the embodiment of Kali. You feel me? Like 12, 13 months. We need to do a 13-month calendar. We need to do a lunar calendar. You feel me? Get 13 bitches and photograph them in beautifully staged environments and shit. The darker, the better. The darker, the better. You feel me? We might do one later on where it's the multiplicity of the women's of the world. But the first one that the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence must release is all black ass bitches. All shades of black ass bitches, but black ass bitches. Feel me? That's what we have to do. Maybe a witch, because you know the bitches is witches. You feel me? What do we say the bitch was? The bitch was the archetype of the bitch goddess, who was what? She embodied the wolf spirit, the wolf energy, the wolf magic. You feel me? So bitches is witches. Even though they more akin to like werewolves and shit, bitches is witches. And so we need to have a bitch witch page. You feel me? Listen. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Ravens like the crow and the black doves represent birth, life, and death and rebirth of the triple goddess. Absolutely. So last thing, and then I'm gonna get up off of here. Damn, it's been 4 hours already. Shit. Anyway, y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready for these badass earrings that I made today. These things is hard. Ooh, they so hard. Ooh, they so hard. Ooh, they so hard. Even making them, even when I was just drinking, I was like, damn. Ow. Ow. Okay. Hold on. Another version. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. Ooh, these so fine. These so fine. These so fine. Damn. Damn. Hold on. I told y'all I made 30 pair of goddamn earrings yesterday. Hold on. I ain't gonna show y'all all of them. Y'all will get the picture. Ooh, these is hard. These is hard. The glare. Oh, no. Sorry. The glare is too bright off of the lamp. Hold that. Yeah, that's better. So these are this you can't see because of the glare. Here, hold on. That's a little helpful. These are mother of pearl. These are mother of pearl. Yeah, see. Then so hard. Look at those charms. Hot, right? I know. Hold on. Hold on. I got so many in here that are so good. Hot, right? I know. Hold on. Hold on. I got so many in here that are so good. Let's see. Let's see. What else was in here that was gorgeous? Pure gorgeousness. I like these. These are very simple, but I really like them. I like the colors. So those. These are kind of a simpler version of the first ones I showed you. So they're just the mother of pearl with like little subtle kind of gem-esque beads on the bottom. Right? I love those. Ooh. I might have to turn the light back on. So y'all just know that the circles are mother of pearl. You can't really see the glisten in them and like the kind of how mother of pearl looks. But look at these. Everything I made yesterday was very dainty. I'll usually make like a lot of big stuff, but I was like, I like cute and dainty, and those fit the bill. And that Celtic knot is the primary Celtic knot for eternity. Java wants to say she want to wear these being a dominatrix. These are hard. I love them. Hold on. I did dom work for a little bit. I was much younger. I was about 19, 20 years old. I did dom work for a little bit. No, they're not posted. I'm going to post them tonight, baby. So those are a little topaz accents to those. Hold on. I think I got maybe 2 more pairs to share you, and everything else is kind of like a variation of that. So the mother of pearl with the little serpentine additions like those. Then the little mother of pearl with little pentagrams on the bottom and some little amethyst bead babies. And then, oh, I forgot. I do have some more gangster ones. Gangster. Hold on. Gangster. Oh, y'all ain't ready. Y'all are not ready. Now, this is for the nerd in me. And of course, I made myself a pair. Yes, my little atomic earrings. This is the only pair of these that I have because I kept a pair and I only had 2 sets of charms. So those, you'll be the only one to have those if you buy them. Y'all ain't. I noticed every spiritualist that I had done Dom work. Is it right? Is it a rite of passage or just a part of the journey? I don't know. That's a fairly decent inquiry. That's a quite penetrative question. As a matter of fact, it is. It is. I don't know. I might have to contemplate that for a spell, boo. Ow. I only got 2 pair of these. I can't find no more of the little pyramids because I'm here. So, ow. Okay. Hold on. Oh, I forgot how many earrings I made yesterday. Hold on. Ew. Hold on. Y'all are gonna trip. Y'all are literally somebody gonna scream. Somebody gonna scream. Somebody gonna holler. Cause these is fire. This is my little pet project. Okay? Because I bought a bunch of these little charms. And I didn't know at the time what I was gonna make with them, but I was like, damn, these surely is super cute. And then I came up with a eureka moment sitting in front of the charms, bitch. They are tarot card charms. Tarot card charms, you guys. So what I did yesterday was I just mixed up the whole bag of tarot card charms and then randomly picked 2 out at a time. 2 out, 2 out, 2 out. Sat them side by side. These are going to be readings. So whatever you buy is going to come with a little bitty printout of what the reading for your earrings are. Isn't that brilliant shit? Isn't that brilliant? Yup. It's going to come with a little card that's just going to explain the significance of your reading on your ears. I know. I told y'all a bitch is brilliant. All right, I got y'all. I promise. I'm gonna post them. I'm gonna post them tonight. Ooh, but these are so fire. And I love the fact that some of the pairs that I made came out match like this. Some of them came out the same color, both silver or both gold. But however I pulled them out, that was the pull. And I've already got them situated on the table to string them up. Isn't this so fire? It's so subtle, but it's so fire. It's so fire. Because now it's not just a pair of cute ass earrings. It's a top piece. Like, bitch, let me tell you what my earrings mean, bitch. It mean I'm about to power up, bitch. I'm about to glow up. My money about to flow in like a waterfall, bitch. You feel me? Anyway, I'm excited about those. And those are the simplest ones that I made. But I'm like, that shit is genius shit. You feel me? And I think these are, yeah, I think these are the last ones that, oh, no, one more after that. Okay, so 2 more, and then I'm gonna get up off of here. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. These I love. So beautiful. I love these. And I haven't saved a pair of these for myself, so, and I don't know if these are these the only scarabs that I have? I don't remember, but I need to save myself a pair of these because these is fire. They might be the only pair that I have. You know what? Actually, I don't think I've made it. I think I have it out to make. I don't think I've made it yet. Yeah, I haven't made it yet. There's another Egyptian pair that I'm planning on making. I have it out to make, but I haven't made it yet. And then last but certainly not least, y'all are about to flip the entire fuck out. Y'all about to have a whole ass moment. Because when I finally finished, I was like, oh my God, I'm brilliant. I'm a goddamn genius. This just fortifies my geniusness. Okay? And this, it doesn't look like much, but it took some work. It took some work. That's why it took so long to finish. But let me give you the background on them before I spring them out on you. So y'all, we was all having this long ass, deep ass discussion when Kendrick Lamar first dropped They Not Like Us, right? Baby, I was like, this shit is genius. What this young brother doing is I see the shit that many don't see. And so what I decided was to make some earrings that are a representation of the energy of the videos that he had been putting out for this last album. You feel me? So I made these with actual bandanas. And the whole thing that he be on is like the union. See, we always be talking about the duality of the red and blue, but his whole shtick is the union of the red and blue as represented by the Crips and Bloods. You feel me? So he's got it in every video. Right. So no one on the top. That's why I juxtaposed it. I inverted them. You feel me? Mm-hmm. I told y'all I was about to have a whole ass fit. Yeah. I know. These are the only two that exist right now because they took so long to make. They was a pain in my ass, truth be told. I was like, well, I'm gonna make 2 pairs, and if they sell, then okay, maybe I'll make a couple more and a couple more and a couple more because these shits took a long time. They took a long time, but they fire. Goddamn it! When I finally finished them, I was like, damn, child. These might have to be my Hollywood earrings. I ain't gonna lie. These might have to be my little. Hey, cut it out. Wait a minute. Boy, don't make me throw something. Let me find something to throw with your ass. I ain't got shit. I done threw everything at you already. Cut it out. Anyway, these might have to be my little money maker Hollywood limited edition joints that I charge like, a couple $100 for, like the fashion designers doing shit. That y'all gonna be the only 10 motherfuckers on earth that's got these earrings. I ain't gonna make no mouth or something. I don't know. But girl, I was like, these shits is hard as fuck. Find a cute little a cute little model with a super short haircut, and all you can see is her close cut shave and these big old fat earrings on the side of her head. That shit would be so hard. She did that. She did that. She did that. Because I'm trying to every day. I'm trying to figure out a way to tax these motherfucking Hollywood bitches. You feel me? I need to find a way to tax these bitches. You feel me? So I might have to start doing some special edition, one of a kind type of bullshit. Because I need to figure out a way to take. Do you know the city generate $86 million a day? A day. 365 days a year. $86 million a day. I'm gonna need my cut. I'm gonna need my cut. I'm gonna need my piece. You feel me? I'm gonna need my piece. So y'all help me plot and scheme, because maybe the idea eludes me. It just hasn't occurred to me because there's 10 million other things in my brain at any given time. But I'm gonna need my cut. I'm gonna need my cut. I'm gonna need it to come in a way that it catches me totally off guard, suddenly and magnanimously. That it literally comes out on me like a busted pipe to an open faucet that cannot be closed and cannot be reversed. You feel me? I need my cut. Them is fire. I have to keep me a pair of these too. Them high. What else? And then these little triangle ones, these fire too. These joints fire. These joints fire. And these are limited. These are finite because I got these little triangle-esque beads from like I got them from a Goodwill or a Salvation Army. You know how they have behind the case like they little jewelry thing. And this was a necklace, and I cut the necklace, the little triangle beads. I'd cut the necklace up for the beads. So this is finite. You know what I'm saying? I think I have enough to make 8 pairs or 6 pairs, something like that. So one is for me, and then y'all can scramble for the rest. But this, I think it was either 6 or 8 that I counted. These are fire though. These are fucking fire. Ooh, they so hard. Ooh, they so hard. So hard. Oof. And then even the blue ones, I keep one of each. This is hard. I deliberately placed the triangles in opposition on this one. I don't know if y'all noticed that. The other two are both yoni facing triangles. But I was like, let's do the harmony of opposites up on this joint, the upward facing and the downward facing. So I did that deliberately. Those are fire too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'll be working for a couple of hours on photos. Photos for these to post them. All of them may not get posted tonight because the posting process is tedious as fuck. Between the posting and writing out descriptions and all of that stuff. But definitely by tomorrow, all of them will be up. And probably some more because I'm probably going to get back to the jewelry making process before I lose my wind. And then I just got some more charms today. They're teeny. They're smaller than I thought, but they're super cute in their little daintiness. I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet, but they're cute. They're little stags. They're little stags. Little stag charms. See? Little cute stags. Like a little stag head. That's so cute. So cute. I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but I was like, ooh, stags. There they go. Anyway, a bag full of them. I got a bag full of them. So we shall see. We shall see. With the brain juices, I need to go get a drink. I know that. So yeah, that's it. So what I think I'm gonna do, because every time I make that I watched it, Java Watson. God damn it, you would. Right as I'm trying to slide up off of this shit. Girl, I watched that shit twice. I watched it twice. First of all, I tell y'all pretty regular. I don't do horror movies. I don't want that shit in my head. But because it was all black and because you mentioned the EIME, I was like, let me see what they working with. And I am such a lightweight where horror movies are concerned. And even though I know that's not, quote, technically horror, it was creepy enough for me for it to be horror. I was like, ooh, But I'll tell you what did happen. As I was looking for the movie, like looking through, my Fire Stick, trying to find where I could stream it. It was very, very interesting that when you go and do the search, right? You put the word in search. All of the movies, because it'll show you what movies have the words in it or whatever, and then it'll also tell you movies that are like this, or people. If you like this movie, people also watch this, right? And the people watch this or movies like this lists. It was very fascinating that almost all of the movies that they listed as movies people watched because they watched this or whatever, every single one of them were movies about mirrors. Every single one. I was like, oh shit. Damn. Every single one of the movies had mirror themes. More than 75% of them were horror themes about mirrors. That yeah, all of the movies as the recommended list if you watch this movie. were had mirrors as the themes. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, because yeah. Anyway, will any of them be chokers? I don't understand what you mean, Royal. What, like gag you or something? I don't know what you mean. You can explain to me what you mean, but I do not know what you mean in this last thing that you said. You can explain it to me because my 50-year-old self might not be hip to the game of what you're talking about. You feel me? But the movie was sufficiently creepy. Yep, it was sufficiently creepy. Um, the more the it was the more it was the more it was like the subtleties of the movie that disturbed me the most, honestly. Well, your child. No wonder I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. Oh my god, I didn't know what, child, because I done already switched topics, child. You know how my brain be. I done already switched subjects. I was like, what she mean? Is the movie a choker? Damn, I don't. Maybe that's some lingo I ain't familiar with. Is it like? Does it mean like that shit gag me? Is that what she talking about? I can make them a choker if you would like, my dear. I could. Oh my god. Oh shit. My bad, y'all. I was listen. I was shit. Anyway. What was I saying? Fuck. I don't remember. Oh, I was saying that I went out because you have to pay for it. You have to stream it. So I went ahead and streamed it as soon as you mentioned it in the comments. And really I was looking for more kind of like I was expecting because you was guiding the bitch. You feel me? You was guiding the bitch with your little me aj doo doo, you know what I'm saying? Comment. So I was literally waiting for more overt, you know, more overt signs, me, you feel me? And they were there, the subtleties were there. But even more than the woman in the yard, there were other subtleties about the movie that um that stood out to me more than the quote, I mean, you got a black bitch in the front yard dressed in all black aspect. This conflict between she and her son was what stood out the loudest to me about the movie. I'll be honest. That her relationship with her child, her boy child, was what stood out the most for me. And I'm hesitating because of what we spent like the last 45 minutes to an hour talking about. Is I felt myself in like reaction to the behavior of her boy child. I felt myself in conflict with myself about my default reaction to this child's behavior. And then I felt this internal conflict because as soon as I would move through the reaction, I would feel guilty because I had the reaction because I recognized that the boy's malignant behavior was a direct consequence of his pain and his suffering, of his loss of his father, of the betrayal that he felt his mother had created in him, that he felt betrayed by his mother for the loss of his father. He didn't know the background story, but he still was acting in a way and harmful and quote stereotypical teenage boy just being a dickhead type of shit. You feel me? And so that was my reactionary response to his behavior. And then I had to literally in real time yank myself back and be like, okay, this is a difficult place for a boy child to be, to witness his mother literally descending into this place that she's threatening not to come back from. He can see it even if that's not what she says. To be in this place where he is very young in between these two extreme poles of females, his little baby sister and his mama, who is completely incapacitated by grief. And so I, even as I had the knee-jerk response to be like angry with this little boy, like I had to just as immediately like yank my own chain and be like, his behavior is the response of a baby who is overwhelmed. His response is the response of a boy child, barely a teenager, trying to figure out in his little baby brain how to solve this problem that his mother, in her despair, has created for him and his little sister. There's no electricity. Everything in the goddamn refrigerator is going bad, so they got to eat it all up because it's going like, to be a baby, to be a 12-year-old, to be a 14-year-old, to be, even if he's 16 years old, to be a baby thrust in this position. I was like, I was immediately upset with myself because I was like, she need to wake up long enough to beat that child ass. She need to spank his butt. Like that default shit that we fall into. I was like, she need to yoke his ass up. I said, wow. When I tell y'all in real time, my little Jesus demon be coming the fuck from out of nowhere. I'm telling you, I had that experience yesterday when I watched this movie. My default for his little bratty behavior. I ain't that sleep. I ain't that sleep. Fuck you said. Don't make me come over there and put your ass in the chokehold. What the fuck is wrong with you? Child, when I tell you we got multiple personalities disorder out this bitch. I'm not lying. I sat on this couch and cried yesterday watching this. Not because of what was happening in the movie, literally because of my default reaction to this baby's behavior, and how out of my default reaction to this baby's behavior was me actively engaged in the denial of his baby sovereignty. That shit I'm always trying to champion, always trying to check in my own self. That fucking default goddamn programming we still all have. And I sat right on that couch and recognized instantly when it was my fucking programming that shot forward. Oh, we up. That's a that's a bad baby black boy. We up. You know you want to beat his ass, child. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Why he can't come inside out the back? No, he didn't call his mama no bitch. That movie had me in my feelings yesterday, and for all the wrong reason. It wasn't for none of the scary shit. It wasn't nothing for the Aj doo shit. It wasn't for none of that. It was this relationship between this woman and her baby, her boy child. Primarily, even her despair, even her depression, even her grief, even her guilt, because the primary emotion that was subduing her was guilt. Even though it was false guilt, it was guilt. And that shit is consuming. That shit is real. That shit is an emotion that people don't talk about often enough. False guilt. That shit will fucking subdue. It will put you down. It'll put you down. And and the first scene where she's in the bed, you know, watching over and over again this last video that she had taken with her husband or whatever. Man, that's fucking false guilt shit. More than any other relationship. That false guilt shit will fucking destroy you. It'll destroy you, man. And I felt that shit so deep. That scene where she is literally paralyzed in the bed, where she is like forcing her, she's praying, just give me the strength to just do the absolute minimal because everything feels so labored, so burdensome. Man, I have been in that place, child. That shit did me. That shit did me. It was good. I felt like it was too short. I felt like it ended too abruptly. It didn't feel. It felt, the ending felt rushed. It felt, and in it feeling rushed, it felt rushed. It felt premature. The ending, it felt um it felt abrupt. like slamming on the brakes. That's what it felt like. It felt abrupt, like they rushed the end, like they were. Okay, niggas, y'all only got the camera for a little while before we take it over here to the real movies. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like to me. I'll be honest. It felt like, okay, TikTok niggas, this cute, what y'all got going on, but we got real movies to make. Can you give us our equipment back, please? Wrap this shit up. It felt very abrupt. And so, in its abrupt closure, it felt, no matter how deep the like bulk of it was, with the way that the movie ended, with the abruptness of the ending of the movie, it felt. There's a word that I want to say. It felt. It almost felt amateurish. I'll be honest. It felt amateurish. It felt, I don't know, but the ending really frustrated me. The ending, it felt like I got chopped off at that I was walking around the rest of the day on noobs. But the acting was great. The character in the yard, she was a perplexing character, because as beautiful as she was as horrifying as she was. She was horrifying. She was really spooky. She was really. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about her. She was really spooky. She was really scary. She was really. It like when her shadow started climbing all over shit. I was like, oh shit. Oh, wait a minute. Told y'all I'm a lightweight. I had to turn away from the screen. And then when I pushed rewind, because I was like, damn, I missed something, and I was still like, oh, okay. Child, when she first like took her finger and flicked that lamp above the little girl head, I said, "Oh shit, I was up in here dead. Okay, I watched it in the broad daylight. I watched that shit at noon. I don't watch scary movies at night. I watch that shit in broad day. Y'all was in here clowning me. I'm trying to tell y'all, even as, and it's so crazy because I've been thinking about this horror movie thing for some time, maybe a few weeks, because there are so many horror movies that I know I should watch with my eyes, like with my lens, with my worldview. There are horror movies that I have seen the previews for, and I'm like, damn, I should really watch that. I know there's gonna be some deep shit up in it. I'm also convinced that the scariest movies, they make the scariest to deliberately hide shit from certain people that they don't want to watch it. Like niggas like me, like people over a certain age. Because I started watching horror movies when I was like 35. There's just some shit you cannot unsee. There's some shit you cannot unsee. And there's certain shit I do not want to live forever in my head. So I was cold turkey. I don't watch horror movies no more. And even when I was watching horror movies, it wasn't like horror like Saw type of shit. It wasn't horror like Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit. It was horror like Stephen King horror, like soft porn for horror. You feel me? It was like every now and again we'll flash a little horror nipple at you, but that was as scary as I was going. I wasn't gonna go triple X horror. I was never gonna do that. I was never gonna do that shit. I have never done that shit. I don't do that shit. There's some shit your ass cannot unsee. You feel me? The last horror movie I saw until this shit that y'all made me watch, uh, was when my daughter was getting ready to have my first grandchild. The week before she was getting ready to have, 2 weeks before she was getting ready to have Kalani, she taught me. Her husband is a Virgo. I'm a Virgo. And when I tell you that white boy said damn near verbatim the same thing I said without hearing me saying it. She went in the living room and she was like, "Babe, I want to go see it at the movies." He was like, He said, "Absolutely not. There is no way I want to see anything that's in that movie. He literally said some shit you can't unsee." I said, "What the fuck?" He is my daughter's age. This is what he tell his wife when she say, "I want to go see it at the movies." I said, "You already know my answer. You already know my answer." She was like, why y'all gonna act like this? I'm gonna have this baby in 2 weeks. I wanna go see this horror movie. Damn, why y'all do me like that? Ain't no telling when I'm gonna be able to go to the movie. She staged the whole contest, Aries that she is, with a Scorpio moon that she has, and a Leo ascendant that she has. That child staged a whole ass contest about us not wanting to go see that movie. So we let her browbeat us into going and seeing it. It scared me with the terrible special effects that it had when I saw it when I was a little kid. The terrible, cheesy special effects that it had way back then, that shit horrified the fuck out of me. And I let my daughter talk my old ass into going to a movie theater where we were the only 3 people in the theater. We caught it on an off night. We were the only 3 people in the theater. The last showing of the night. I said, God damn, we going to this movie theater. The movie comes on, child. I'm not lying. The movie comes on. And within the first 2 minutes, a baby dies. That baby couldn't have been 3. I said, oh, hell. I said, I'm leaving. Y'all got to catch a cab home. I'm out of here. This some bullshit. I was mad. I was so mad. I was mad. I was mad. This what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna open the very first scene in the movie with a little baby chasing his motherfucking boat down a drain in the rain and watch him get killed? I had a whole ass. I was mad as fuck. I said, who do this shit? So me, I'm hyper political. You feel me? I'm hyper spiritual. You feel me? Watching this bullshit, ass bullshit. Why they gotta do that? Why they always gotta be killing babies in motherfucking movies and shit? What the fuck kind of shit is this? This didn't happen in the first movie. They don't kill no goddamn 3-year-old in the first scene of the motherfucker. I was mad as I was mad as hell. I raised hell in that goddamn movie theater. She's like, Mom, it's just a movie. It's just a movie. Oh, I spent the rest of the 2-hour goddamn movie like this. Her husband on the other side of her, on the other side of her, watched the rest of the motherfucking movie like this. Baby, until I watched that shit last night. That was the last time I watched a horror movie, child. That was in 2018. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Y'all cracking up in the comment sections. I'm trying to tell y'all shit. Mm-mm. With the way my mind works, with the way I keep everything, with the way everything that I watch shows up in my dreams and shit. Mm-mm. 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 And I'm gonna tell y'all why y'all Java Watson say I live for it. Somebody else say, oh my God, I love horror movies. I'm gonna tell you why. You ain't gonna want to hear why, but I'm gonna tell you why you love horror movies so much. Who said that? Oh, Java Watson said, I love horror films. Who else said that shit up in here? I love horror movies. That's my daughter. She act like she's straight obsessed. Horror movies, horror video games with zombies eating people guts out and shit. I said, where did you get this shit? You ain't never seen no horror movie in my house while I raised you. Where you get this shit from? Where you seen this shit from? How did you develop a love for this shit? When I raised you, how that happen? I don't know. I just love it. I just love it. Like if you gave her a choice of anything on the world, on all genres to watch, she no hesitation, blood and guts, scary, jumping out of shit, all the things. y'all are a trip. And this comment section be having me hollering. Okay, undid, undid. Undid. Helen Stevenson said, it's a learning lesson. Don't be too hard on yourself. At least you caught yourself. That's the whole point. That's the reason for me to share this with you. Is because that malignant motherfucker never goes away until this whole shit goes away. He there. The difference is that you do the work. So he don't pop his head out as often. You feel me? your conditioning, your crack of Christ in your throne. You feel me? He don't make himself known as often because you constantly doing the work. You constantly doing the work. You constantly doing the work. So I started watching this movie where I think I'm about to see some awesome shit about the EI me IJ and shit. You feel me? I think, okay, the black people gonna be coming up in here doing the thing. And then I watched it and I was like, this shit actually scary. This shit actually scary. You feel me? Not only that, it's like, I'm gonna tell you something else. That happened with me in this movie. I hadn't sat down because I wasn't taking notes the first time I watched it, and I hadn't sat to really like deeply contemplate it because, again, I'll be honest, I had more than an attitude with how the movie ended. It was way too abrupt. The ending was way too superficial for me. It was way too superficial for me. It was way too simplistic for me. I had an attitude, I'll be honest. But I had not so I had not written any notes down about it, just keeping like mental observations. But I do remember there was a moment where because it's not the only time I've seen it. It's this constant thing that I'm trying to reconcile with myself, to be able to like be entertained by a movie, to be still aware of what is being communicated in the movie that eludes the majority of people, right? Like being able to see through the movie, to see so that the conditioning doesn't become mine. I'm still a person. I'm still a human. I still got a reptilian brain that has the ability to be impacted by images and symbols and shit. The thing is that I always go into a movie, any movie, no matter what it is, no matter where I am, whether I'm home or the movie theaters. Okay, what is it that is going to be communicated to me today in investing this time in this movie? You feel me? I'm always deliberate about that. Even though I still say, okay, this is gonna be dope. I'm gonna have a good time, whatever. And the problem, the conflict for me is always trying to like deliberately straddle the fence when I go for the first time to see a movie. To say, okay, I want to enjoy this movie, so I ain't gonna be so super cerebral the first time that I watch it that I'm not entertained by it. You feel me? So that's what I call about the deliberate straddling of the fence, is to like not fall for the okie doke presented in the movie. Be analytical enough that you don't get caught up in the okie doke. You feel me? Be entertained, but still be clear about what it is you witness. Even if you gotta like revisit it with fresh new eyes. Like don't go up in there getting caught the fuck up. And so this has happened a few times with movies for me. And it's interesting because it happens because I'm always trying to reconcile what I'm always saying. What I'm always saying is that all art is propaganda, right? And so even if it's something black as fuck and I really want to go see it just because it's black as fuck, right? I really want to go support it because it really is just black as fuck. Even if it's not a topic I'm interested in, if it's black as fuck, I'm probably going to go to the movies to see it. Probably going to spend my little ducats to go all the way to the movies to see it, right? But that woman in the yard shit, there ain't no way in absolute hell I've gone to the movies to see that. Let me just put caveat. There ain't no way, because I always go to the movies by myself. I ain't got no click to go to the movies with. There ain't no way I'd have sat in that motherfucking movie theater by myself to watch that shit there. The previews were enough to be like, if I see it'll be at home with the lights on at daytime. That's when I would go see that shit. But in the going to support black as fuck movies, you feel me? The quandary that I sometimes find myself in is all art is propaganda. So what is it that I am experiencing in this split second that I feel uncomfortable? Because it's interesting, black movies, especially black movies that are black as fuck, they get me caught up easier than movies that are like, just regular, popular produced movies, like mixed actors and all of the things. You feel me? Black ass movies that are black as fuck cause me to contemplate deeper. Because even though I am hype about the movie being black as fuck, I am hype about all the actors being black as fuck. I am hype about the fact that, oh my God, it was directed by somebody who is black as fuck. All art is propaganda. And so knowing that all art is propaganda, I have to be more contemplative when watching black as fuck movies about what it is that I need to be extracting out of this black as fuck movie that's trying to make me fall for the okie doke. And so there'll be a moment that even if I cannot articulate in that moment, my flesh will be like, oh, there it is. That's that bullshit. And so I'll be asking myself while I'm watching the movie, like, what is it about this specific second or scene that made me uncomfortable in my body? Because that shit becomes more difficult to identify in black as fuck movies. I have experienced this several times. This is the first time I'm articulating this discomfort that I could not articulate when watching black as fuck movies. This is the first time I've ever articulated that out loud, but I have been aware of it. And yesterday when I watched this movie at high noon in the daytime with all my blinds open and shit, I was like, ooh, there it is again. That moment. That inarticulable moment where I could not explain, because it wasn't anything obvious. I could not explain why I was uncomfortable in my flesh with the scene. And so I'll have to watch it a third time to reconcile that thing that I had never even until this moment given voice to, but I experienced it when I watched Us. I'm lying. I have seen, well, Us wasn't necessarily a horror movie. It was like suspense thriller. You feel me? It was creepy as fuck though. I guess it could borderline as a horror movie. But Us, what's the other one that Jordan Peele did that didn't get as much attention as I thought it should? What was it? It was called Nope. Nope. It's called Nope. Baby, that thing there did not get rave reviews. And so it took me a long time to watch it. But when I watched that shit, I was like, oh my God. Oh my, that movie was, it was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. God damn, even thinking about it in my mind's eye, it was a lot. Because I think so many people that either loved it or hated it only viewed it from a very, very, very superficial place, baby. That movie was deep. That movie was deep. When they start talking about the old song and it like sings in the background or something, it was a purple people, it was a polka dotted purple people, whatever the fuck that song used to be. Somebody sing the song. It was a something purple polka dotted people eater or some shit. That song. It how did that damn song go? It was a one-eyed purple polka dotted something people eater. We used to sing it as a kid. And I was like, child, the first time I saw that movie, and it wasn't creepy when I was a kid, but as soon as they started this movie, and I understood clearly why it was always creepy. I didn't understand why it was creepy as a kid, but with this movie, I felt like I had time traveled. I'm not lying. When they started singing that motherfucking song, I felt like I had time traveled. Like I literally just what was the name of it? I just quantum leaped or some shit. I said, oh my God. Ooh, even singing the song now just gave me the heebie-jeebies. That movie was deep. It was deep. It might have to be the source of a goddamn movie review because that shit, I think people missed why that movie was deep. They might have got the creep factor, but the depth, I don't think most people got. I don't think most people got. That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy. That movie was crazy. That movie, that movie was crazy. That movie was crazy. And I will tell you something else that y'all don't want to hear about Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele, and it's not a stretch because he's married to a Jewish woman. Jordan Peele, I am convinced, is like, like one of them secret society esotericists. I think he is probably like a secret society esotericist. And the reason I say that is because in what was the first one that he did with the sunken place dude? With the sunken place. What was the first one called? Somebody tell me what the first one was called. Get Out. Thank you. Yeah. So, Helen, you are goddamn awesome. She said it was a one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater, one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater, one-eyed, one-horn flying purple. You see how I got right back into saying? I was like, oh yeah, I remember. Oh my god. Oh, that just made my night, girl. Thank you for that. That's great. That's just great. Oh my god! You see how it came back? It just came back. The rhythm and everything. Okay. Anyway, what I was saying about his secret society esotericist shit and how I'm convinced of it because of the movies that he's made. If you look at those movies, Get Out, Us, and Nope, and is there one more that he did? Is there one more that he did? Or was it just those three? I can't recall. But them three is enough. Because there is a recurring theme. There is a recurring theme. There is a tiny, minuscule, barely perceptible string that connects them all, child. There is an ever so faint spider web thin, barely perceptible string that connects them all. I said the thing that is so fascinating about this period is that everything is butt naked. But they can be butt naked because they know we still cannot see. Not as a whole. They know that we still cannot see. They know that we still cannot see. And so they be literally playing in that motherfucking face. Once I tell you what this barely perceptible string of connection between his three movies are, then you'll be like, oh my fucking God, how did I not see it? It's so obvious. It's literally that in your face. Like literally right there. And you look everywhere around but what the obvious is. Every single one. There's barely perceptible string of connection for all three. And why I say that he is a secret society member, esotericist, is because in every single movie there are overt, like stupidly big, probably in Us bigger than any of the other three, but stupidly big, overt, um, overt. That's the word I'm looking for. Overt references to this period that we're living in human history in general. Specifically, there are overt symbolism of Oya. Oya as the great revealer of the revelations of the end of days. That's who she is. Every single movie. When I watched Nope, I said, okay, I'm through. I got to be through with Jordan Peele. I got to be through with his ass. I got to be through. I mean, overt. Not just, quote, her characteristics. Her as Pluto in this age. Us, like I said, is the most overt. It's the most obvious. It's the most overt. The people dressed in red are literally living the fuck underground. Like, it can't even be any more plain-sighted obvious. It can't even be no more obvious than that. That the little boy whose name is Pluto, who has the evil him twin in the underworld, the evil him twin got a mask on that is another different version of the mask got on all the time that looked like the Jason mask of Friday the 13th. Or what's the other nigga name that wear the mask? Michael Myers. You feel me? So he got the white mask on, and the evil version of him got the dingy, scary, dirty mask on. And Oya, the governess of the underworld, who is the owner of the masks, and the baby named Pluto. I said, God damn. God damn. You feel me? Not only that, the okie doke that they pull on your ass in the very last scene of the movie, and you think that the above ground family are the victims of the evil ass family that done rolled the fuck up on them just on some random murderous rampage. And so you rooting for what's her name? What's the girl name? Lupita. You rooting for Lupita and her family to get away. You rooting for them to get away because they the good guys. And obviously, the evil guys is the people who live in the underworld with the dingy mask on and the fucked up face, and they be eating rabbits. And so you rooting for Lupita. And the voice of the alternate her, that shit fucked me so up. Because you know what that is. Do you know what that weird voice when Lupita talks as her alternative self that is so fucking creepy but so familiar? I don't know how many of you talk in your sleep, but I am a horrible sleep talker. I talk in my sleep. I talk in full conversations. I have always talked in my sleep. I feel like it is an adaptation of my father's terrible, terrible, extremely scary sleepwalking habit. I didn't sleepwalk, I sleep talk, but my father sleepwalked so bad that my mom and my stepmom eventually would take naps through the day so they could sleep lighter at the night because my dad would get up, climb out a window, walk into the street without no clothes on, walk down the neighborhood, like full on scary sleepwalker. I talk in full sentences and full movie shows in my sleep. And sometimes, I've told y'all the story before, but sometimes I will get so deep in the dream. I will be so deep in the dream that I will talk, because I talk out loud, but I will talk so loud, I will startle myself awake. I will talk so loud because I'm so deep in whatever's happening in the dream. Typically, it's something concerning or urgent, not scary, just concerning or urgent, that I'm talking so loud and with so much force, I will jerk myself up out. I'll wake myself out of my sleep. When that bitch started talking like she did, I'm getting chills everywhere. Creep factor on level 20. When I first saw that goddamn movie, and she was like talking like it was straight. That's how I talk in my fucking sleep. That's exactly how I talk in my sleep. Like I'm straining to get the words out. I'm saying to myself in my sleep, like, why the fuck can I talk? I want to cuss you out. I said, what the whole absolute entire fuck. I was shook. I was shook when that was her voice. I was like, "What? How they came up with that? How did they decide what her voice was going to sound like? How did they come to this conclusion?" And when I'm telling you, I should record my. Somebody said that. Somebody has said, because I was saying on a live one day that I need. The whole story is that Edgar Casey didn't even know he talked in his sleep, but his wife would stay awake at night to write down what he was saying in his sleep, and this became the origins of his first quote writings or books. Is that, and does his wife get any credit ever? Do you ever hear them talk about Edgar Casey's wife? That if it was not for her and her diligence to understand what was happening to him while he was asleep, that the prophecies of Edgar Casey would be lost to history in time. They don't ever say that. She just a footnote. He the genius. She the footnote. I digress. I was like talking to a homie, and I was like, "Yo, that's what I need. I need scribes. I need scribes to stand around my bed while I go to sleep because I dream in movies. I dream in whole ass movies. I dream multiple dreams with beginnings, crescendos, and ends. Straight up. Straight up. I was like, I need scribes. I need scribes around my bed." And listen to whatever profound shit come the fuck up out of my face while I'm asleep, right? And and he was like, you don't need no scribes, girl. Just get yourself a recording device and leave that shit on all night. I was like, I guess it don't sound as exotic as having scribes watch you sleep, but okay. But baby, when the first time I saw that movie, first of all, I was already overwhelmed by the over obvious Pluto Oya symbolism everywhere. Plus, for anybody that is my age or around my age, because a lot of you peoples is young, you babies. You feel me? Y'all don't got no cultural frame of reference. That's why I always be threatening that I got to shift. I got to pivot hard and teach a goddamn cultural pop history class or some shit to put y'all up on game about shit y'all had no business not knowing or missing. Okay, I digress. What was I saying? Shit. Oh, about the movie. So the premise of the movie and these people of the underworld coming to the surface and shit, and they were, ooh, it's so creepy. They were mirroring an event that actually happened, right? So I was a kid when the campaign was launched, Hands Across America. I think Reagan was still in office. It was either Reagan or Bush's first term. Hands Across America to feed the starving babies in America, right? And that shit caught fire. It was like extraordinary how many people like signed on to participate. Can we form one human chain of hands to hands across the United States? And they was damn near successful. That shit, when I tell you that shit preoccupied the TV for months and months, and you could not escape it. Months and months and months. And what was the song? Hands across. I think it was Willie Nelson or motherfucking, what was his name? I keep forgetting you don't love me no more. What's his name? I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting. Y'all know the guy, the white. Oh, he always had white hair. I never saw him without white hair. I never saw the young version. White beard hair, white head. I keep forgetting. And black people loved him because they was like, that boy sure sound like he black. What is his name? Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I keep forgetting. Yes, Michael McDonald. God damn it! I knew somebody on here was gonna be old as me, be able to tell me that shit. I keep forgetting you don't love me no more. I keep forgetting things will never be the same again. I keep forgetting you don't how you made that so clear. I keep forgetting every time I see Do 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 do. I ain't gonna front. That was my boy. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. But I think it was one of them white boys. It was either him, Michael McDonald, or maybe Kenny Loggins, or maybe Kenny Rogers. It was one of them white boys that was very, 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 very popular at that time. Who was it to say? Heads across America. Child, you could not escape that shit. Not no time of the day. And this is back in a period where, the TV automatically went off by itself at midnight. Midnight, right? But child, that shit permeated the whole, it dominated everything. Every drink company was invested. It was a big, big deal. And outside the age, not only of social media, but outside of the internet did not exist then. And they were almost successful. I think they said it was something like 900,000 people or some shit that they got to form a chain link across the goddamn country. Yeah, some of these cultural iconic moments, we need to go revisit that shit. And Jordan Peele did. He did that shit for a reason. When I saw them motherfuckers dressed in all red, holding hands after emerging from the dark underworld, I said, this motherfucker is a piece of shit. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. I said, what is this nigga up to? What is he plotting and scheming on? What this nigga up to in his allegiance, in his alliance with them others? Was that what they was called? What did they call them? What they call the people up under the ground? The others? Is that what they call them? What they call them niggas? Child. And why they had all them bunny rabbits? How you get bunny rabbits in the motherfucking sewer system anyway? Why they wasn't eating alligators? Why they eating bunny rabbits? Why there's thousands and thousands of bunny rabbits everywhere? And they eating bunny rabbits raw and shit. Why they have bunny rabbits? Child. You want me to tell y'all why they have bunny rabbits? Goddamn, I did not even think of this until this moment. Let me write this down so I don't forget. Goddamn. God damn. You know what I'm searching for? You know what I'm searching for in this book right here? That I just had my mind blown in this very instant. I have a section in one of my notebooks, one of my notorious notebooks. I have a whole section in the book dedicated to movies that have rabbit symbolism and why. Oh, I'm being deadly serious. I'm about to show y'all. I have a whole section, and that movie did not come up in the section, so now I got to put it in there so I don't forget. I have a whole section about the history of rabbit symbolism in pop culture and modern history, film and shit, and why it's there, what's it's there for, what y'all playing at. How many of the rabbit movies with rabbit symbolism have been horror movies? Did you know that? Why they be turning innocent shit into scary objects? Why they do that? Because they don't just do with the rabbits. What else they done did that to? Babies. Why every motherfucking horror movie you ever see got some wicked ass baby in it, some wicked ass child in it, some red-eyed devil baby in it? Why they do that? Why the most diabolical characters in every goddamn horror movie on the planet is some diabolical bitch, some woman, some diabolical she-devil, a nun that's supposed to be on the one hand the most innocent, the most chaste, the most sacred, and then you make 3 horror movies in a row about a diabolical nun bitch? Why y'all do that? The movie, what's that movie called? What's that movie called? Fuck. Child, there's another horror movie I'm gonna have to watch. I just decided last night. I did watch it as a teenager, but I regretted watching it. But I just decided last night I have to rewatch this bullshit and this bullshit because I'm like, God damn, all this freaking symbolism in this movie that we missed, Silence of the Lambs, with Anthony Hopkins as the serial killer, helping young Jodie Foster find the other serial killer who is strategically killing, quote, overweight women to wear their skins as a dress or some shit. You feel me? Baby, the symbolism in this goddamn movie is over the top, all the way down to the cicada moth-ish looking thing, the skeleton moth, that's what they call it, the skeleton moth, that is the image on the cover of the movie. Silence of the Lambs, why they call it that? But anyway, yeah, man. So I'm like, I'm about to have to go back and watch this movie that traumatized the fuck out of me as a kid, because I know they got shit hidden in there that I need. I know they got shit in there, that so much in there. Why is the serial killer, quote, you remember the scene where he shows his full body and he has tucked his penis between his legs so he looks like a woman? And that the reason that he kidnaps fat women is to give him enough work room in the skin, enough material, fabric to work with in case he makes errors as he makes this suit to become a woman. That even as he wants to become a woman, he hates women. I watched a content creator on this here motherfucking YouTube channel do his version of a movie review about the Silence of the Lambs, and he is gay. He is gay, and his perspective and lens and worldview through which he talked about this movie is how the true victim in the movie is the serial killer. Because this is the depth of the despair that trans women experience when they don't have the opportunity to fully express themselves and live in their truth. I said, oh my fucking God. This the conclusion that you came to? This is the conclusion that you came to. Is that, what was his name? Billy or whatever the fuck his name was? This the conclusion that you came to? Is that this motherfucker who killed and skinned alive 13 women to make outfits out of their skin, to adorn himself in the skins of those he would like to become? This is your conclusion. Is that this man, with the delusions of becoming woman, doesn't go the route that other people born male go to resolve this conflict within themselves to do that. No, that ain't the conclusion that he came to. That ain't the conclusion that he came to. He was like, fuck me going to the knife to have a sex change operation. Fuck that. When all I got to do is hijack the very skins of the object of my aggression, the object of my fucking hatred, fat women. Isn't that about a bitch? The other crime about this movie, The Silence of the Lambs, which was, by the way, based on a true story, The Silence of the Lambs, and the 13 women that this white boy killed, tortured, then killed. The other crime about the movie adaptation of The Silence of the Lambs is every single woman that he killed in the real world was black. In the real world occurrence, that was this serial killer targeting, quote, fat bitches to have enough fabric space to work with to make himself become woman. He killed exclusively fat black women. Yes, he did. But they knew that when they wrote the book and made the movie from the book, that there's no way that the majority of people in this country could really empathize with fat Black women. And this white content creator say, this nigga was the real victim. He was an extreme expression. He was an extreme expression of how trapped trans women feel when they are not free to express their true and authentic self. This white gay boy, content creator. I said, if you do not shut the entire diabolical fuck up, he the true victim. No, this white boy doing this his version of breakdown of this movie, and how they always play up these exaggerations of people in the LGBTQIA population. He's so exaggerated and all of this shit. They be always doing these tropes to attack homosexuals and people in the LGBTQIA population in these movies. This what you fixate on, bitch? This is what you fixate on. This is what you fixate on. In a movie about a white male, because he is white and male, is able, without any suspicion, in his upper middle class house, in his upper middle class neighborhood, can just exist doing diabolical shit to human beings, and nobody asks no questions and don't even suspect him. And so he is allowed, like most serial killers, to live out loud in the world, knowing in his arrogance he will never get caught because his whiteness and his maleness always provide a protective shield for him in his diabolatry. That ain't the conclusion that you come to. And that how you too, white boy who is a part of the LGBTQIA community, are typically a victim of the same motherfucker that you just did a whole live on, talking about he the real victim in the movie. That's what you just did. You just upheld the most monstrous presentation of white nationalism. The most monstrous expression of white nationalism is the diabolical nature of one who jumps both feet forward into this act of methodically, strategically killing human beings, trapping them, and executing their wildest and most insane machinations on the bodies of others. That's what you just did. That you, in one fell swoop, victimized the fucking grossest expression of predatory behavior on earth, and at the same time completely successfully erased the suffering of fat Black women. You did that and saying you sided with the predator, even as you also, as a white male homosexual, complain about how your greatest aggressors are white males. And instead of doing what will always rescue you, is to support, to protect, to cover, to upraise Black women. No, what you did is, even as a quote marginalized person from a marginalized group, your ass still sided with white nationalism over everybody else. Over everyone else, over everybody else. That your white homosexuality still would not allow you to betray your white maleness. Isn't that something? That your homosexuality as a white male, your proximity to a marginalized group as a homosexual white male, still would not allow you to sever your commitment to white nationalism. This is what we up against. And then when I read the story about how all the women this motherfucker killed was fat Black women, and to this day, from the day the movie was released to this day, how many people you done heard say, "Did you know that the Silence of the Lambs was about this white boy wanting to dress up in the skins of Black women, keeping them in a hole, in a pit that he dug in the bottom of his house, blinding them and torturing them, so keeping them for months. If they weren't fat enough, to fatten them, keeping them for months. If they weren't quite fat enough, to fatten them, so that he could skin them alive and use their very fresh flesh as the fabric for the garments that would be his dresses. This story is the most gruesome display of the son gone rogue, and what we perceive as his hatred of the mother, the splitting away of him from the mother. This movie displays that in his mind, he is envious of the mother. In his mind, he hates his mother because he perceives she is more powerful than he. If this is not a real world playing out of this mythology of Enki who slays Tiamat, the great primordial serpent. If this is not he hates her so much, but wants to be her so much. He hates her so much and at the same time wants to be her so much that he can see no way to get close enough to her than to be her, than to wear her, than to simultaneously disappear her in a pit, literally disappear her in a pit in his home, torture her, make her suffer, make her cry, while being emboldened and empowered by this very smell of her adrenaline. The very smell of her adrenaline. We are still animals. We are still animals. And so if you identify as prey and what you need to get the feel, you could eat an animal. But what do they say about animals? There is a certain satisfaction that animals get from the thrill of the hunt. It's the adrenaline. It is the rush of the fear of the animal that they have given chase to. That is what they seek as predator. This has been measured in the blood of predator and prey animals. We are animals. And so we are constantly being fed images all the time of how we as female, we as women, we as children are the perpetual victims. And every crime that happens to us in these films is justified. Why is it justified? Because there's another version of us that is constantly and concurrently running with us as the perpetual victim. Oh my God, please don't hurt me, please. Which the predator loves. The predator thrives on the adrenaline rush stimulated by fear, by shock. That's why I started last week talking to you about the adrenaline, the endocrine system. It's why I started talking to you about the fact that we have been programmed against our natural chemistry that teaches us there must be an equal and opposite response to everything that we experience. Every emotion that we experience, there must be an equal and opposite response. That response, where fight or flight is concerned, is only two. Get down. Get down. It's only two. It is to muster up enough energy to fight like hell or to flee. But all of these movies, for years and years and years, decades, James, you got whole TV shows. Who's gonna be the best scream queen? As we literally wait in our terror. Wait, we ain't bucking, we ain't fighting, we ain't scrapping. Bitch, if you gonna kill me, you gonna know you was here. If you gonna kill me and my death is inevitable, bitch, you gonna know you was up the fuck up in here. We throwing down. I ain't going easy. That's our default, is to defend our life or run as fast as we can. But these movies have been strategically working against your fucking chemistry, because what else happens other than screaming? Is all of a sudden we lose our fucking mind. We lose our eye, hand, feet coordination and can't run good. Why every bitch that is being chased by some lunatic always fall flat on her motherfucking face? Why they do that? Why you get mad every time you see it happen? You get mad every time you see a bitch scream in the movies. You be in the movie. Damn, why that bitch screaming? You get mad every time. It's not funny, but I'm telling you, it's funny, but it's not funny. I'm being deadly serious. Not only do you get mad, you're like, damn, why a bitch just suddenly get uncoordinated when she getting chased? Like, how that work? Like, why she fall? Like, where they do that at? Where they do that at? Why they just fall? Why this bitch at the car getting ready to peel out and she drop her kids? Where they do that at? Why they do that? Where they do that at? You feel me? Every single one of those scenarios that I just mentioned that we can cackle about, we can ha-ha about, if our brain and our endocrine system were functioning in a perfect harmonious communication with one another, those three scenarios that are incessantly, repeatedly played out in your brain, especially those of you who love that sick ass shit, especially those of you who love horror movies. Oh my God. Bitch, you are addicted to adrenaline. You are addicted to the fight or flight response. And yet your ass is sitting still in a theater watching a movie as your fight or flight response is kicking off at an all-time high. And you scream every time something shocking happens. And then you don't go outside and run around the motherfucking block to equalize this response that needs and this stimulant that needs an equal and opposite response. You don't go outside the movie theater and say, okay, we just watched that scary ass movie, bitch. On your mark, get set, go. You don't do that to harmonize the hormonal response that is now flooding your blood like toxic fucking waste. And if not harmonized by equal and opposite response, becomes the seed of every disease that plagues human beings. These movies grab you into that shit, into the addiction of fight or flight. Do you know why they do that? Do you know why they have been conditioning you to love the heart palpitations? Your heart is racing. You want to know what's going to happen next. Oh my God, he killed her. Do you know why they have done that? I spent yesterday reading about this concept I'd never heard of, but it instantly made everything make sense. It's called disaster amnesia. I said, oh my fucking God. The concept, a psychological concept called disaster amnesia. I said, oh my God, we through. It's over. We ain't gonna win. I was up in here subdued yesterday. Disaster amnesia. It applies everywhere. Ethically, socially, historically, this bullshit addiction that you have to horror movies that is literally priming you and teaching you through the flooding of your blood with disaster hormones, fight or flight hormones. And you are watching a movie that is incessantly for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades and decades and decades that teaches you that in the midst of a disaster, in the midst of a catastrophe, you will not know how to respond. Why? Because these movies have literally been cleaving your head off so that your body and your heart cannot communicate with your reptilian mind. They are ensuring after decades of horror movies of seeing women just scream and cry and beg and please don't do this, don't do anything, you won. Oh my God, please don't do this. And they are being emboldened. The predator is emboldened. The predator is addicted to your adrenaline. He is addicted, just like you are to the horror movies. He is addicted to the fear. He is addicted to the crying, the tears. He may not recognize this in his conscious brain, but that motherfucker got a reptilian mind too. And that reptilian conditioning that has happened over 6,000 years has taught him that, what do they call it? Oh, they call it, they call it the apex predator. They call this scenario the apex predator. White males have established themselves in the world as the apex predator, for they have to fear none. There is none above them to fear. This becomes the basis for how every serial killer fashions his modus operandi after the only person that is above him, the apex predator. And that is the mythological white god in the white sky with the white beard on the white throne in the white heaven. He says there is none above me but God. And if he can do all the things that he did in the Old Testament, here you go. And I used to be obsessed with killers. I had the global encyclopedia. Like when I was 19, 20, 23, 24 years old, I watched every single serial killer documentary that ever was and had been. I had the global serial killer dictionary and encyclopedia. I wanted to know what made these niggas tick. And you go and do the research about how many of these men have identified themselves out of their mouths as the apex predator. That superiority complex that they claim to have, that serial killers are actually very highly intelligent, that they typically have IQs that are up in the hundreds plus and shit. Now, if you hear me tell it, that thing that they identify as genius in serial killers is again just their twisted ass reaction to the internalization of the absolute mediocrity. But I digress. So they have to put on a play. They have to put on a mask. They have to use symbols and secrecy and coded letters. They have to be deconstructed. And they have to put on a performance child so that they can forever hide their mediocrity. Meanwhile, there's some poor white trash in a trailer park somewhere who got beat up by his mama, didn't like his life or whatever. He lived on Cheetos and goddamn Diet Coke and shit. Meanwhile, he's got 14, 15 people buried in his backyard. You feel me? I hope y'all feel me. I hope y'all rocking with me. These things are always, always, always connected. Serial killers are an inevitable byproduct of patriarchal malignancy that has transformed in its offspring to white nationalism in this current period. Not exclusively, but in this current period. Serial killers are the inevitable, predictable, mathematically calculable byproduct of the sun gone rogue. Serial killers are a late stage expression of an inevitable. It was undeniably inevitable. The signs that was going to be the case, mass spread serial killers around the globe. All you had to do was look at Nazi Germany. When they could not get their rocks off under the protection and umbrella of the law, what was Nazi Germany in the Third Reich and the SS Army if it wasn't a goddamn whole nation, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people, not just men, people, who were serial killers? But now, under the cover of law, with the overthrow of the government, with the coup staged on the government, now serial killer behavior becomes legal under the law of the Third Reich. and you are confused about what you are witnessing in real time right now. And the only discussion that we need to be having is, are we going to let our motherfucking giant loose? The giant let loose would be, bitch, I'm up out here now. And so anything that threatens your sovereignty in real time, we will destroy. We will do it with a smile on our face. We will do it with our chest poked the fuck out, like our adrenal system, like our endocrine system, like our nervous system demands that we do. Just like any other animal on earth, every animal on earth, every creature on earth, child. Hell, do you know that the plants have a self-defense mechanism where they can create a toxin in their leaves if they feel threatened by a predator? But your ass, the apex predator on the planet, you supposed to be the apex, all of us humans, the apex, the leaders of the whole planet, have literally, methodically been conditioned to not defend our life, to not defend our individual sovereignty, to not defend, with death if necessary, our own children that we give birth to and are supposed to be securing their sovereignty and safety so that our progeny outlives us. And I'm sitting here telling you at the top of this motherfucking shit, this kid is saying that the last 3 generations of young people born, Generation Y, aka millennials, Generation Z, and Generation Alpha, will not outlive their parents. You don't think all this shit connected? Everything that we are witnessing is the late stage, absolute apex insanity of the son gone rogue, and he recognizes that his time is up. And in his time, in his dying days, child, in his dying days, is when he will be his most violent. It's when he'll be his most rabid. It's when he will be his most insane. That nothing that the entire structure does will make sense. Is that not what we're witnessing right now? That they will no longer put up pretense of niceness anymore. Is that not what we're witnessing right now? Mm-hmm. Do not betray your body, because your body will not betray you. This shit about the conditioning of us to it. God damn, this conditioning in us to enjoy, to say, I love horror, I love terror, God damn. Oh my God. To say, oh my God, I love that movie. They killed all the babies. Oh my God, that shit was so good when they killed all the children. Oh my God, that was the best horror movie I ever saw, where they literally torture people to death in slow motion and force these innocent people to torture each other in an attempt to save their own life. Not that they adrenaline system, not that they endocrine system would raise up they child, your adrenaline, I mean your endocrine system is the tapping into your internal superhero. You get superhuman strength when your fight or flight is triggered. But when the images in your mind are in direct opposition to what is supposed to be the natural response to this reaction, then you do shit like stay in chains instead of y'all plotting and scheming together, because all y'all adrenaline is raised up. Y'all plotting and scheming together about how y'all gotta get out this shit and slay this motherfucker who done captured y'all and interrupted y'all motherfucking life. That don't never even occur to you. What occurs to you is for y'all to plot and scheme against each other. You feel me? I don't know him. I would never hurt somebody. I would never kill nobody, but it's my life or yours. And you don't take that attitude when it's actually somebody that is pulling the strings on all y'all life. If that movie, I ain't never even seen a single Saw episode. I ain't never seen one of them movies, but I seen them damn previews and it told me everything I needed to know. That movie is a absolute replaying of your life right now. It is an absolute word for word play of your fucking life in America right now, where everybody is your enemy but your enemy. Everybody is your enemy but your enemy. I just did a live a couple of nights ago where I was talking about this TikTok I seen, and dude was like, yo, my best friend, his brother is motherfucking ICE agent, and he done put us on game, because we was wondering like how they got all this information about all these people. They done arrested 100. They ain't arrested nobody. They done ganked up. They done kidnapped illegally. But what is law? But what is law? It is the opinion of whoever holds the most weapons in their hand at any given time. That's what the law is. And so he's saying, like, damn, how y'all helped up 150,000 people? Like, where y'all get the 411 on? Where y'all get y'all intel from? How y'all know exactly who has to go to and all of this shit? He's like, we didn't know. This is what the ICE agent saying. The 85% of the information that we had on the people that we hemped up came from snitches, came from people that didn't like them, came from people who was competition in businesses, came from people who in their family who got a grudge against them. He said the majority of the people that snitched on the people that we hemped up was family members. I said, I cannot. I can't. Like, I can't. I suspected that there would be snitch factors attached to the overall scenario. This motherfucking ICE agency, 85% of the people we hemped up on tips, bitch. We ain't have no intel on them. That's why we ain't had no motherfucking warrants. We ain't had no intel on them. Shit, we get a tip, we like, cool, we go get them. One of the girls that got hemped up here in LA, this girl is like an up and coming, like, she's pretty big. I don't know who she is, but she's a singer. She's pretty big in her zone, in her cipher or whatever. Because she was all over the news a few days ago, because this girl was born and raised in the United States. Not even first generation. Her parents were born in the United States. She third generation or second generation. You feel me? Her parents were born in the United States. This girl is a citizen. And ICE came and yanked her ass right the fuck up out of her house. She was like, what the fuck is going on? She's like, damn. You feel me? And so she finally got out, but she spent 3 days up in that bitch. And the motherfucker who ratted her out was her competition. Some bitch jealous of her and her growing fame called the fucking cops on her. Not even the official cops. They bad enough. Call motherfucking bounty hunters en masse, knowing that they aren't even doing no deep investigation. They're just tossing people on planes and sending them wherever the fuck. And you would do that to a human? Listen, that shit had me distressed. This white boy get on here and say, my homeboy brother say, 85% of these motherfuckers, we ain't even have no background papers on them, man. We ain't have no records for them, no cases for them. Somebody call and say, I hate this motherfucker. You feel me? They make more money than I do. Go get them. And they're like, shit, this is our opportunity to go come down like a lead bomb and disrupt somebody's fucking life for no reason. This shit wild. But I want to encourage you that when I talk about your giant bitch, I'm not talking a metaphor. When I'm talking about releasing your dragon, when I'm talking about unlocking your imprisoned giant, I'm talking about all the things that I've been talking to you about. The evidence that you are sick, that you are tired, that you are mentally unwell, that something is fucking happening to you and it's just barely perceptible, but you feel it everywhere. Bitch, you got fibromyalgia. You've been diagnosed with fibromyalgia. You've been diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. You got pain all the time, everywhere. And it's because your giant is caged, that in your whole life, succumbing to respectability, politics, talking softly, tiptoeing on eggshells, making sure that everybody in the space is comfortable with your presence, all these things. Your giant is not making you sick. Your giant is saying, bitch, the cure is right here if you just let me loose on this bitch. Just let me loose on this bitch. I got you. You can just check out like Durga did and just watch me work. You can just watch me work from afar, bitch. I'm trying to tell you. Just go ahead and take your little waking nap and watch me go to work. Because this shit is madness. And the thing that's mad about it is that everybody, no matter who they are, black, white, brown, red, yellow, male, female, all the genders in between, everybody is saying so much, yet no one is saying a thing. Everyone is coming to the absolute wrong conclusions about what is happening in this world today, child. This shit is so methodical. It's the web woven. It's the catastrophic web woven by the sun gone rogue. And he's had so much time to construct this monstrosity that there is nothing on earth that is left untouched by it. So it may seem to you like I'm telling you some make-believe metaphorical story about the sun gone rogue and the impact he's had on your fucking life. And it shows itself in every way. There's no way that you can tell me right now that this motherfucker has not touched. And I can tell you how you wrong. Let me break it down for you because you cannot yet see, babe. You cannot see clearly yet. There is no way that there is anything that exists in real time right now that has not been touched by the sun gone rogue. There's nothing at this stage in the game, bitch. What they call it, the stages of cancer. Stage 4, you out of here. It's a wrap. You got about 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 3 months if you're lucky. Maybe this is stage 4 infection. This is a stage 4 infection that requires some evidence from you, some action from you that you give a fuck about your life and that you will fight to preserve it. This is the stage that we in. This is the stage that we in, and I don't know how I do not know how more clearly to communicate that. This story that this child told on YouTube today about these statistics and this paper, this report that just came out about how the last 3 generations of babies will not outlive in large numbers, will not outlive their parents. Oddly enough, that so far since the silent generation, the generation with the longest life expectancy so far is Gen X, my generation. That Gen X overall life expectancy is greater than their parents, the baby boomers, who were the wealthiest, collectively the wealthiest, the baby boomers, that we on average will outlive our parents in terms of the life expectancy from generation to generation. And after us, our children, because my children are millennials, my birth child, my daughter Morgan, and then my stepchildren and my 2 godchildren. They're all millennials. But according to being able to predict life outcome based on current trends, that these generations, millennials, Z, and alphas, on average, not just here, that the only place this is happening of 52 developed nations, where babies between the ages of 24 and 45, their life expectancy is radically decreasing. And you don't think that all of this shit we talk about is directly, this is the outcome. This is the fruit that this wicked seed has borne. Child, that shit did me today. That shit did me today. And meanwhile, our collective inner giant and our individual inner giants are saying the same mantra over and over and over and over and over and over again. When at this point, because your baby giant is governed by someone. You want to know who your baby giant is governed by? Your baby giant is governed by the same motherfuckers that governed them people living, quote, in underworld in that bullshitting ass bullshit called Us by your homeboy Jordan Peele, who was playing in your face about the fact that we have literally transitioned into the age of Aquarius under the guardianship and direction of the great revolutionary, the great evolutionary, the great revealer, and the judge and the punisher. Oh yeah, Pluto. We have literally stepped into the opportunity to make right all that is wrong. All that is wrong. The end of that goddamn movie, what happened? It's so epic and insidious at the same time. That at the end of that movie, all this time they've been plucking at your heartstrings, giving you the fear factor of the family showing up, the weird family showing up outside. The strange voice of the woman who's talking about what happened to her. All the time you rooting for who you think is the good guy. You go, Lupita. Beat him, Lupita. Y'all get away, Lupita. See, y'all should have listened to Lupita because she knew as soon as she got there, something was wrong and her husband made her stay. Child, you rooting for Lupita. And the whole time that your heartstrings are lamenting for Lupita in particular, she knows. See, that's why we be saying you gotta trust black women. You gotta listen to black women. I was watching the movie the same way. That's why I see you mad, because big motherfuckers don't listen to black women when they be talking. And they intuition be firing the fuck off. No, she knew something was coming down the pike because her fucking days were numbered, Lupita. Her fucking days were numbered, Lupita, because she was the fucking enemy. She was the bad guy. She was the arch diabolical bastard in that shit. She the diabolical motherfucker in that shit. I said, oh my God. I be thinking I know some shit. I be thinking I see some shit. The first time I saw that movie, I was beside myself. I said, God damn, I just got played the fuck up out of this movie. I'm sitting here looking for the deep symbolism, the red outfits, and the baby bunnies and shit, and the mirrors and shit. And then they pulled that okey doke at the very last scene of the movie. I said, what the fuck? I just got played. I ain't nowhere near as smart as I think I am. I just got played. But if I would have been watching the movie, I would have seen the beginning. As soon as they started talking about the underworld. These captives in the underworld. These are captives in the underworld. These are the unseen in the underworld. These are the unseen. These are the exploited. These are the forgotten, even as they make up the foundation for which the above world rests comfortably. These so neglected, those in the underworld, that they cannot even talk, that they treated her like a guy when she got down there because she could talk. I said, oh, it's that movie is my fault. That movie is my fault. That movie, I didn't even mention it until now because goddamn. Because this ain't what we own when the movie happened. That movie is the personification of the heavenly twins and their dualistic behavior and identities. All this shit we've been talking about for goddamn 4 months. About how it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Why? What in the fuck are we experiencing? Why this twin energy everywhere fucking with our brains and shit? What they playing at? What it is they trying to do? Are they about to announce the false antichrist? Is that what's about to happen? Because you got the personification of the Christ in the White House. He is. He is. I know y'all hate to hear that because y'all still think Jesus is a good guy. But this white boy who is old, he's 79, he old, he's in a white house or a white palace. You feel me? He white. He a billionaire. You feel me? He is the pink personification, the apex predator moment expression of white supremacy that is the illegitimate offspring of patriarchy. That's what he is. And in his apex presentation, that is going to present with apex madness. That's why I be telling y'all, don't be calling these motherfuckers crazy. Don't be calling these motherfuckers stupid. Don't be writing them off like, oh, he's just ignorant. Poor Tink Tink. He just doesn't know any. Do not stop doing that. This is the evidence of strategic and weaponized incompetence in its highest form, presented as the archetypal madness of the great God in heaven, whether that's Zeus and his madness, whether that's Jupiter and his madness, whether that's Enki and his. This is an actual real-time playing out of a mythology that is 6,000 fucking years old, because it has been strategic and strategically effective at maintaining a stranglehold on the majority of people on the planet, to facilitate the unending flow of blood and energy from us. Do not fall victim to reducing the extraordinarily destructive nature of those who feign simpleton. Oh, he's so old, little Biden. I saw some black girl talking about, I am an in-house healthcare professional. Maybe I just need to go over there and change Biden diaper and make sure he get fed well. Poor little thing. The fuck? He wasn't feigning infantilization. He wasn't feigning like he just get on and he trip on shit. Do you think that the president of the United States is so fucking feeble that he would just conveniently be tripping just all over the place? And he is supposed to be the absolute face of power in the world. Do you think that they would allow him to do that if it was not a part of a strategy? If it was not a part of a very succinct weapon, a very peculiarly necessary weapon in that moment to feign ignorance, to feign feebleness, to feign weakness, to destabilize you, to immobilize you from seeing the wicked, diabolical bitch that he was, Biden. Bernie, who outright politically betrayed you because that's what he was paid to do, was to disable you, was to get your guard down while boosting up your confidence in the system to be prepared to run out and polls, be prepared to run out to them polls. And as soon as his ass betrayed you, you was left with two options. And what became your slogan? It wasn't Bernie Fever no more. Bernie Fever, all right. It wasn't that no more. It was, well, anything but Trump. And it became so urgent, this crisis, to anything but Trump. Anything but Trump, because you knew that Biden was a monster. But even a blue monster is better than. And even as your ass literally got they played in your fucking face, and y'all ran out of fear and desperation, which is what they intended for you to do. That's the disaster amnesia. That's the response of the disaster amnesia. Not only with y'all running to the polls to elect someone you knew was a monster. You knew was a monster. He wasn't playing weak and feeble and old when he was telling black people with his whole ass chest, bitch, if y'all don't vote for me, y'all ain't really black. He wasn't feigning ignorance and feebleness when he said that shit with confidence, because he knew some Negro preacher was gonna back him up. He sure right. He sure right. Y'all be betraying black people if you don't vote for Biden. Played in your motherfucking face, and then turned around not 4 years later and played in your face again with this Negro adjacent woman who did exactly the same thing, almost to the lettered script that Bernie did. And y'all ain't seen her face since then, and y'all still championing this bitch praises. She ain't said a word to y'all after y'all handed her $88 million. After she took that L that she was paid to take, baby. It's just like they be fixing boxing matches. Bitch, take this loss. You still gonna make out like a bandit. Take this one for the team, so we can sweep up all this goddamn betting money, and you'll get a hefty cut. Bitch, you won't have to work again a day in your life. That's what disaster amnesia does. Is it makes you miss the repetition of patterns. It makes you miss. Not even a little bit. Haven't changed. Bernie to any other dude who decide that he gonna play with the state. I'm your boy, and because I'm more progressive adjacent, they'll believe me. They'll believe me. That's what Bernie did. They'll believe me. All I gotta do is throw out a few little like Marxist Leninist concepts in like all on the slide shit. They'll come back. They'll come back to the polls. He did exactly what he was hired to do, bitch. And he ain't ignorant. He knew exactly what he was getting paid to do. He knew exactly what he was getting paid to do. Obama knew exactly what it is he was getting paid to do. So how y'all be allowing them to play in your face? How you be making excuses for their genocidal behavior is the evidence of disaster amnesia. You be forgetting that just 4 years ago, this same little book dancing ass bullshit Bernie did and then turned around and dropped the ball on y'all. You feel me? Is the same shit your little Negro adjacent Kamala did just a half a second ago. And then as soon Bernie did the same thing. As soon as they quote took their little fictitious L, honey, it was a fictitious L. It was a fictitious L. As soon as they took their little fictitious L, crickets. No great moral declarations. I want to thank America for your support, and I vow that as a member of the government, I will continue to fight on your behalf. None of that. Thank you for these 88 million, bitch. And y'all are still all these months later having whole ass internet wars about Kamala and who did and did not vote for her as if it mattered. Y'all still having whole ass internet beefs. Not just whole ass internet beefs. Every time this white boy do some shit, y'all default, right? Y'all give the beef a little break for a minute, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. Give the beef a break. Then let this white boy do something else crazy. And your default is to target some Mexican, is to target some other, is to say, we told y'all so. We told y'all not to. How the fuck are we going to dismantle this bullshit happening at what's it called? Whatever avenue, Pennsylvania Avenue. How are we going to get in front of this shit? What is the plan that we have that is not reactionary? How are we going to take the offensive? How are we going to plan ahead? That ain't it. Over and over and over again for 6 months, your default is being like, we told y'all so. And in them same 7 months, Kamala hasn't made a national declaration of any sort since her ass. Is she still alive? Does she still live in the United States? Do anybody know? Because that bitch been ghost since she took that L and walked off with y'all $88 million. That bitch been ghost. Y'all still, every time Trump do some dumbass shit that y'all knew he was gonna do when he seized possession of the White House. Why y'all acting surprised? Is what's befuddling me. Every time this Negro do some shit that he knew he was about to do, and y'all knew he was about to do, y'all default ain't to say, look, we need to be up in this motherfucking plotting and scheming before he do anything else stupid. That ain't y'all default. Y'all default is to lay the fuck up on here. Make these motherfuckers billions and billions of dollars off your rage and shit. And not one word is uttered on behalf of, now what are we gonna do? How do we stay? Y'all into football, niggas, like y'all. I know every last one of y'all watch football, basketball, whatever the fuck it is. Don't y'all be watching how the coaches be laying out whole ass plays and shit? But y'all ain't got nothing like that for the collective. Nothing like that for your life. You feel me? But ain't no coach gonna send his team out on a motherfucking football field without no clearly laid out plan that like choreography. They be practicing them same moves, that same for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks before a game. How do they plan that shit? Because they know the opposition. They be watching videos like, see how that new boy right there? Okay, we got to play for him. Y'all sit there and watch that shit. Watch them make play-by-plays of mathematical precision for the next opponent who they have studied well in the weeks before. But there ain't nothing about your political life that even resembles that shit. Nothing. Oh, it's 4 years now. Let's go run to the polls. That's it. That's it. I'd expect better from you motherfuckers who love football so much that you be betting on all the games, you be watching all the plays. You know everybody about their first name, middle name, last name, what number they is, why their number changed, how many injuries you got all the stats. You know how many injuries they done had, how long they was out the game, how their game changed after they got the motherfucking injury, what their mama them name is, where they was born, where they was raised, how old they is, what their birthday. You know every single thing about every last one of these slaves on these football fields, these basketball courts. And you mean to tell me that you are not smart enough to plan the same way you watch these coaches plan for games months in advance, a year in advance, based on the peculiar skills and deficiencies of who is playing under his direction and leadership? That shit is elusive to you. I'm talking a foreign language right now. I don't know. But I know that these few months coming, I don't want to hear nobody black skin to talking about Kamala no more. She did her job. Contrary to what y'all believe, she did her job well. She created a choreographed scene for her particular act in the play. She was like, can I add a little spice to my scene? She talking to the director. Can I add a little bit of spice to my scene? And it's like, you got a little bit of leeway, but don't go overboard. You feel me? She's like, okay, so they say, Act 2, Kamala enters the scene. She jolly on the spot. Line dancing and trying to talk AAVE for a very peculiar crowd, you feel me? Because she want to be able to relate to you. And so she got to do the head language and shit like that when she talking to a bunch of college-educated black women. All right? And this how you gonna present. Then she go to Arkansas to talk to the poor, ignorant, working class people, the blue collar workers who used to work up in the mines. And so then her language changed just a little bit. So you got a little drawl on it, so you relate to her because she got a little drawl on her. She hold out her little word just a hair long enough for the ignorant, lowly, blue collar working people to be able to relate to her. And then she get called out by a reporter. Like, damn, why you do that? The reporter's like, why you do that? Every time I see you speak somewhere, you speak in a different language. Why you do that? Why you talk like a Southern belle and your ass ain't never lived in the South? And then you go right to these college educated women and we gonna do this, girls. And she get called out by a damn white male reporter, and the black negress next to her is like defending her and covering her, and everybody in the crowd like, no, let that bitch answer that question. Oh my God. Like I said, they don't even write good scripts no more. They don't have to spend the extra money and the extra time writing good scripts because they know your ass has been well trained. They know that. Your ass has been so well trained, your ass is predictable to the millisecond. That bitch got up on there and poor Meg, because Meg is a baby. I don't care what y'all say about Megan Thee Stallion. She get a pass. The girl is a baby. The girl is a baby. Y'all started grinding her up, and she entered the industry when she was 24 years old, and her mother died a year later. The girl is a baby. The girl is a child. I mean, she grown, and not to, deny her sovereignty, but I'm just talking about that energy. You would not treat any other 24-year-old young person the way y'all be treating Meg. So she get a pass. I don't care that she was twerking on the stage in her red, white, and blue for Kamala. I do not care. She a child. Kamala is the elder in that goddamn situation. She exploited the innocence, the youth of Meg. She just excited to get recognized by somebody who ain't calling her out a motherfucking name. Oh, this is really nice. This is the potential president of the United States want me to do my shtick on stage. Damn, this is dope. After y'all done raised this girl's confidence to the fucking ground. After every possible imaginable way that you could blaspheme this baby while she was in the height of grieving. Got a nigga on the stage behind her with a fake horse leg and an axe talking about her. No, I don't have no smoke for Meg. I don't. I love her. I think she's great. I think anybody that has anything bad to say about her, I have one of my listeners have a whole attitude about my position about Meg. And he's like, you don't know them. You don't know what happened behind closed doors. Look, I know y'all. I know the tendency that exists in this country that constantly has Black women under fucking pressure. That the people that we are the most likely to love are the most likely to fucking kill us. This is a problem. This is a quandary that we stay in as Black women. This is why Black women, more than any other race and any other gender of people in the United States, so Black women, more than any other group of people in the world, Black women in the United States are the most likely to die of cardiac events, heart attack, stroke, aneurysm. It is because of this constant conflict that we feel in our bodies to love who looks like us and to know at all times, no matter how much we love them and how much we trust them, there's something in the back of our mind telling them 90% chance this motherfucker is going to betray you. If he doesn't betray you, he's going to put his hands on you. If he doesn't put his hands on you out of nowhere, quote, in a fit of rage, he is going to end your goddamn life. That is a hell of a place to be in partnerships with a group of human beings who are the most likely of all the races in this country to abandon their race. I'm talking about dating, relationships, marriage. Black men are the most likely of any other group of men to date and marry outside their race. Black women are the least likely of all other races of women to marry outside their race. This is an obvious quandary that we are perpetually placed in. Not only the dating inconsistencies, but the fact that as a group, maybe not all quote individual men, but as a group, the evidence of your hatred of us is always palpable. The evidence of your hatred of us is always ever present. In the simplest ways and the most overt ways. I live in LA, and there ain't too many brothers that fuck with Black women out here. There's not. It don't faze me none, because I'm gonna speak to everybody that I pass on the sidewalk. Hey, how you doing? And baby, when I tell you I can place a bet on which man is gonna speak and which man is gonna look me in my eyes and then look down to the ground like I didn't say nothing to him. And he's always Black. That your hatred runs so deep that you cannot stand to look in my eyes. I had to tell a nigga once, like, yo, I just spoke, dude. I wasn't trying to make a baby. I just spoke. I wasn't trying to make a baby. Like, hey, how you doing? In passing. And I just started laughing. I was like, look, nigga, I ain't trying to make a baby with you. I'm just speaking. You feel me? This is, baby, it is ever present. Not only is it ever present, as loud as you collectively are about your disdain for us, I'm saying collectively. That means I am not talking about individual men. There are Black-skinned men that I know, that I love, that I care about, and that I actually trust. But the fact that I can say in a country where there's about 40 million Black people that y'all are few and far between, that's problematic. It's problematic. It's problematic. It's problematic. Not only that, man, the stories, because I haven't been home in a while. The stories that I have been hearing, child, my heart has been broken too fucking much. My heart has been broken by men too much. By men too much in general, by black men too much. Men, man, that I just knew were about that life. I have known for well over a decade, 15, 20 years, getting messages from homegirls like, girl, you will not believe what happened. I'm like, girl, what? The brother. I was like, oh, that's my dude. Damn, that's my brother. I ain't thought about him in so long. How he doing? Girl, his ass is in jail. I said, what? A Babalao? For a decade? What he in jail for? Girl, you ain't gonna believe it, girl. He was a fucking predator the whole time. I was like, I don't believe that shit. That's my default. Knowing how men be and how well hidden they are, that was my knee-jerk response. Not somebody's lying. I don't believe that. She said, girl, she said, this man feigned a romantic interest in this woman. He was so slow and methodical. He took months and months and months to woo her. Treat her like a queen, child. We was all jealous every time they stepped into the Elay, every time they stepped into the Bimbe, they was sharp, decked down. That this motherfucker, they were engaged. They was engaged within about 9 months. He was slow and methodical. In 9 months, they were engaged. That's a decent amount of time to court somebody, especially if they're a babalao, and you assume that you can trust them more than anybody else. She said that within the 3 months of him moving in with this woman and her daughter, he raped her daughter. It was like, that's what he was holding out for the whole time. That's the slow, methodical courting and dining and pouring out all that he had not been in this woman's house 3 months before he attacked this woman's baby. Man, oh, I was never in a relationship with this brother. Never. This was the fucking homie, man. I was devastated. I cried for 3 fucking days. I was like, this is too fucking much. It's too much. It's too fucking much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Oh, just thinking about that shit. That shit broke my listen. And I had endured some fucking bullshit with my ex intimate partners. And I had learned a lot about how to recognize methodic parasitism. Methodic, deliberate parasitism. My last 2 relationships, I haven't been in a full-on intimate partner relationship since 2016. Because every time I get interested in someone, it's not too long. It's not too long. Where that which used to be hidden to me becomes front and center. I'm like, God damn, well, yeah, well, there you go. My bounce back game got to be quick these days. My bounce back game got to be quick these days because it's too often. It's too much. And it's not just with lovers. That shit with that brother, that shit almost did me. I was like, there's no hope. there is no reason to hold out hope that any of these motherfuckers, at least the ones that were born and raised in the United States of America, there is no point in holding out hope for them. There is something peculiar about this breed. That shit did me. That shit did me. And the first thing I said, when she told me that shit, I was like, I believe you. I believe you. She crying on the phone as she tells me. We see, look, the family unit runs deep in the South. That whole quote, black consciousness, black power, RBG circle, that shit is knit tight everywhere. I'm not just talking about one state. I'm talking about once you know one motherfucker in the clique, you know the whole clique. The whole clique. Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Arkansas, North Carolina, South Carolina, Mississippi, every crack and crevice where there's any remote black person that is about that life, that's conscious, that's on some revolutionary gangster shit. We knew them all the way up to motherfucking Toronto, bitch. Everywhere we went, if we would go do a fundraiser for the Marcus Garvey Academy in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, every August, bitch, it wasn't just gonna be the homies in Fort Worth, Texas, no more. It was gonna be every last one of us from Canada all the way down, 3,000 motherfuckers deep at everybody's event. Oh my God, that was such a radical period, man. It was so goddamn invigorating and awesome. And child, it ain't just him. So many revelations of the fucking men in the family, in the clique, in the network. Man, I knew brothers and sisters who was driving from Canada just so they could take a van and everybody could go to drive to Texas for RBG Family Weekend, the biggest fundraiser for the Marcus Garvey Academy. And then that same 2,000 to 3,000 number click of niggas from everywhere, RBG sporting ass niggas, men, women, and children, every event that we did, family friendly. That same click, be in Atlanta 3 months later. Hey, homie, what's up? It was such an amazing period, man. I never felt that much love and like excitement and collective belief that, oh my God, look at all these black people about that life. We about to take this shit. Child, it was just such a hype moment. It was just but men will always sabotage the shit if they do not do the work to clean up their own spirit. I don't care how good their intentions are up here. If they're not involved perpetually in the work to dismantle that motherfucking patriarch that lives in their skull. I don't care how black they talk. I don't care how black they present. Child, you still got a cracker taking up space in the throne of your skull. Your patriarchy is evidence of it. And in your good intentions, without doing the work to clean up your shit, you will always sabotage everything we attempt to build. It's the default programming that exists in all of us. The difference between we and you is that you always see women, always see women, always see in women, because we are the most what do you call it? Self-critical. We criticize ourselves better than anybody on the outside can. Because we hear the noise, y'all be, and we be internalizing that ever since we little girls. The constant external critique creates the master criticizer within each of us. That's why we always be staying in the therapist office. That's why we stay laid up in the motherfucking church. That's why we be doing all of this shit to help reconcile what we perceive are the multiplicities of badnesses that we are, that everybody see. Everybody see, that's all they see is something bad, something inherently flawed in us. And so we stay in the therapist's office trying to make ourselves better. If it must be me. If everybody see me and all they see is bad, then it must be something with me. It can't be, everybody can't be crazy. Don't y'all hear that? It must be something with you. Everybody can't be crazy. If everybody's saying the same thing about you, then maybe it's time to do some self-reflection. That psychobabble fucking reversed as a whipping on your ass. I'm trying to tell y'all something. It's everywhere. And you never once come to the conclusion that the reason everybody's saying the same thing about you is because they all have the same conditioning and you are the object of their hatred. You are the object of the hatred of the white god in the sky that occupies their throne. You are his arch enemy. So of course, taking up all that real estate in their head, you as his arch enemy are going to make you the object of their hatred and revile. So of course, everything that everybody says about you is going to sound the same because the mantra coming into your skull by the white patriarch in the sky is the same in every last one of these colored people or white people or anybody else. LGBTQIA, they hate your ass too. They want to be like you, so they always keep a little black friend with a little extra flair around them, but bitch, they hate you. They keep you around as a mascot. Ask me how I know. Because I was a mascot for the LGBTQIA community for a long ass time, thinking I'm really friends. These my friends. These my friends. Meanwhile, they calling me fish behind my back. They, you know what I'm saying? They do. Girl, you know you cute all the time, but you sure you want to wear that out with us? These little nasty, nice ass comments that we always just attribute to white femaleness. Child, please. Listen. Oh, Cassandra, girl, you so cute. And you can hear the inflection in their voice, like, bitch, I'm lying, but I gotta be nice right now. Why? Because I might be a gay male, but I hate bitches. I might not be attracted to you and call you friend, but I still hate you. I keep you in close enough proximity to lend some credentials to my beingness in space. Imagine being the object of everyone's envy and the object of their hatred at the same time. Being surrounded by motherfuckers who want to be you. Who want to be you. Not to be like you, not to act like you. Who actually want to be like you. And everything, they'll say everything but the thing. I just wanted a little nose job. I just wanted a little high cheekbones. I just wanted some bigger boobies. I just want a little bit of fillers in my butt. Right? But I don't want to be black. I just want to be black adjacent. They lying. Because the next step is to be putting browning shit on their bodies, laying out in the sun until they become cancerous. They lying. They can't articulate it, but they are lying to themselves. They want to be you. They don't just want to be you. They too are afflicted with a memory they cannot articulate because the severance has been so succinct and so efficient. They think they want to be you. They think they might want to be like you. They think they want you to be your friend, so you can have proximity and you can lend me some credentials and shit. But they're missing the boat. They forever miss the boat. The reason they miss the boat is because they still internalize the illusion of a separation. The separation is an illusion. So you can get the nose jobs and the cheekbones and the lip fillers and all of that shit and the booty and all of that shit. You can darken the skin. All of that shit is the most desperate, dire expression of a separation from your mother. And every time you see my face, that's what you see. But your mind cannot recall. Your consciousness can't recall. That's why there's never anything that satisfies you. Nothing you do. The surgeries you have, it is a global neurosis that is etched in separation. It is a global mania that expresses itself in 10 million ways. And the more you express your disdain for your mother, the deeper the sickness gets. The more you articulate your hatred for the one, the deeper your separation gets, the deeper your despair gets. It's not my opinion. There's too many statistics that talk about how white people are still, even with the massive wealth transfers that make you richer than you ever could have thought you had been. All the wealth transfers of the last 30 years. That's made the collective white community more wealthy than they could ever imagine, and it's still not enough. They're still mad. They are still the ones who are most likely to die from substance abuse and overdose right now today. What are you longing for, bitch, when you got everything? What are you desperate for when you have there's nothing you need want for. There's nothing that you can call up in your imagination that cannot be easily handed to you. What else are you longing for? It's not just power. It's not just power. That's what some people say. That's just it's deeper than that. Power you think is going to fill the void, that no matter how much you consume, no matter how much you take, no matter how much you hoard, the hole gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The hole gets bigger. And you're like, what the fuck? Just like the tapeworm. How I'm getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and I'm eating like a pig. How I'm more and more and more tired, but I'm taking all the shit that's supposed to give me energy. That's y'all. And no matter how much you acquire, no matter how much you consume, no matter how much space you take up, you cannot get to the source of this insatiable gnawing at the core of yourself. You can't reach it. Not all the ayahuasca in the world, not however many motherfucking toads you had to murder to do your little cambo and shit. And you perpetually state, and in your attempt to quote, find spirituality or have a spiritual experience, it's like the deeper you search, the more insane you get. The more you long for, the more insatiable you become. It is a madness. It is a sickness. And the sickness has a cure. Yes, it does. That don't even require to do all this shit you've been doing. That's the goddamn paradox. All this shit you've been doing, it don't even require all that. It don't even require all that. It don't even require all that. But the deeper, listen, the more committed, the more faithful, the more loyal you are to whiteness, to the concept of white supremacy, to the political strategy of white nationalism. And I'm talking about all y'all. I'm talking about everybody within the sound of my voice. White, black, brown, red, yellow, male, female, and all genders in between, because we are all sick with the patriarchal cancer. We are all sick with it. It's infected every space. We stage 4 right now, bitch. We stage 4 right now. So what is going to be the equal and opposite, the equal and opposing action that's going to liberate all of us from this sickness that threatens the whole planet? And it's right in your face all the time. All the time, everywhere you go, everywhere you go, everywhere you go, everywhere you go, everywhere you go. There's not a place that you can go where one of these black ass bitches ain't in your face or in your proximity or minding her own business, and just her being in her body, minding her own business, you take as an offense to you and who you is in the world. That shit is madness. That shit is madness. That just me being in my flesh in an open space is an aggression against your eunice. Your eunice. That's some diabolical shit. Listen, when I tell you this motherfucker, he played his hand well. He did that shit. He did that shit. He played his hand well. Because that's some diabolical shit. Hearing story and story and story of all these black women, globetrotters and shit, these nomad black women. And like, goddamn, this goddamn hatred of black women shit. Like, I had fun. I had a good time. But there ain't no place I done been where this hatred of black women ass shit ain't always ever present. Where black women got to go do whole books and dissertations about where you should and should not travel, where you can and cannot go, especially if you globetrotting by yourself, your ass will get ganked. This is where we at in 2025. And the only solution for you, y'all, up on this bitch at almost the 7-hour mark, the only solution for you is to be okay with that. Is to be okay, not only okay with that, but to embody the confidence that it is my black, feminine presenting self in the world, that not just my black presenting, because I'm not telling nobody to be looking for heroes in us, neither. Don't be coming over here looking for no heroes. Do not be coming. That's why I be telling you women and others on this call, do not call me to get a reading if you do not want me to tell you about your life. I'm not the one, because I'm gonna tell you about your life, and some of y'all be in y'all feelings about what I tell you about your life. Y'all don't never disagree. I've never had one person say I disagree with that, but they still be in their feelings when I tell them about their life, because something in them is like, damn, I just got called out. I'm not the one to call for a reading. If you do not want me to tell you, bitch, you need to quit your job. You need to quit your job especially if the job that you have is always and perpetually defined by what you can do for other people. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It is a part of my personal mission, myself included. It is a part of my personal mission to stage the kind of monetary liberation process that can easily allow for women to transition out of these jobs, black women, out of these jobs that have them always defined by their ability to fucking overwhelmingly take care of you, picking people up off beds and shit. Our ancestors didn't go through what they went through for us to be back in the same place, taking care of, cleaning up after wiping people asses and shit like that we did for 400 fucking years for us just a couple of years off the plantation to be doing the same motherfucking type of thankless work because now we can get paid because we ain't slaves no more and I make $65 an hour in an environment that is perpetually upping the ante to strip you of that which you earn. Here you make $65 an hour, you make $75 an hour, but you live in a financial client that is perpetually trying to rob you of that which it hands you, quote, for the value of your labor. At the same time they hand you $65 an hour, they taking back 45 of that. Stop serving people. Black women. I'm talking only to y'all right now. Stop serving people. Don't be no waitress. Don't be no desk clerk. Don't be a cashier no fucking where. But especially don't be working as no CNA, cleaning up after people. Don't be doing no shit like nursing, like alternative medicine that we glorify so much because it's the spiritual and medicine of our aunt. I know I just dropped a lot on y'all. This is what I do for a living, I know. But as soon, let me promise you this. As soon as I am freed the fuck up from the quote necessity stage of maintaining my life, I can tell you I will not be putting my hands on people again. I can tell you with absolute certainty and confidence, I will not be putting my hands on other human beings as my primary method of earning resources to sustain my life. I will not. As soon as I look at the the inflow of resources into my checking account over a certain period of time that says, okay, this is what I can rely on as the healthy identification of the transition into this next stage of my life. That moment where I see them numbers that I need to see in my account, I will officially declare I am no longer putting my hands on human beings as a method of making money for myself. So I'm never gonna tell you to do some shit I ain't actively working towards. Okay? Stop serving people. Stop being manipulated by romanticism that you really think that what you want to do when you grow up. I just really want to help people. No, you don't, baby. No, you don't. I know this is hard to hear coming from me. No, you don't. What you're actually expressing is that you want the world to be made well. In your mind, being being fed a little ego boost. Oh, you such a good healer, black woman. You such a good healer. I feel so good. Only when you put your hands on me. This is the gaslight. This is the gaslight because they know you are so ego deficient. That black women have never been allowed the free, long term free time and space to develop a healthy ego, a healthy sense of self, a confident and emboldened sense of self. And so they can exploit the little weakness that men see in you easily too. Oh yeah, I can see it. It's faint, but I can see it. She got low self-esteem. I can see the little ooh, I can see it right there. They're predators. I'm talking about actual animalistic type characteristics of predators. When you, in your relationship with an other in this power dynamic, you both produce pheromones that either repel or attract the other. You all produce pheromones. That's your internal sense of smell that either attract or repel the other. So, what is it that constantly has the opposite sex attracted to you And it's always the same type of opposite sex. I used to say the shit before I had any kind of medical or spiritual understanding. It don't matter if I date Asian boys, Mexican boys. Ugh, this motherfucking rotten ass shit. It don't matter what the race. It's like I always seem to attract the exact same man. He just in different skin. That's it. His behavior, his mannerisms, his swag. It's like every time, even without trying, even when I go outside my race, it doesn't matter. I always end up seeming to attract the same man. They approach me. So what is it? And I used to say to myself, like, damn, I just got an invisible beaker on my forehead that only parasites can see. I used to say this shit before I knew anything about spirituality, before I knew anything about medicine, before I knew anything about herbs. My 20-year-old self, my 22-year-old self, my 24-year-old self used to make this declaration out loud. Like, what the fuck is it? Do I just have an invisible blinking sign that only parasites can see that says sucker available? And Spirit was like, yes, bitch. Yes, you do. 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 Sorry. Yes, you do. I used to say, when I met my ex-husband, ooh, I was so swept away. I was so overwhelmed. The nigga is beautiful. Even though he make me sick to this day to my stomach, he is beautiful. The fact that he loved black people, that was his declaration. We were in the same organization. Made him ever so much more attractive. The fact that he was brilliant, I am a sucker for a smart ass nigga. That's my motherfucking kryptonite, bitch. That's the only thing that can be caught the fuck up again. Let a motherfucker have a brain. Let that motherfucker be able to confidently hold a conversation for more than 20 minutes. Oh shit. I think I'm in love. I think I done found the one. Oh my God. And I hear all these young girls now saying, like, damn, motherfucker can't even hold a conversation for like 2 minutes. And it's like, baby, let a motherfucker slip up and talk to me like he talking to me, not at me for a good 20 minutes. Bitch, I might propose first. That's my weakness. I love a brilliant mind. That shit is the sexiest thing ever to me. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And the swaggadosha that goes with with a motherfucker who know they brilliant. I like that. I like cocky, man. I like that shit. The reason I like it is because I feel like I can match it, but in my own dope ass feminine way. Like I feel like I can match your cocky bitch. Like, yeah, let's have a war of the minds before we get busy. I like that. But they don't like that. Every man that I was ever in a relationship with, and I kept saying, why they all the same? Like scarily the same. Like eerily the same. White boy from Southern Alabama, black, hard, roughneck nigga from Pennsylvania by way of Haiti and Jamaica. It didn't matter. Cute ass Asian dude from Vietnam. It didn't matter. They were all eerily the same. Imagine my little 20-year-old self dating for the first time, trying to figure out why this this is a thing. I dated a redhead dude. I was obsessed with this white boy. Goddamn. Like obsessed with this white boy. He was the most outlandishly awkward looking human being, and I loved that. I loved his outlandishly awkward looking self. Child, I was a weirdo. But I tell you, I was obsessed with this white boy, and he was a freak too. Oh, which just made life so much better. It just made life that there were no bounds. There was no boundaries to his freakish nature. I loved that for us. I love that for me. I love that for me. I did. I did because he was a freak in public all the time. I love that for us. I love that, especially since I'd already had a baby and never had an orgasm to show for it. I've been having sex for 2 years and never had an orgasm to show for a whole ass human. So for me to meet this redhead, awkward dude who was obsessed with Elvis and Kiss, these were his obsessions. These were his obsessions. Elvis and Kiss. He was a drummer for a rock band. His hair, brilliant, big, stereotypical strawberry red hair all the way down his back. Tall as shit, like 6'5", built like a goddamn linebacker. Red hair down his back. You never saw him in public without those big stereotypical Elvis gold glasses, like when Elvis got fat and old and was doing his little stint in goddamn Las Vegas. Them glasses. Dale always had them glasses on. Always had some kind of Kiss paraphernalia on. He was a freak in appearance. He was a freak as a lover. That was the first orgasm I ever had, like actual orgasm I ever had, was with this dude who, up until that point, my sex life was so crazy as a girl child, right? Like, as a young woman, that up until that point, 2 years of sex, child, with the father of my child, and one other. No orgasm to show for them 2 years and then 2 peoples. I got a whole baby to show for it though. You feel me? And in them 2 years, I never took my top off. They never saw me top half naked. It was either a sheet, a slip, or a shirt. In them 2 years, we never had sex in the daytime, like in the day. My introduction into my sex life was actually probably quite comedic in hindsight because it was so indicative of a girl leaving, quote, church life and then going out into the world to, quote, sow her wild oats. And so she don't have no frame of this is the same girl that I told you had been choking off my orgasm when I masturbated since I was 10, that I would not allow myself to, quote, go all the way with myself because somehow in my little baby mind, I am reasoning that if I don't go through to the feeling that I feel that's so intense, but it's scary, that if I don't go all the way through that, if I stop right as I approach that weird feeling, that it won't be as bad, that maybe I will bypass hell or something. And we can laugh about that shit now, but I'm not the oddity. I am the norm in these freaking religions. I am the norm. In my baby brain, trying to reason why my body felt so good, but I knew that if I touched my body, I was gonna burn in hell. But I couldn't help it because I was in puberty and nobody was talking to me about that, other than don't have sex with boys because they carry STDs and your vagina will rot off. That's it. Y'all think I'm exaggerating, and I'm telling you literal. That's it. Literal. And so me entering into a regular sex life at the age of 18, going on 19 with the father of my child. And so he's older than me. He was 5 years older than me. So I'm thinking he don't know what's going on. And so he don't, like, I do what he say. I default to you because you know. And so if I didn't take my shirt off, I figured, okay, he didn't want to see me naked all the way or whatever. But for 2 years, I never had sex with my top half naked, exposed. 2 years. My foundational sex years. I had a whole baby. And then I meet this awkward 6'5" redhead boy who's a drummer for a punk rock band who's obsessed with Kiss and goddamn Elvis Presley. And when we just first started, like, kind of, okay, I see the flirt and I see that. Okay, I'm awkward still. I just had a baby. I haven't had sex in a year and a half since I had my child. Okay, I see you seeing me. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? You feel me? I was a bouncer. I know. I have to write the book. I was a bouncer. I went to go get a job at this retro club. I love this club. It was called Bell Bottoms. It was a stereotypical, like, full on disco retro club. The black and white floors, like on Staying Alive, all the shit. I love this place. And I went there because I'm cute. You feel me? I'm like, I want to be a waitress here. I'm cute. I'm cuted up and shit. And the fucking owner was like, "Can you start today?" I was like, yeah, I can start today. He was like, okay, go home. This is what you're going to need. You're going to need to probably go to like a secondhand store, Salvation or Army or something. You're going to need to get a pair of black pants, a pair of black shoes or black boots. You're going to need to get a white button-down shirt, long sleeve. And I'm looking like, I came here for the waitress job. I came here for the waitress job. He was like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're gonna need a button-down shirt with long sleeves. You're gonna need some black pants, and you're gonna need some black shoes or black boots. And I came back that night, child. This white man told me, he was like, I have the perfect position for you. I was like, okay. He was like, we need a female bouncer. I was like, what? He was like, we need a female bouncer. We don't want to have to manhandle girls anymore. You're going to be the. No, I was so offended. I was like, is this because I'm black? I was so offended. Is this because I'm bald headed? I was bald headed at the time. Like, like straight bald. I was like, but I was still super fucking cute. I was getting hit on more by men when I was bald headed than I ever have with hair in my whole life than I ever have with child. I don't know what it was. But when I had a bald ass head, child, motherfuckers was doing me favors. Motherfuckers was doing me favors, baby. And I say, I'm cute, bitch. What you mean? I'm gonna be a bouncer. So I started working this job as a bouncer. The pay was great, so I couldn't front. And once the dudes at the door, so there were 3 dudes at the door who would check IDs and purses and all of that stuff. And then at first, I was just sitting behind a big kind of like podium, like, that the person speaks from. I was sitting behind a podium and I would take the money. Once they walked through the door, I would be the first person they see and I would take money. And I'm off in this little dark corner doing my thing. And this person, this awkward 6'5" redhead dude, obsessed with Elvis and Kiss. Like maybe that's gonna be his whole title. I haven't thought about him in years because I had to fuck his ass up. The first person I ever punched in my whole life was him. And I punched him in his face about 3-4 times as hard as I could. I broke my fucking hand. The first person I ever punched in my whole life, like full on, taking all my force and all my little baby might and clocking this bitch in his fucking face. So that was the last time I ever saw him, spoke to him. But anyway, up until that point, we had a great time. Uh, and uh, and so when we were like, it was obvious that we were feeling each other or whatever. I was like, you should come hang out with me sometime where I work. The first part of the night is pretty slow. Usually we don't start seeing people till about 10 o'clock. Because in Birmingham, the clubs don't close till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Unlike lame ass LA, where the ugly light is at 1:30 in the morning every night of the week. Anyway, I digress. So so anyway, the first night he came to hang out with me. I went on the clock at 7. So I'm sitting behind my booth. I know shit ain't gonna happen for a long time. So we just be walking around, shooting the shit. I come to the podium. He comes at 7 o'clock. I'm oversharing right now. I hope y'all ready because I'm really oversharing. But the first time he came to hang out with me at work, he dressed up. I was like, that's cute. That's cute. He sat by me at the podium. He pulled up a little stool, sat by me at the podium. We talked for a good hour. We talked for an hour. He too, as awkward as he was I love brilliant bitches. I love brilliant bitches. I do. It is a problem. It's a problem. Because in a patriarchal society where brilliance becomes a fucking weapon in general, brilliant bitches are always looking for the opportunity to exploit, to betray, to use what they think is their brilliance as a weapon. It's just an inevitability, unfortunately. It is. Unless that brilliant bitch has a vagina, then it's a whole different story. But if that poor, unfortunate soul incarnated with a Y chromosome, the affliction is deep. The affliction is deep, and you need an exorcism, bitch. In order for your brilliance to serve you in a benevolent way, you need an exorcism. You can't just be like, I'm a good dude, because at some point, that malignancy that is emboldened by your brilliance is going to be damaging to someone. It's just an inevitability. And you have to be okay with that inevitability in order to exercise and purge that demon out your skull. It's the only way. I digress. He was sexy, y'all. He really, really was. I have a thing for drummers too. I have a thing for musicians, which is also problematic. Now I avoid them like the plague. Musicians. I'm lying. I don't avoid them like the plague. I tried to avoid them like the plague. I try to avoid them like the plague. It is my intention to avoid them like the plague when I do go out, because I know they ain't shit, because they too are brilliant, and they brilliance be fucking them up. They Y chromosome don't know how to handle brilliance while being possessed by a fucking malignancy. So I be trying to avoid musicians. I really, really do. I be holding out hope that one among them will be a good ass dude. That's never been the case. I can say that confidently because I love my daddy, but my daddy had his flaws too, because he too was a musician. And even though he was a Christian musician, he was not without flaws. My daddy was a good looking nigga. My daddy was fine. His brothers were fine, uncharacteristically good looking black men. My dad and my uncles. Beautiful. I don't say that easily. I don't say that often. I don't say that because I love them. They were aesthetically beautiful, good looking fucking men. For for my dad to be dark as me and have light hazel eyes, child, he had beat bitches off with a stick. And he tried to, bless him. He tried to, bless him, but sometimes he succumbed. You feel me? Because he was a good looking nigga. My Uncle Nigel, oh my God, he was so beautiful. I loved my Uncle Nigel. He was my favorite among them. I loved my Uncle Nigel. Beautiful. Caramel colored skin, big old guns. We loved Uncle Nigel. He was fun. He was funny. Every time we came to visit, he was, where y'all want to go, girls? Where y'all want to go? My favorite nieces. We loved Uncle Nigel. Uncle Nigel. Uncle Mike, I come from a line of uncharacteristically good looking men. Good men, good men within the bar and standard of today. They was excellent men. Within the bar and the standard of today, and that bar being in the ninth level of hell, the men in my line was excellent human beings. Excellent. Flawless based on where the bar is right now. They was flawless. Based on where the bar was when they were alive, when they were in their prime, when they were, like in the 90s and shit, they were still good men, as men come. They weren't excellent where the bar was a lot higher in the 90s. It was. The bar was a lot higher in the 80s. It was. The bar was a whole lot higher in the 70s. It was. In them stages, my uncles, my daddy, they were good men. They were good men. They did what good men do. They built their wives' homes. They came home every night. Every last one of my uncles built their wives a home. Not bought, built their wives a home. But I tell you, I sobbed like an infant when I went home to Gulfport, Mississippi, and realized that the man that had bought my childhood home had it demolished. Even talking about it now, like that shit, that shit fucked me so up. I was even now. Oh my God, that shit hurt so fucking deep. I was like, why would nobody call us? Like, we would have bought the fucking house back. I was devastated when I tell you, oh my God, that shit. I love that house. I could feel us in that house to this day. I haven't lived in that house since I was 11 years old. I still have dreams about that house. That shit was the cornerstone of my child. And I went home 2 years ago to help my mom when she was diagnosed with cancer. And I was like, you know what? Let me stop and see my childhood home. I miss Gulf for it. And I was devastated. I was like, oh my God, no, what the fuck? Oh my God. Oh, child. Anyway, These men built that home. When I say built that home, I mean installed the all the electricity, the plumbing system, everything. Everything. They built that house. I love that house so much. Oh, I love that house so much. I love that house so much. I love the memories in that house so much. I was devastated. You know what I'm saying? The men in my family were good. Both sides of my family were good men, even for their time. Excellent men, according to the bar that is established right now. But I say that because even as they were good men who never spent the night away from home, were always present in their children's lives. I have so many amazing, fun, even though we was dirt, wretched, poor, and we were dirt, wretched, poor. We were dirt, wretched, poor. Ooh, we was dirt, wretched, poor. Even as we were dirt, wretched, poor, that's not anywhere near the any aspect of the cornerstone of. I didn't realize we were poor until I grew up. I had such a good childhood. I had so much fun in my childhood, despite the Christian shit, despite the cult shit. Even as good, hardcore Christians, my family, my dad's, the men of my family, they were just so boisterous. Their spirits, their energy was so big. All I just remember is no matter what we was doing, they was cracking jokes. We was laughing. We was having fun. Even when they was doing crazy shit, like making us do push-ups in the front yard on Saturday morning while everybody else was watching cartoons. As soon as we got over being mad at daddy for not letting us watch cartoons like the rest of the kids watch cartoons, we was cracking jokes and laughing. Daddy, can we go to the beach? Yeah, I'll take y'all to the beach. Where y'all want to go on the beach? We just had a good ass time. I had a good childhood, despite the weird oddities of my childhood. I had a good ass time. Doesn't mean I didn't have trauma in my childhood. I did. Doesn't mean that there aren't things that if I had the ability, I would not go back and change. It's neither here nor there. I'm sitting here in this moment able to talk the way that I am because my life is what it was. That's it. I don't have any judgment about my past. All I can do is say, okay, what from the past can I extract in this moment that is going to be applicable in a way that somebody can hear something that they can use, hear something that can change them, hear something that can make the journey easier than it was for me. to make the transition through these life stages more expedient, more direct, less burdensome. When I tell you I 10,000% reject this philosophy that you have to work hard to accomplish, that you have to suffer for your dreams. I'm opposed. The more evolved we get, and how are we supposed to evolve? Through our progeny. Every time we have a child, that child is supposed to be better than us. Into being better than us, in having the opportunities that we created and afforded for them, their life is made easier. And in the ease that they experience, their offspring's life becomes better and easier, freeing up the labors of the flesh so that their spirit can flourish. That foundation is set so solid that now they can move up the higher chakras because the first chakra is absolutely cared for without even thinking. The reason we're in a state of crisis is because our root chakra needs are not only not met, they have been obliterated. That's a discussion for another day. They've been obliterated. Anyway, I'm rambling at this point because I said I was going to go an hour ago. But yeah, Dale the Elvis obsessed, Kiss obsessed, 6'3", 6'5", long haired, red haired drummer with freckles from head to toe. That was a time. That was a time. It was a time. And we had a good time while we had a good time. But then when he transgressed, I had to punch that bitch in his fucking face like 3 times. The first person I ever hit in my whole, when I tell you, it was like I was outside my body. I was so angry that if he would, and the only reason I was able to punch that bitch, the only reason I was able to punch that bitch in his face is because notorious, like one of them old school 1980s vans, you know, the big, giant, bulky, like party vans. Had an old school, big ass van. And he was asleep in his van one night because I'd heard something or he'd said something to somebody. I don't even remember what it was, but I know I was seeing red after that shit. And I was like, where that motherfucker at? Because we all worked in Southside, Little 5 Points, Birmingham. So it's a really tight area. And I was like, and he worked like as a sushi chef somewhere, and I was working as a bartender at the time. I was like, where that motherfucker at? I know he around here because his ass just got off work. It was like, oh yeah, he got his van parked over there in the church parking lot. He taking a nap before he have to come back on the clock. I was like, okay. I walked right over to that van. I didn't even knock. I just opened the van. He's like, because I startled him out of his sleep. Because he could have beat my ass. This big fucking dude. He's a big ass dude who was a drummer. He was beating on shit for a goddamn living. He could have beat my ass. So I had to catch that nigga off guard. And as soon as I slid that damn door open, I was like, you motherfucking bitch. And closed the door and ran off. Oh my god, I have not even remembered. I never even recalled that shit until now. I don't even know I got on that shit. I hit him with all my might and then slammed that shit as hard as I could into the front so he couldn't get after me because he could have beat my ass. Oh, he could have beat my ass, child. Mm-hmm. My hand hurt for months. I was like, fuck. But I felt so good. That shit felt so vindicating. It felt so great. It felt so great. It really probably felt like little ant stings on his face. It was a big dude, man. It was a big dude. Yo, it probably felt like I just tapped that peep, peep, peep. But listen, when I say I swung back as hard as I could, yo, my whole body was in that shit. Okay. I ain't never hit nobody. So I'm sitting here thinking this the movies and shit. How I'm just gonna walk off like I did that. I'm like, oh my God, I think I broke my wrist. This shit is fucked up. Oh my God. This motherfucker gave me his apartment. That's how tight we got. He gave me his apartment. He was looking to move and he didn't want to have to clean up the apartment. He didn't want to have to deal with his landlord. He gave me his landlord's number. It was the first apartment that I ever got on my own. He gave me, I was living in my car, by the way. I was sleeping in my car. And he gave me his landlord's number. And I was like, look, I'm a friend of Dale's. I need a place. I have the money. I have a job. But I need a place. Dale wants to move out with no strings. I want to move in. He was like, oh, this was an old head too, old white guy. He was like, I'll let you have the place. And I'll even let you have the place without charging you a deposit or first month's rent. I'll let you move in right away. I'll give you the key. You don't have to pay me rent for a month if I don't have to come in and clean up his place. He was like, if you do not make me come in and clean up that man's apartment, I will let you move in tomorrow. I will give you the key. And you don't have to pay me the deposit or the first month's rent. But do not come back and complain about that apartment. Take it as it is, and you got a month to pay me the first month's rent. I was like, okay, yeah, let's go. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. First of all, this is Birmingham, Alabama in 98 when I moved there. My rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in downtown Birmingham with 2 balconies, a balcony out of the front of the apartment, a balcony out of the kitchen, the back of the apartment, all the windows, 6 by 3 foot. The building was built at the turn of the century. Gorgeous apartment. Gorgeous, 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 gorgeous apartment. My rent for that apartment in 1998, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, 2 balconies, was $250 a month. $250 a month. in 1998. $250 a month. It's like this kind of memory, totally unrelated, but it's these kind of seemingly coming from out of nowhere memories that help you to understand the gravity of the theft on your life, child. Not just the good old days, as Taylor, because when I left Florida, when I was getting ready to leave Florida, I had 3 teenagers in my house. 3 teenagers in my house. A now ex-husband, and myself. The first house that we rented in Tampa, it was a 3-bedroom house because it was just supposed to be me and Ajamu, my daughter, and his son. But his daughter ended up coming down later to stay with us. So I initially got a 3-bedroom apartment because that's all we were going to need. But when Delana came down, I was like, we need a bigger space. These kids are big enough that they need their own rooms. So the house that I lived in before I moved to California was a 5-bedroom house. 5-bedroom house. A massive fenced-in backyard. Cute little porch. I was literally 3 blocks from the tourist district. What is wrong with my brain? Ybor City, which is the primary tourist location in Tampa. Ybor City. They call it Little Cuba. We were 3 blocks from Ybor City, so we wasn't in the hood nowhere. I rented a 5-bedroom house. I was the only one paying bills. In that house, when we moved in, I was paying $850 a month. I moved out of that house in 2017. I was paying $850 a month for a 5-bedroom house. I had a complete work area. It had a washer and dryer connection, a giant, damn near half a football size fenced-in backyard. I was paying $850 a month for that house. So it's not your imagination. What they call inflation is bullshit. You are being robbed. You are being robbed in real time. You're being robbed. And it's only those of us who are old enough to have crystal clear memories about like what the fuck is going on? Like how are we generating more money in this society, but our wages don't increase at all. And not only do our wages not increase, it feels like we're making less and less. Even though our wages haven't decreased, it's like because of the rate of inflation, you are making less and less. You're being robbed. That's the only reason that we went from 297 billionaires in 2020, just 5 years ago, 297 billionaires in 2020 to 909 billionaires in just 5 years. Billionaires in just the United States. Billionaires. It's not your imagination. You are being robbed. You are being robbed. You are being robbed. You are literally being stolen from. Because what they call profits is just a new, cute, elusive bourgeois way to say the continued primitive accumulation of capital, which is theft and robbery. That's all it is. It's genocide, theft, and robbery. They was crystal clear about it when it was clear primitive accumulation of capital. What was primitive accumulation of capital? It was the theft of the land and the murder of the indigenous people, and then the capture and enslavement of millions and millions of black-skinned people to work for free for 400 years in the United States. If you don't have to pay any wages, if you don't have to pay any medical bills, if you don't have to pay anything, and you just generate wealth. And every time you rape some woman, she squeeze out more wealth. That's the primitive accumulation of capital. Well, they can't outright do that no more. They still do it. They just can't outright do it no more. Under the banner of what's legal, they can't hold your ass hostage outright no more. That's why 34 babies go missing in DC, and the media makes sure that don't nobody know about it. They can't do it outright, so they have to do it all slick and sly and shit and call it everything but what it is. So what do? They create other manipulative ways to garner the same outcome that has always been the primitive accumulation of capital. What's the primitive accumulation of capital? According to your beloved Karl Marx and your beloved V.I. Lenin, what's the primitive accumulation of capital? Slavery and genocide. That's it. That's all. That's all. That's das Kapital. That's das Kapital. What did he call the primitive accumulation of capital that gave birth to capitalism as we know it? He said it is akin to the original sin, primitive accumulation of capital. He said it is that's quote. And Das Kapital is like a 1,200 fucking page thought piece by the great Karl Marx or whatever. And this is all the way in the back of the book. All the way in the back of the book. Oh, by the way, as we talking about the emergence of capital in the world and shit, we should probably mention that, how it got its start, that we all benefit from, even as we talking about being communist and socialist and shit. Maybe we should take at least 2 paragraphs to mention that the primitive accumulation of capital, without it, would have made this whole thing that happened in Europe possible. We should mention that. And that the primitive accumulation, he wrote it like a whisper in the back of the book, bitch. Exhausted because white men think they are the most brilliant motherfuckers on the face of the planet, always and all the time, Marx included, in a basicness. I digress. That he hit it like a whisper all the way back in the hidden spots of this 1,200 goddamn page book. I have it. This 1,200 page book. By the way, primitive accumulation is kind of as bad as the original sin because it required the theft of lands and the simultaneous genocide against the native populations. And then we had to go make sure that we scooped up as many people as we could to transplant them and make them work for free for 400 years. This is primitive accumulation of capital. This is the foundation of the capitalist system. That wealth, like all other energy, that wealth that is produced by the theft of lands, the genocide against indigenous people, because the genocide against indigenous people created wealth. Yes, it did. The genocide against indigenous people not only created wealth for their enemies, but literally equated to the most massive theft of wealth in modern history. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did. They stole 2 whole continents, for which they still remain. They stole 2 whole continents. They did that. Not only did they steal 2 whole continents, what did I read today? Where's that note at? What I read today is from a white PhD historian. What did I do with my notebook? Was that in less than 200 years, in North America alone, the Mexico, United States, and Canada, in North America alone, in less than 200 years, from 1492 to 16 whatever the fuck, that when whoever it was that arrived in 1492, this is what the dude say. In 1492, there were an estimated 140 million. These are the lower numbers that we talked about the other night. An estimated 140 million indigenous people in North America alone. That by 16, I think he said like 1612 or some shit like that, from 140 million human beings. That's half the population of the United States right now today. That's how many people was up in here. 140 million. That's half the population that exists in America right now. Y'all. That's a gang of motherfucking people that was already here. Why they be showing you motherfucking westerns of vast, wide open nothingness in a teepee? In two teepees. Well, we can't feel that bad about it. There weren't that many of them here while you guys are talking about a genocide. Fuck you. There was 140 million, lower estimates, 140 million people in North America alone. When the make-believe story about Columbus arriving in this bitch in 1492. In 1492, there were 140 million indigenous people scattered among North America. In less than 200 years, there were 15 million. That is staggering to even try to comprehend. That in less than 200 years, like 150 years, from 140 million to 15 million, he said it's not just, quote, the killing of indigenous people upon arrival. To get this kind of radical decline in the population, it means that you systematically killed everyone that had the nerve to be born. I said, this is what the white boy professor is saying. That's not me. That's not me. He said, we tend to think of this genocide as this, kind of quick event that like cleared the path and shit. He said, no. He said, for that kind of radical population decline, from 140 million to 15 million in the whole of North America, that you had to systematically be killing everybody that was being born. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then, after systematically slaughtering men, women, and children ongoing for 400 years, that you got the nerve to bargain with them on day shit about where they can live in these little pockets called reservations, where they're still the poorest people in the whole country. Native people are still the poorest people in the whole country, and their level of poverty is goddamn sobering. It's sobering. It's sobering. Ooh, It's when I tell you, the last reservation that I slept on before I made it to California, I was there for 2 weeks. I was in a perpetual state of fucking bewilderment, amazement. The shit this woman who invited me on the property was telling me, I couldn't make it compute in my brain. I'm telling you that literally. She would say something to me and I was like, what? Like she was a teacher in one of the tribal schools. She was like, yeah, I'm so excited. I just won this grant from the government. It was for $15 to help our homeless kids. I said, huh? She was like, yeah, we try to do extra for our kids, who are home. I said, homeless? I said, what are you talking about? She's like, what? I said, what do you mean homeless kids? She's like, Cassandra, what are you asking me? I said, how the fuck are there homeless kids on the reservation? That shit did not compute. When I tell you, I was literally like my wires were short circuiting. This shit did not compute to me. I couldn't fathom how that was possible. Like y'all own this shit. This y'all shit. Like what you mean? There's homeless people on the reservation. She was like, there are many homeless people on this reservation. I said, what? I said, girl, I said, I'm not being funny at all. You have to help me understand. What did I miss? This shit is not computing. Child, the wheels were turning trying to make it make sense. This particular tribe, White Mountains Apache, have the largest reservation in the entire state of Arizona. A third of the state is reservation land. A third of the state of Arizona is res land. They have got the biggest reservation of all the reservations in the state. Child, we had to do a calculation. We had to go on the Google, child. Because I was like, how big is this goddamn reservation? Because she was just driving me everywhere. I was like, how big is this shit? Because in the South, there are very few reservations. And those reservations are very small. They're very small. Child, you can walk the red. The whole red, you can walk the reds in a day. And so I go to White Mountains Apache Reservation, child. And we driving and driving and driving and driving and driving and driving. She want to show me all the things. I'm like, bitch, how big is this shit? She's like, I don't know. It's pretty big though. Let's see. And so we go on like Wikipedia or some shit. I said, this cannot be right. This Wikipedia shit, this ain't right. This ain't right. This reservation cannot be this big. She was like, I don't think so either. This shit don't even sound right. 2,169 square miles of reservation. I said, that can't be right. They must be in acres. And even that would be a lot. 2,169 square miles of land. This one reservation. I was like, what the fuck does that even mean? What is square miles? Huh? Child, we had to crunch the number. We had to do a Google calculator. What is 2,169 square miles in acres? Over 1.5 million acres of fucking land. One reservation with 4 fucking seasons. 50,000 people on that much land, the reservation. And it's the second poorest reservation in the country. But I tell you, for them 2 weeks, I was perpetually bewildered. Perpetually perplexed. There was nothing they could say that could help that shit make sense. I said, y'all ain't got no police on this motherfucking reservation, girl. Y'all, I've seen one res cop truck in the 2 weeks I done been here. Y'all ain't got nobody combing your motherfucking neighborhoods and shit. Make this make sense. How are y'all the second poorest reservation in the country next to the Lakota? How? Child, that shit it still blew my mind. I think about that shit so often. Because I told her, I was like, look, y'all ain't got no hustle spirit. That's what it is. It's not a condemnation. I said, but I was trying to, baby, when I tell you I was in my motherfucking tent trying to crunch these numbers. Trying to crunch these numbers and make this shit that I was experiencing make sense. I'm in here. Okay. There's something that I'm missing. They live on the reservation. They got a tribal council, but they don't have like what we have, like a, you know how if I have to tell you about tearing shit down again, me and you gonna box. So I'm child, listen. What nothing I was coming up with was helping me reconcile the shit. And then I had a breakthrough one day. I got up at like 6 o'clock in the morning because sleeping in the tent, you live cyclically. As soon as the sun is up, bitch, your ass is up and wide the fuck awake. So I'm up at 6 o'clock in the morning before everybody because they're in the house. I pitched my tent in their backyard. And so every morning I'm getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, going talking to the goddamn wild horses that will just walk up to you and be like, hey, how you doing, bitch? Who you is? I ain't never seen no black bitch on the reservation before. These wild ass horses that will literally just walk the fuck up to you. This shit was crazy. I was like, this shit is unbelievable, right? So I'm walking down to the river every day, talking to this one little horse that keep me entertained and shit. And I went to the river one day. I'd gone every day, but this river, I was like, this shit is disturbing. The river was so polluted. It was beautiful river, so polluted. So, like, I ain't never seen no shit like that in America. I've seen polluted neighborhoods, but this shit that I saw on this reservation with the pollution of the goddamn river, I was like, oh my God. I could barely look at it. I was like, oh my God. And it wasn't like gross pollution. It was just mountainous amounts of glass bottles, plastic bottles, and cans. Mountainous amounts of plastic, glass, and cans in the river, just piled up in the. I said, God damn. Side note. One of my followers lives here in LA. She came to the house to get a consultation like last week. And she said, I just have to tell you because it tickles me every time you say it. And every time I think about something, the first thing that comes in my head is when you say, God damn. She said right in my living room and told me that shit. I said, girl, shut up. She said, girl, that shit tickle me every time you say it. It's like it's brand new every time you say it. Now I'm never gonna forget her clowning my ass about my goddamn. Now I go back to the story. So I'm up in here. I'm up in here tripping about all this plastic waste, all this glass waste, all this can waste in the water. And while I was sitting there watching this waste just drift down the goddamn river, it was like I had an epiphany. Like, oh shit. Yes. So I run back to the house. I'm like, yo, listen to what I've thought about. I was like, so y'all own all this land, because the way that this massive fucking reservation is set up is unlike any other reservation I've ever been to. And I've been to 7. I've been on 7 reservations. This is the only one I've ever seen like structured this way, because it's so massive. So the thing about reservations, and it's like a kind of ongoing joke on reservations, is because indigenous people do not have the freedom of movement. They live in a third world country in the United States, cut off from the rest of the world with limited resources. And so all they got is, quote, the land, right? And so the common running joke among indigenous people is to be careful not to marry your cousin, right? Because they on the reservation. So everybody on the reservation is people now, they family, whether extended family or, whatever. Everybody on the reservation is family members. Every reservation. Okay? It's an ongoing, quote, joke in the Native community. Well, the way that this particular reservation had resolved the closeness of familial lines was they created all these little townships all over this massive reservation, like actual little towns, right? Each town has a little post office. Each town has their own little, very, very nominal, like, sanitation department, like pick up your trash and shit. And little grocery stores in each little township, little gas station in each little township, but very, very little, like very, very little. Like in any given township, there's never more than maybe 300 people in each township. This is all over the reservation. So she's driving me to all these little townships where her extended family them is. Direct line, but still extended family. And so in each township, you'll never have people that are so the way they have it set up is there's about 300 people or so in each little township. The townships be literally structured after the family line names. So the people that I stayed with, their last name or their family name is De Jose. And so the roads in their vicinity, like the land that their direct family line receives, and everybody lives on those roads, which are few, right? That all the roads are called De Jose Road. It's like De Jose Road, De Jose Lane, some variants of the family name that is this direct family line. So like their grandmama house was over here, their great uncle house was over here, and this is their land. So I'm by the water having this little breakthrough moment, watching this trash roll down the river. I said, listen, talking to the sister that invited me there, I said, if you got married tomorrow and wanted to build a house, what would you have to do? She's like, I don't understand. I said, if you got married tomorrow and y'all decided that y'all did not want to live in your mama and them house on this land, I said, all of this land is y'all's, right? I said, all this empty land, this is y'all's, right? She said, yeah. I said, if you wanted to build a house tomorrow, what steps would you have to take before you could build your house? She said, I still don't understand exactly what you're asking me. I said, okay. I said, do you have to, like, okay, so I know y'all got the tribal council, right? I know y'all got like a little tribal police department, right? I said, do y'all have something that's like a like a like a like a federal building that you have to go to get like licenses and permits for building? Like you have to have a permit, you have to have what you call that shit? You have to have certified, approved contractors to do X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, X, Y, all the shit. You feel me? Like out in the world, that's they nickel and dime you to death. You feel me? So you cannot grow your wealth. That's my personal opinion of shit. But anyway, I said, do you have to go through certain processes before you can like lay a foundation on your ground? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you have to hire, like through the tribal council or whatever, how y'all keep y'all governance going? Do you have to hire? Do you have to have certification, certified this and this and this and this? She's like, hell no. I was like, why you saying it like that? She's like, because hell no. I said, well, then answer the question. If you got married tomorrow and wanted to move out of your mama's house, what would it take for you to build a house on your land? She said, girl, if I didn't want to get married and wanted to put a foundation in my mama's backyard or constructing my house tomorrow, I could do that. I said, that's it. You could just literally and nobody would be coming talking about, oh, no, you can't do that. She's like, no, it's our land. Our land. My dad built this house. His brothers built my grandmother's house. No, you find people within the townships that's got the skills that you need, and then you bring them over here and you say, look, I need a foundation, I need to build a house. And that's it. I said, and so the tribal council plays no role whatsoever in how you construct buildings on these lands. No. I said, then explain to me how you got homeless babies on the goddamn reservation. Now you definitely can't make this shit make no sense. You can literally just toss up a motherfucking building tomorrow without no checks and balances, no motherfucker breathing down your neck. I said, now you done really lost me. You done really lost me. She's like, where is this coming from? I said, because I was down at that goddamn river today, down the street from your house. And I saw all these glass bottles and plastic bottles and cans floating down the river and shit. And at first I was dismayed and bewildered and sad. Like, this so sad. This so sad. And then I had a eureka moment. I was like, she's getting $15 grant, $15,000 grants for homeless babies in the school. I was like, child, me and you right now today could go down there with big ass lawn size garbage bags and collect up all that trash at that motherfucking river and start pounding this dirt in them goddamn bottles and shit to make some bottle bricks and put some caps on them shits and erect temperature moderate without a lot of work. Temperature moderate houses out of the refuse in the goddamn river. I said, we can build them babies something to live in tomorrow. She was like, it's not that simple. I said, it absolutely is that simple. It absolutely is that simple. I said, but I had an epiphany today because that shit really didn't compute. I had a long ass conversation with this sister. I said, that shit really, it was fucking with me for the last few days because in my mind, that's the separation. The imposed separation between indigenous people and the rest of us, that's the impact of the separation. That shit was so revealing. It was so revealing. The level of disconnect between she and I about something so simple was so revealing. I said, look, bitch, we got to be plotting and scheming. That's what we got to be doing. I had this conversation with this woman in 2018, y'all, and here the fuck we are. I said, baby, we got to be plotting and scheming. She's like, what you mean? I said, because these white people ain't going to be peaceful forever. These motherfucking billionaires, they about to stage a coup. I said this shit in 2018. She cracked it up. I was like, it may not be that deep. I said, but I feel like there's an alliance that need to happen here. She's like, what you talking about? I said, look, I figured out why I was having such a problem with this idea, this concept that I could not only not relate to, I couldn't comprehend. That should be puzzling me. When I can't comprehend some shit, bitch, and I'm the smartest motherfucker I know, have me tell it. I'm the smartest motherfucker I know. And when I can't comprehend some shit, something is wrong. Some piece of magnanimous information is missing from the puzzle. And I said, it occurred to me last night while I was asleep. I said, this deliberate separation between indigenous people and the rest of us has created not only a deliberate disappearing of the indigenous population, a deliberate disappearance, making invisible of the very urgent issues facing indigenous people on reservations. That's something it serves to do. So, but the other thing this separation serves to do is to keep you from solving your problems by engaging in relationships with the rest of us on the outside world. Through a false sense of nationalism on the reservation, what it does is it helps you to hunker down on your, quote, social isolation under the auspice of imposed nationalism. Really does. It served multiple purposes. You feel me? I said the reason that this becomes important, I said because y'all's isolation is what has contributed to the fact that you do not have a hustle spirit. You don't have hustle spirit. That was on every reservation but two that I went to. Shit, was it 7? 2 of the reservations here in Southern California. California is a different creature. California is a different creature. But them other reservations from Florida to here that I stopped at, there's no hustle spirit. And the reason why is, you think about it like this: those of us who became nationalists, Black nationalists, Mexican nationalists, hardcore, like revolutionary, we all lived in like super dense populations, whether it was cheap housing in the hood, whether it was cheap apartments, whether it was project housing in the hoods. The poorest of us, we live perpetually in spaces where we don't own anything. We don't own homes. We don't own land. We live in the projects. We live in, quote, income-based housing, whatever. We live in the hood, but we don't own shit. You feel me? So for those of us who grow up in American society not owning anything, and in mass not being offered the ability to own anything, everybody that we give our money to in our neighborhood that owns a gas station, that owns a grocery store, whatever, they don't look like us. That's another thing that plagues our experience as Black and brown people in particular in America, is that there is, while we don't own anything in these hoods that are, quote, Black neighborhoods, we don't own nothing. Everybody that does own something, like a grocery store, a convenience store, this and this and this and this, don't look like us. So we are perpetually cycling our money in one direction, out of our neighborhood, out of our neighborhood, out of our neighborhood, and these parasitic relationships with parasitic merchants in every Black neighborhood and every brown neighborhood, right? And so when you are constantly faced with owning no land, owning no wealth, so you're always at the whims of whatever landlord you are renting from. That's why we have become permanently nomadic people in the United States, constantly moving from cheap rent to cheap rent, just trying to stay afloat. I said, so when you have that you don't own anything, and you're perpetually cycling your money out of your community, and you're constantly nomadic, trying to find consistent places that are affordable for you to live, you develop a very mathematically strategic hustle spirit. Black people and brown people can literally generate something out of nothing, can literally create wealth out of seemingly nothing. We have mastered the art of grind spirit, hustle culture, get it how you get it. Like, we make whole jokes about our ability. We call it ghetto ingenuity, about our ability to see two totally unrelated things and be like, oh shit, I can make them shit work together. Oh shit, I done created some shit to sound. Let's go. Just master the goddamn ever urgent necessity for ghetto ingenuity. You know what I'm saying? For hustle spirit, for grind culture. Always coming up with the new grind, with the new hustle. Your homegirl find out, she's like, girl, let me tell you, I have a new hustle. You ready? You feel me? We have mastered the art of creating something out of nothing. Brown people too, Mexican people have mastered the art of creating something out of nothing, because we need the access to the wealth that we are denied because we do not own anything. In these neighborhoods where we live, we do not own property. We do not have equity. We don't own nothing. And so we mastered the art of making something out of nothing because of the fact that we have no land. So when those of us become nationalists, Black nationalists, Mexican nationalists, in some variation or the other, Mexicans is what's it called? Astral? Is that what they call the liberation movement? Is it Astral, I think? With them, it's like the Zapata movement. It's all of these versions of liberation struggles that are about the reclamation of the land. That's all it's about, because all they talk about is the reclamation of the land, right? Black people who say, look, Everything, every ounce of wealth this motherfucker got is because we generated it out of our actual bodies, building up the South that was providing the raw materials for the Industrial Revolution all over Europe and all over the North America. So since we cultivated the land, since we did, then we want y'all to unhand the 5 Bible Belt South states. They gonna belong to us, and we gonna call ourselves New Africans, and this gonna be New Africa, right? Every organization that is a nationalist organization, the answer to the question to our problems is always land. Land back, unhand our shit, whatever. Reclamation, land back. We need land in order to set this shit off. We need some place to call our own without the invasive police. Land was always the question. Unhand some land and we can make this shit pop. Unhand some land and we can do for ourselves. We don't need none of y'all in our. But here's the paradox. I go onto the goddamn reservation. That's the goddamn largest reservation with 4 seasons in the state of Arizona. And it's the second poorest goddamn reservation in the country. Where white boys are riding up on the reservation every morning in masses of pickup trucks to pick up indigenous people as day laborers because they don't have no way to make any money on their reservation. So they have to go with the white boys in the town and to do pennies on the dollar bullshitting ass day labor shit. I said, you can't make this make no sense to me. All this motherfucking land y'all got out here, I don't see a marijuana plant nowhere. I don't see no crops with no fruit falling off of them, no grain springing up. I don't see no corn crops. All this black, the soil was either blood red, like deep, rich blood red, or coal black. Just the richness of the soil. Every detail was just like awe-inspiring. The alpine trees, because when I first thought about Arizona, I was like, all I think about is dust bunnies, what you call them things, the tumbleweeds, and some cacti. I thought that was the whole state of Arizona. Child, just above Tucson, like 2 hours above Tucson, 4 full seasons, rivers and mountains and streams and what, full for the Alpines were as big as goddamn skyscrapers. Claudia Ankra say she didn't even know they had trees. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful to stay. I had no idea. It's beautiful to stay. 4 full seasons, child. I have been in Arizona with snow to my motherfucking kneecaps. In Arizona, yes, in Arizona. With I'm not exaggerating. With snow up to my motherfucking kneecaps. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's beautiful. It's quite easily at least my second or third favorite state. I love Arizona. I love Arizona. I love it. Anyway, I said, listen, we got to come up with a scheme, bitch, because this don't make no sense. Y'all got what we need and we got what y'all need. I was like, it makes sense. The black and brown people need to be coming into contractual relationships. You know what they call them? Like deed relationships, temporary deed relationships with the goddamn reservations. And we need to come into a contractual relationship. What y'all gonna do is we gonna come together and y'all gonna be like, all right, this amount of land y'all can post up on. We will accept this number of y'all for the first 10 years of this arrangement in exchange for the land and allowing you to build a home on the land, one singular home per person on the land for these however many people that come on the land. And if we gonna do this for those 10 years, we only going to accept skilled workers to participate in this project. You feel me? And of them skilled brown and black people, y'all come up on here with the skills that we don't have. We got the land abundant that y'all don't have. And in exchange for the land abundant that we don't y'all don't have and the skills that we don't have, what we gonna do is for each one of you, y'all are going to identify young people between the ages of like 15 and 45. You feel me? to be apprentices to you so that they can learn, so that you can transfer your particular skill. You feel me? So they're going to be about 5 or 10 people shadowing each one of you, and you are going to be transferring those skills through a mentorship or apprenticeship that you teach them everything you know, and in exchange, you can be up on here. We will give you, we will give you a little chunk of land for you to build yourself a house. And you can either, after the 10 years is over and we revisit the terms of the contract, and we say, okay, we want to extend this now for a good period of time, 20, 30, 40 years, just like these white people do when they be signing 150-year leases for some shit. You feel me? And in exchange, you will continue to reproduce your skills in our young people so they don't have to leave our community to go find jobs and get skills. You feel me? I said, this gotta happen. I said, because this shit flimsy as fuck. I said, and I have a sneaking suspicion that sometime in the future, Black and brown people gonna need to go somewhere urgently, and they may not be able to go south of the border, or they may not be able to go to Canada. And here you have all these countries that have been imposed into these third world circumstances where you can now be generating wealth among yourself, because land for us has always been the question and the thing most denied. Y'all got the land, but y'all don't have the skills of necessity that we acquired in a situation where we didn't own no land. So we was constantly have to find ways to create money, come up with hustles to create money, come up with hustles to generate resources, this and this and this. We got the hustle skill y'all need through our peculiar experience of scarcity. Y'all got the land we need, and y'all still suffer from your particular brand of scarcity. And we actually, our needs literally fit like puzzle pieces. And so if we need a bug out location, so maybe we still occupy the land, we build a little structure, whatever, as a safe haven. We go back, we give y'all the skills, transfer the skills. And then after the 10-year contract over, maybe we say we're going to go back to our home and this and that and this and that, but that we are welcome to come back to our little structures if the shit hit the fan. If this shit be looking real flimsy, if the shit need a bug out spot, then there you go. We have secured this relationship that will always benefit both parties. I was like, all this shit. I said, y'all got this black ass dirt out here, this rich ass, just super moist, beautiful dirt. Hey, y'all ain't got shit growing out of dirt. Not an apple, not an orange. You know what I'm saying? Not a pepper, not a cucumbers and peppers is easy as fuck to grow. Like, okay, fine, you don't want to do no big old harvest and shit. Like, can you do a little plot and have some peppers and some onions and some goddamn cucumbers and shit? Child, that shit blew my mind. It blew my mind. There was so much about it that blew my mind. This is just minuscule pieces that I'm showing you. It blew my mind. But that was the answer, though, is that our sense of urgency really focused a certain kind of survival that is peculiar to us, Black and brown people who are, who grew up in like projects and lower communities and shit like that. For Native people, they have the answer to our problem. We have the answer to their problem. They do not have a hustle spirit because they do not live in an environment that would make it easy for them to create a hustle. Doesn't. And so the obvious may elude them because the environment is not so ever present in its stringence and its on top of you-ness that we have growing up or whatever that constantly has us be. We all did it. Oh, I'm going to make some popsicles and tell them for 10 cents out my freezer. We got a million multiplicities of hustles that if y'all don't get y'all ass, I'm telling, I'm about to box the fuck out of y'all. Now y'all pissing me off. We are the master of hustles, but it hasn't generated us any wealth. We're the master of hustles, but it hasn't generated us any collective land. We're the master hustlers, and that hustle is constantly, every hustle we create, that shit is cycling out of our community, making somebody the fuck else rich. So I'm like, damn, that's what we need to do. We need to be partnering in these relationships with these people who have been deliberately disappeared from the collective consciousness of the United States to keep them in these violent cycles of poverty where their life expectancy is on average 20 years less than the regular average life expectancy. Where they are in real time, in reservations with no clean drinking water, like literally third world. The house of the people that I stayed with, they didn't have any way to cook indoors. They prepared every meal outside in the backyard. No stove, no microwave. They poor. When I tell y'all that shit was motherfucking sobering, that shit was, it was not only sobering, as poor as evidently poor. The evidence of poverty is literally everywhere. But as evidently poor as the population is, everybody was so fucking nice to me. Everybody looked. Everybody was like, every time a car passed by, they were like, is that a black person on the reservation? Where she came from? She okay? Why she walking on the reservation? Like every day, every day, people was like, did I just see what I see? Like really super confused. Like, did I see what I just see? I ain't leaving the rest, did I? That was every day for the 2 weeks I was there. But face to face, everybody was so genuinely welcoming, so extraordinarily nice. Everybody, and I saw a lot of everybody's. The event that this girl took me to was a ceremony. There had to be 400, 500 people out there every day. Everybody was so nice. So nice. Do you want to camp with us? I know you're camping at Julia's house, but we have more space and we're close together because we're all camping at the ceremony. You can just be out here with us. We're partying all night and eating and telling stories. This was the parents of the young girl whose ceremony it was. They were like, we would love to have you in our campsite tonight. Everybody was so nice, so overwhelmingly welcoming. Like I didn't feel any phony in any of it. The jerking of the neck was surprised. Like, bitch, we on the reservation. We got any black relatives on the reservation? If somebody got a cousin, somebody married somebody black, why she on the reservation walking down the street by herself at 6 o'clock in the morning? She okay? It was just a surprise. But everybody was so genuine. Everybody was so extraordinarily welcoming, so wonderful. I had an amazing time. I had an absolutely amazing time. The poverty was striking. It was striking. I'm telling you, some places I've been, some reservations I've been, it's not even striking. It is terrifying. It's terrifying. Yep, it's terrifying. How, because there are no protections on the reservation, there are no protections in the legal setup of the reservations against white males who will ride on to the reservations while the community is asleep and literally snatch girls out of their bedrooms. And according to U.S. law, no U.S. citizen can be tried by tribal councils or tribal authorities. So these white boys know that they can just literally commit any crime on the reservation. And as long as the crime happens on the reservation, they're safe from prosecution because they know that the United States government is not going to prosecute them. That's real. That's real. That's why there's a reservation between Taos, Mexico, and Taos, New Mexico, and Arizona. It's called. Fuck, what was the name of that reservation? It's a smaller one. First of all, that reservation. That shit was heartbreaking. People living in trailers, and it was freezing, by the way. It was goddamn cold. People living in reservations and living in trailers. And the trailers in the middle of a brutal winter have like plastic, like one side of the trailer is just off. The whole inside of the trailer is just exposed. And to, quote, keep the direct wind from coming out, they ain't provide no warmth, but to keep the direct wind from coming out on that whole exposed side of the trailer, they just got a giant tarp, like, hammered down. That reservation, child, oh my God. That reservation, which you pass through if you're driving from New Mexico into Arizona. Oh, what is the name of it? It's around my son. But as you drive through it, there's a big ass billboard on the reservation because you can see part of the reservation from the freeway. Massive, massive billboard of the freeway that says support MMIW. MMIW is missing and murdered Indigenous women. It's a whole campaign out here. Support and defend missing and murdered Indigenous women. MMIW. Because and then underneath that, where it says, what it says whatever the name of the reservation is, has officially become the number one spot of human trafficking of Indigenous women. That there are more Indigenous women kidnapped from this one small reservation than all the numbers combined for the West Coast. I was like, child. Anyway, now I'm going to stop rambling. I meant to stop rambling 2 hours ago so I could go get something to eat, but it's Tuesday, so now everything fucking closed. So I guess it means I might actually have to cook some shit, and I don't want to. But I will see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, I know. Royal, I know. Even to hear it, because I'd heard stories. Because even as a revolutionary, we were doing a lot of work, like a lot of not even solidarity work, like allyship, like straight up allyship work with the American Indian movement in Florida, and also with Unión del Barrio, which is a Mexican liberation organization based out of Oakland. We were doing a lot of work with those organizations, and especially around the peculiar issues of Indigenous people. Like, this is what the give and take in an ally relationship looked like, right? And so we had heard stories about especially the peculiar nature of Indigenous life in the Southeast, because the Trail of Tears literally moved hundreds of thousands of Indigenous people from their homelands in the Southeast regions and made them make this trek out of these areas that they had evolved in. So the presence of Indigenous people is next to zero. Like out here, you can just walk down the street and see an obvious full-on Native person. That don't happen nowhere in the South. Nowhere. You'd be lucky to see an actual Native once in your lifetime, like a purple spotted unicorn or some shit. It's like that. I'm not being funny. I'm being deadly serious. It's like that. Unless you don't go seeking them out, you don't just see Native people just walking around. I remember the first time I went to Arizona, and I was in Flagstaff, and I went to the Walmart, and I was like, chat, just everybody in the goddamn Walmart was Native, like obviously Native, like absolutely Native. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I feel like an asshole because I live in a country where you have to be surprised when you see the presence of the Indigenous population in the world. Like, I was shocked to see Native people. Isn't that about a bitch? The whole store was nothing but Native people. And I was in there shook. I said, where the fuck am I at? This was my first time in Flagstaff. I said, oh, there's Native people everywhere. And then I instantly felt like a dickhead by being surprised by the presence of the rightful owners of the fucking land just walking about minding their business shopping. That's how much of a game has been played on your skull. That shit was crazy to me. I was like, damn, I'm a douchebag. Why I'm surprised by seeing Native people on their own shit? That's some fucked up shit. Just some fucked up shit. Yeah. But yeah, you wouldn't see that in Florida. You wouldn't see that shit in goddamn Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia. None of that. Just Native people walking around. You'd be like, you do the same. Is that a Native person? Is that an Indian? You wouldn't see that there. You wouldn't see that there. Unless you are an attendee of powwow, which I am. But just to be out in the world, like I go to powwows often, 2 or 3 times at least a year. But even in Florida, I was a regular attendee of powwow. So yeah, but that'd be the only time. If you didn't go looking for Native people, you wouldn't find none. None just be walking up and down the goddamn street in Florida. I'm telling you, it's like that. But it's deep. It's one thing to have conjecture about people's lived experiences, especially where Red's life is concerned. It is quite another to pitch your tent in the motherfucking backyard where she has got 5 grown kids who still live in the house, 2 grown grandkids, and a baby great grand. You feel me? And this is not like this is their life. Living together, piled up on each other. And I'm pitching my tent in the backyard. We sitting there cooking on a regular open flame, not even like a grill or nothing, like a regular ass open flame every night because they don't have anything in the kitchen to use to prepare food. No microwave, no stove, no skillet, nothing. I said, whoa. Oh. When we were working with Leon Del Barrio, man, one of the reps that were up in Oakland was like, yo, y'all want, he was doing a report. He was like, y'all will not believe what this comrade took me to see. He said, if I wouldn't have believed it, if I wouldn't have seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it if somebody else had told me. He said, this Mexican brother took me to what they call the outskirts. And the outskirts are a system of caves just outside the city. A system of caves just outside the city where hundreds and hundreds of Mexican men, women, and children live in these caves. They go down in the city a couple of days a week to get their water jugs refilled, but they live in caves. And then they come out, the men will come out of the caves at a certain time of the day and wait for the white men to pick up trucks to pick them up and take them to some plantation to pick berries or the caves. Full on. I've seen it with my own eyes. We go into caves. I love exploring through caves. There's this cave system about 2 hours north of here. And the first, I was like, oh my God, there's a cave, y'all. Did y'all see that opening inside the mountain? It was like, shit, yeah, let's go check it out. So we go to check out the cave. And we got to check out the cave, y'all. There's nobody in there. But we walked through the different directions because the cave was hollowed out, like the mountain was hollowed out huge. And we walking through all the different little in the cave. And everywhere we go, we see the evidence that somebody lives there. That we even saw like a little kind of cubby cutout type of thing in like the rocks in the mountain. Where it's obvious there were children living there. There were diapers in this little cubby, like this little section. Everything was organized. It was diapers. I said, "Oh my God, somebody is raising a baby in here." But it was obvious that multiple people were in there and just like respecting each other's space. Anyway, let me get up off here, y'all. I love you guys. I could do this all night, but I'm tired and I'm hungry. What is it? I'm hangry. As long as you stay on here talking, we not going nowhere. But how you gonna buy earrings? How we gonna buy the earrings? All right. You're right. I'm probably not gonna post it tonight. I'll do it in the morning though. I'll make that the priority. Instead of making earrings in the morning, I'll go ahead and take the pictures because now I'm hanging on by a thread. I'll go ahead and take the pictures, post them on my Etsy, so that you can buy them, and I'll do that first thing in the morning, and then maybe like send out an email or something to let you know that the Etsy is live. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Appreciate you. This was fun. I'll talk to you sometime tomorrow. Definitely for the recitation of the conspiracy. All right. Peace.